Alfred forced her to drop the weapon, and in the ensuing struggle, kicked it underneath the sofa. Instantly, Devlin dove into Alfred. Knocking him aside, Devlin broke the Red's grip on Bella's arm. Alfred jumped back. In a flash, he yanked a knife out of a sheath attached to his belt. Taunting Devlin, he waved the weapon in front of him. He struck and then retreated. With agility, Devlin withdrew from him, away from Bella's direction, allowing her to escape. Facing the others, he ensured that they couldn't strike at his back in case they had the cowardly notion to do so. Neither advanced for the moment, waiting for their leader to take care of the gray, as any pack should do. "You can't do this!" Bella screamed at Alfred. "You have to fight each other in your wolf form. It's our way!" "He's too much of a coward." Devlin goaded the Red on. "He can't get you any other way." Alfred's face reddened, and his eyes narrowed to angry slits. His lips formed a thin, grim line as he growled. Without warning, he slashed at Devlin. Devlin jumped out of the path of the 10-inch blade. Bella gasped. Even now, Devlin could smell the Red's putrid fear. The Red hunched over, like a lupus guru who knew he couldn't win. Yet, Alfred couldn't show his pack that he was unable to triumph over the female he had chosen for his own. In an attempt to rile Alfred, to rattle him so that he'd make a fatal mistake, Devlin provoked him further. "What's the matter, Alfred? Can't convince a human girl to agree to be your wolf mate? You can't pin those murders on me." Nickel advanced on Bella in 2 bounds. She dashed toward the kitchen. Both Nickel and Ross tore after her, forcing a splinter of ice down Devlin's spine. They wouldn't endanger her, just take her for their own. That thought sent another charge of adrenaline through his system, urging him on to eliminate the threat. Alfred sliced the air with the knife, aimed at Devlin's chest. Devlin dove out of his reach, the blade whooshing past his ear. A drawer drew open in the kitchen and then slammed shut. Alfred stabbed at Devlin's throat. He dodged the blade. But Bella's situation distracted Devlin. Not liking that he couldn't see what was happening to her, he backed toward the kitchen. She growled. Nickel yelped. After what sounded like a chair crashing, Bella reappeared in the living room, brandishing a bloodied carving knife. Nickel and Ross followed some distance behind her while she backed away from them, her weapon readied. Blood dripped from Nickel's arm, but he and Ross approached her anyway, one on either side. Checking on Bella, Alfred turned for an instant. Devlin grappled for his knife. Alfred swung at him again. Leaping out of the way, Devlin narrowly missed the blade cutting his torso. Bella waved her knife between Nickel and Ross. "Give it up," she snarled. "I don't want to hurt either of you." "Volin will never let you have her," Devlin said, hoping to talk some sense into them. He would never let them have her, but he hoped maybe the threat of 2 Greys wanting her would make the Reds cease and desist. When Alfred continued to attack at him, Devlin realized he had only 2 choices. Either he took Bella home to his territory, where he assumed the Reds would leave well enough alone, not wanting to fight a pack of larger Greys, or he had to kill the Reds at the first glimpse of the moon, when they all could appear in wolf form, here in their own territory. Ross grabbed for Bella's arm. Nickel hesitated on her other side, favoring his bloodied arm. As soon as Ross seized her wrist, she struck at him with the knife, slicing across his arm. He screamed in pain, released her, and jumped back. Devlin couldn't help the swell of pride that filled him. In the same instant, he pounced on Alfred, knocking the Red to the floor. Alfred's head hit hard against the carpeted concrete. An oof from deep within his chest escaped his lips from the jolt. A string of curses followed. Devlin pinned him to the floor with his bigger frame. He grappled with Alfred's arm, trying to free the knife from his hand, but it slipped and cut the red across the abdomen. Alfred squawked. "Don't make a move toward them," Bella warned Ross and Nickel. Managing to bend the red's wrist back, Devlin pressured so hard that Alfred's thumb could no longer grasp the handle. Devlin yanked the knife out of Alfred's hand. Bella waved her weapon at Nickel and Ross. "I didn't want to hurt you, any of you. But if you don't leave now—" "He can't have you," Nickel said, backing off. Ross followed him. "The Gray can't have you." Devlin let Alfred up. He would have killed them all for trying to take his mate, but only if they'd been in wolf form. As humans, they were bound to obey human law. As wolves, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strongest and most cunning won. Survival of the fittest. "You can't have her," Alfred said, standing. His face flushed and his eyes haunted. "She's a red and in our territory." His words were dark and menacing, but he bowed his head like a beta wolf in front of the alpha male, defeated and not willing to be whipped any further, submitting to the Gray, no matter how much it hurt his male wolf pride. "We fight like wolves the next time," Devlin said, his gaze intense, forcing the Reds to agree. Even if Alfred and his followers didn't like the idea of dealing with him wolf to wolf, their failed attempt at taking Bella had wounded the Red Pack leader's pride too deeply to try again. Plus, their injuries would need time to heal. Then the moon's appearance would tell all. They would make their stand in the wilderness, Devlin against Alfred at first, and then facing the others. Whoever desired the female Red would make his move. "By the next moon," Alfred said, clutching his stomach, the blood soaking his shirt, his eyes hostile, but his face turning pale. He glanced at Bella, who was still holding the kitchen knife at the ready. "You'll be mine, sweet thing. Be ready." He staggered toward the front door with the others trailing behind, clutching their bloodied arms. "They must have followed us here," Bella said, when Devlin locked the door behind the Red's hasty flight, returning the knife to the kitchen. "They must have had lockpicks like you carry." Nothing mattered to him for the moment except the gun she'd wielded and the secrets she'd withheld from him. "Where did you get the gun, Bella?" She headed for the bedroom, her hips swaying suggestively with her walk, her buttocks covered in the tight jeans, tantalizing him. But she refused to answer him. He hastened after her, wearied from sleepless exhaustion and fighting with the Red. The hyped-up adrenaline that readied him for danger started to drain as the threat vanished. Yet a new energy stirred, a deeper, more primal urge. He chastised himself. They needed sleep more than anything else. His gut clenched with irritation. He would kill Volan, proving to Bella and to the pack that he served as the alpha male, no other. In the ancient way, they had to end this. Not with a man-made invention. Besides, only fictional tales stated that a silver bullet in the heart or brain could kill a lupus guru. Nothing in ancient lupus guru folklore made reference to such a thing, although many of his kind believed there might be a thread of truth in the fictional stories. He combed his fingers through his unkempt hair as he entered the bedroom. Standing before the bed, Bella pulled up her t-shirt slightly, her eyes averted, her fingers unzipping her jeans. Hell, she'd probably end up wounding herself and never get a shot off at the wolf. "Bella," he said, drawing closer as she pulled off her pants, invading her space. "What kind of bullets are in the gun?" She glared at him. Silver bullets. He knew it. Just the way her eyes darkened and narrowed into dagger-like slits. Damn her. She couldn't take down Volin. He had to. What the hell was she thinking? You can't use them on him, Bella. He's mine. She took a deep breath. If he comes around and you're not here to save me, he's mine. She yanked off her shirt. She wouldn't win this argument. He would be the alpha male of their pack. The gun and its deadly bullets would have to go. Instantly, the sight of her perky breasts, the nipples already hardened and darker from her exertion, the quickened pace of her breath, and the redness of her cheeks turned him on. She glanced down and frowned at his erection, beckoning to her to give it release. At once, he throbbed with a deep-seated primal lust, inspiring him to take her again. He couldn't help that the sight of her sent his blood rushing south. She could feign being mad at him all she wanted, but the way she licked her lips and folded her arms under her creamy breasts, the way her heated eyes took in every inch of his body, she wanted him too. "What if they return?" she asked, her gaze shifting to his eyes. Just the opening he was looking for. "They won't, sweet Bella." God, how he loved her. Alfred and his gang will wait for the next phase of the moon. As Lupus Gurus, he and the others must honor this. "But they're afraid of you. They're worried about some legend to do with a Grey. Do you think all of them will be honorable enough to hold up the bargain?" "Their wounds would put them at too great a disadvantage. They wouldn't risk it." Devlin frowned. What was the legend they were concerned about? She ran her finger around his nipple and he sucked in his breath. That some big Grey got rid of a red leader who was bad for the pack. Ah. His lips curved up. My great-grandfather. What? The Grey couldn't have been your great-grandfather. He killed Alfred's great-grandfather, so he must have been from this area, not Colorado. Alfred's great-grandfather? Devlin shook his head. Ever hear of the gold rush? She tilted her chin down, giving him a look as if she knew better. In California, not Oregon. Over $70 million in gold was panned out of the Rogue River. My great-grandfather had the gold fever bad, but after he had the run-in with the Red Pack leader living in the area, and because none of our kind lived there, he returned to Colorado to be with our pack. Devlin combed his fingers through Bella's hair, separating the silky strands over her shoulders. Who would have ever thought my ancestor was the one to set things right with this same pack? But it appears the bad seed continued through Alfred, and he managed to take over like his great-grandfather. Bella licked Devlin's nipple and his groin tightened. Alfred would have a heart attack if he knew you were a descendant of the same Grey. He chuckled. Maybe we should send him an email and tell him so. End his misery sooner. Placing his hands on either side of her cheeks, he lifted her face to his. I want you, Bella. More than I can say. Her hands swept down his sides, stirring him all over again. He moaned. How could a small red Lupus Guru female bring him so quickly to his knees? Devlin climbed into bed first and reached his hand out to Bella. When her fingers touched his, he wrapped his hand around hers and pulled her on top of him. His brown eyes, as dark as midnight, gazed into hers with the familiar longing of a wolf desiring the satisfaction only his mate could fulfill. She leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth, loving him for everything he stood for. Brushing her lips over the rest of his mouth, she ended with a kiss on the other corner. He tangled his fingers in her hair. I promise I won't use the bullets on Volin unless... His face darkened. He rested his hands lightly on her hips, adjusting her squarely on top of his rigid erection, and impaled her. Unless, she continued, sucking in her breath as he penetrated her, stealing her thoughts briefly. I have no other choice. By no other choice, you mean that he has killed me. I won't have you using the gun on him for any other reason. Damned male wolf pride. She slid up his erection and down again, holding him tight within her, stroking his needs as he reached his fingers between her legs and began to stroke her. She licked his nipple. Yes, that's what I meant. That if I were dead. She clamped her mouth over his, not wanting him to say another word about the fact that he might die in this fated confrontation with the Alpha Grey. Make love to me, Devlin, as if we haven't another care in the world. She didn't think either of them could manage to climax with as little sleep as they'd had, but his spine-tingling strokes over her swollen nub sent her hormones spiraling toward a cataclysmic end. She nearly sank down, so close to reaching the climax, unable to think of anything else. And then the white-hot heat washed over her. The heart-stirring waves of completion clouded her mind with awe and deep satisfaction. She would have curled up against Devlin's chest and drifted off to a dream-filled, wondrous sleep if it hadn't been for his rolling her over and finishing her off. He felt so good, every inch of him diving into her, her own body still pulsing around him, clutching him and releasing, a vague awareness drifting to her that he had finished. He released his warm, wet seed deep inside of her and collapsed on top of her with a tired groan. You, he said, his words a heavy whisper, are unbelievably wonderful. She wrapped her arms around him. He turned over onto his back so she could sleep with her head against his chest, one leg propped over his. A wolf that exposed his belly gave the other wolf complete power over him. He was all hers, every inch of the hunky, muscular, very slick gray lupus guru. His hand swept down her backside and then touched her wet folds from behind. He could have his way with her all morning long if that's what he desired. She raised her leg up to expose herself to him further. He hummed his pleasure against the top of her head. He pulled her leg even higher against his belly. He groggily whispered, Bella, one hot little red wolf. Ready any time, Devlin. He chuckled, making up for lost years, honey. She wiggled against him. Fill me up whenever you have the urge. His sexually hungry growl meant she wouldn't have to wait very long, which suited her fine. She brushed her face against his cheek, smelling the spicy male scent of him, hoping that nothing else, like red lupus gurus or Volin, would disturb their sleep or other stimulating activities they might wish to explore later that morning. Yet she wondered what happened to Devlin's plan for her to stay with his cousin. Had he given up on that notion? Or would she have to fight him all over again when they woke? Worse, the threat of Volin still hung heavy in her thoughts. Was he dead or not? Early the next afternoon, Devlin found Bella gone again. Searching through the house, he found no sign of her. But the fresh, sweet fragrance of cut flowers sitting on the dining room table in a glass vase caught his eye. He glanced outside and saw the greenhouse door open. Then he noticed Bella's silhouette against the green glass building, and the prickle in his gut dissipated. Stalking across the yard, he reached the greenhouse and, with a squeak, shut the door behind him as he entered the building. He stared at the plants in wonder. Colorado wildflowers from alpine columbine and aspen daisies to scarlet paintbrush and fireweed. Do you like it? Bella asked, watering a trough of violets, barely looking Devlin's way. He considered Bella in the ankle-length robe she wore, the forest green velvet clinging to her curves, her hair dangling in a fiery display in contrast against the fabric, her feet bare. What's not to like? His voice was already several shades huskier than normal. He placed his hands on her shoulders and nuzzled his face in her hair. You smell like a garden of flowers. That's because we're standing in a greenhouse full of them, she teased, leaning against his chest, pressing against his heavy groin. He took her hand and ran his nose over the silky skin. Your hand smells like roses, and your hair like Persian lilac. You smell like a floral garden. He nudged his cheek against her throat, and she moved her head so he had better access. His hands dipped lower to the tassel tie belted at her waist. I have work to do, Bella said, but she didn't stop him either. The work will get done, but this can't wait. He pressed his arousal against her backside, and she smiled. If we keep doing it, I won't be able to walk normally for a week. Hey, just think if we were in our wolf coats. Bella laughed. Well, I've seen a wolf and his mate go at it, but half an hour at a time? Multiple times? Just know what you're getting yourself into when the moon appears. He pulled her robe open and slid his hands over her breasts. She turned and smiled when she saw he was wearing jeans, but was barefoot and shirtless. You're dressed. Kind of. Easily remedied. He tackled his zipper. Afraid Chrissy's kids might peek through a knothole in the redwood fence and see something they shouldn't? Good thinking. But I believe Chrissy's the only one who might do something like that, particularly now that you're around. Bella kissed Devlin's chest, her hair dangling against his nipples, raising them into tight knots. She licked one and hummed. Devlin broke free and locked the door. Thankfully, the greenhouse windows were fogged up enough that only Bella and Devlin's silhouettes could be seen from the outside. He yanked off his jeans and slipped the robe down Bella's shoulders, exposing every inch of creamy skin. She was every guy's wet dream and more. After spreading the fabric over the mossy floor, he motioned to the makeshift bed. My lady? She laughed. So gallant. Only for a minute. Without further ado, he swept her off her feet, and she squealed. I hope Chrissy doesn't think she needs to come to your rescue. He pressed a steamy kiss to Bella's ear, and then set her on the robe. Grasping her knees, he moved them apart, opening her to his touch. My garden princess. I see you missed more than just me in our home in Colorado. He kissed one shoulder and then licked the other. She cupped his face and looked into his eyes, hers dark amber gems. I never ever thought my garden could bring me this much pleasure. He gave her a wolfish grin. You always know the right words to say, Bella, honey. But you always know the right moves to... Ah, Devlin. Bella mouthed against his lips, his tongue probing hers, his fingers separating her womanly folds. The fragrance of sweet flowers scented the greenhouse, but Bella was the most irresistible flower of them all. Her hands shifted downward, pressing his buttocks, pressuring him to enter her. With a single hard thrust, he impaled her, entering her secret garden, deeper with every movement, rubbing her mound, pushing her toward the top. She matched his enthusiasm, rocking against him, striving for deeper penetration, until he found sweet release, planting his seed inside her, his body on fire. Nipping his shoulder, she stifled a cry, her internal muscles clamping down on him, milking him for everything he had. Totally spent, he rolled off her and pulled her on top of him. I like this garden room of yours very much, he said, his voice drenched in passion. He winked at her. I just bet you do. But I had lots of work to get caught up on, and now I'm, well, awfully relaxed. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. The work will get done. But it didn't. For an hour, they slept in peaceful bliss in the garden of flowers while a storm raged around them. A bolt of lightning crashed close by, shaking Bella from her state of slumber. She frowned at Devlin, who opened one sleepy eye and gazed at her. I had work to do, she groused. His lips curved up in a wicked smile. You sure did. After helping her up, he grabbed his jeans and pulled them on. When she slipped her robe over her shoulders, he pulled her into his arms and nuzzled her cheek with his. What can I do to help? She groaned. What she wanted him to do was take her back to bed and ravish her all over again. His eyes lighted with fire, and he grinned. Does my little red wolf need some more? She pulled out of his embrace before he talked her into returning to the house. Here, she said, handing him some gardening clippers. Cut off the dead flowers. I'll finish watering. After finishing the chores in the greenhouse, Bella and Devlin made a wild dash through the rain to the house. Intending to wash their bed linens, she declined taking a shower with him for now, or she'd never get the cleaning done. I'll fix us something to eat as soon as I'm through here, he hollered from the bathroom, the steamy spray muffling his words. She finished stripping the bed. All right by me. But what she really wanted was a good 4 more hours of sleep. She dumped the dirty sheets on the floor and remade the bed with fresh linens. By the time she had finished showering and dressing, Devlin was in the kitchen cooking. In the raw again. She dumped the linens in the washing machine, started it, and then wandered into the kitchen, feeling as though she could move at only half speed. Sitting down, she leaned against the dining room table. Devlin glanced over from his cooking, the long German sausages sizzling in the frying pan for their brunch, filling the kitchen with the scent of spicy pork. Bella leaned her elbows against the table and rested her head against the palm of her hand. She cast a tired smile in his direction. He smiled back. Soft, pale blue sweats covered her curvy body. Already he was prepared to slip her sweats off and make love to her again. Only he'd done so 3 more times that morning, and the final time, when she rose from the greenhouse floor, she'd been a little stiff, like a cowgirl who'd been riding a bull too long. Her eyes appeared blurry. She hadn't had enough sleep, nor, truthfully, had he. Once they ate, he planned on taking a nap with her. Although he feared to get any sleep, he'd have to move to her couch. The memory of making love on the couch filled his thoughts, her tight bottom wiggling suggestively at him, the smile playing on her lips, the feel of her soft buttocks pressing against him when he entered her. He chuckled. Well, he couldn't think of one place she'd be safe from his advances. He poked at the sausages and then flipped them over. Blueberries all right this morning? Mm-hmm. Some sourdough muffins? This time she didn't respond. He turned to look at her. She cradled her head on the crook of her arm. Her cinnamon curls cascaded over the table like a silken red waterfall. She'd closed her eyes, and her face appeared totally at rest. He chuckled. But then a knocking at the back door just about unhinged him. He stalked to the back door and peeked out the curtained window. Chrissy smiled back at him, her brows raised. Growling under his breath, he opened the door. Her gaze instantly focused lower on his nakedness. He motioned for her to come in. Be right back. I'll throw some jeans on. Even though Bella was going to wash them. No need to on my account, Chrissy said dreamily while he strode down the hall. It didn't matter to him that she saw him in the raw, but if he'd stayed that way with Chrissy in the house and Bella had known, that was another story. After he yanked on a pair of jeans, he stalked back to the kitchen. Chrissy had served up the sausages and muffins, preventing them from scorching, thankfully. "Did you want to eat with us?" he asked, assuming there was no polite way of getting rid of the woman. On the other hand, since she'd saved their butts the previous night, they kind of owed her. Chrissy glanced at Bella. "Looks like you might have a time waking her to eat. What did you do to tucker her out so?" A smile appeared. "Forget it. I already know the answer." He ignored her, wishing Bella didn't have such an intrusive neighbor. Leaning over Bella, he kissed her ear. "Bella, honey, do you want to eat?" She murmured something inaudible. "Okay." He lifted her from the chair and carried her down the hall to the bedroom. After laying her on the mattress, he hesitated. He didn't want to disturb her slumber, but since they didn't wear anything to sleep in, and he intended to join her after he ate breakfast, the decision was already made for him. He slid her sweats off, first the pants and then her shirt. He groaned to see her sweet body. Never would he get his fill of her. Hurriedly, he pulled the comforter over her. Then he strode out of the room, shutting the door behind him before he changed his mind and joined her. When he reached the dining room, Chrissy had already poured glasses of milk for them. "I would have gotten you some orange juice, but you don't seem to have any." He downed the milk. "Milk's good for growing bones." Chrissy sighed. "And muscles. Don't forget the muscles." "Do you often visit Bella in the morning, or did you have some news?" "I didn't mean to barge in on the two of you, but since it was later in the morning, I figured—" Chrissy's cheeks reddened. "Well, I assumed you'd both be up and ready to face the day." She buttered her muffin and lifted it from the plate. "In truth, I wanted to tell you that Henry called me earlier and said he'd talk to the police chief. The warrants for your arrest and Bella's have been rescinded." Somewhat relieved, Devlin nodded. "Thanks so much for all of your help last night, Chrissy. I don't think we had the chance to express our gratitude." Fingering her muffin, she grinned. "Do you eat Wheaties?" He stabbed a sausage. "Meat, and lots of it." I'm sorry for making up a story so different from the truth. I worried that when Henry heard the real version, he would have been madder." "Well," Devlin said, lifting his forkful of sausage, "I'm glad it all worked out fine." He got the distinct impression something was bothering Chrissy, but he wasn't used to having human friends or the way in which they were afraid to speak frankly. With lupus gurus, if they wanted something, they normally came out and said it. Dipping the butter knife into the blackberry jam, he coated his muffin, the smell of the wild berries tantalizing him. He envisioned Bella bending over to pick the strong, flavorful fruit in the wilderness, her denims hugging her buttocks. Licking the sweet, tangy jam off his muffin brought an image of the wild to him, creating the urge again to run through the brambles, to chase Bella through the woods on a carefree romp. The idea of finishing breakfast and joining her in bed quickly filled his thoughts. He looked up from his muffin to see Chrissy watching him with adoration in her eyes, or maybe a bit of lust. Inwardly, he smiled. She couldn't handle a lupus guru, no matter how badly she thought she wanted him. "Is something bothering you?" She looked back at her plate, and then up at Devlin. "I'm worried about this Volan. Henry showed me the picture of him and said that if the man came around my place asking about Bella, he wanted me to know what he looked like. He feared the man might get violent, considering how he left Bella naked at the zoo in sub-freezing temperatures. He must have wanted her dead." She watched him for his reaction. "He's dangerous, all right." "There's something else. I thought I heard car doors slamming in the middle of the night. As sleepy as I was, it took me a few minutes for the noise to register. Then I wondered who it would be that late at night. So I threw on some clothes and looked out the living room window, but I didn't see a soul. Only a Jeep parked in front of my house. I watched for quite a while and then, figuring whoever it was wouldn't be returning anytime soon, I walked into the kitchen to get a drink of water. But I thought it odd that the vehicle was parked in front of my house. When I returned to the living room window and peeked out, the Jeep had disappeared. Devlin took a deep breath. Maybe it was someone at the wrong house. I instantly thought of Volan and called Henry, but I couldn't get hold of him. I was going to come over here to check on you, but the house remained dark and, well, then the Jeep vanished. We must have been sleeping like tired old dogs. Chrissy grinned. He got the impression she didn't think they were all that tired, or old, or that they had been sleeping. Although about now he sure could use a nap. He grabbed his plate and pointed to her half-eaten breakfast. Done? Sure. She jumped up from her chair. He carried the plates into the kitchen. We watched movies until way too late last night. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to join Bella for a nap. Oh, sure. Chrissy headed for the back door. If you two need anything from me, be sure and holler. The door shut on her hasty exodus, and he returned to the bedroom only to find Bella gone. For an instant, the image of the Reds ferreting Bella away flashed through his mind. He tore into the bathroom, hoping she was taking a shower, although he didn't hear the sound of the shower spray or smell any dampness in the air. As he suspected, she wasn't there. He stormed out of her bedroom, down the hall, and into her office. Sitting in her chair with her chin propped in her hands and wearing her sweats once again, she stared at the monitor. Bright colors zigzagged across the screen, darting hither and thither against the stark blackness. Bella? She gave a start. Oh, Devlin! He crossed the floor and knelt at her side. Bella, what's wrong, honey? I woke and didn't find you with me. Then I heard Chrissy talking to you in the kitchen, but I was too tired to speak to her. I couldn't sleep, and I wondered if I had any new messages to clue us in about the killer. He touched her cheek and then looked at the screensaver. Sighing deeply, she nestled her cheek against his hand. I guess I forgot what I was doing. What you are doing is taking a well-deserved nap, now, with me. We'll look at the messages later. We're both too exhausted to make any sense of anything. She raised her arms to him. Help me up? I'll do even better than that. He lifted her in his arms, and she nestled her head against his chest. I see you put on some jeans. I didn't think you'd approve of Chrissy seeing me without. She gave a low growl. You're right. I can be awfully possessive. All right by me. He carried her down the hall to the bedroom and deposited her in the bed. You shouldn't have gotten dressed. She touched his zipper, and instantly his arousal strained against the denim. No wolf could ever get him worked up as fast as Bella. Knocking at the back door interrupted them and sent a ripple of anger shooting down his spine. Now what? Devlin growled. If it's Chrissy, I'll take care of it. Bella sounded grumpy and climbed off the bed. Knocking sounded again, louder this time. Maybe we should ignore her. I told her I was taking a nap with you. Bella's lips turned up. What did she say to that? I think she didn't believe we were going to nap. Not with her pounding on the door every few minutes. Bella swept her hair out of her face, and he wanted to kiss her pursed lips. I'll take care of it. Devlin stormed out of the bedroom, figuring an annoyed male might persuade the woman to vamoose more easily than his mate would. Before he could make it to the back door, Bella's feet tromped on the carpet behind him at a hurried pace to keep up. When he turned to look at her, she smiled. Didn't want you to be too brusque. Not me. But he had the feeling that, if Bella weren't so tired, her neighbor might see the darker side of Bella's persona. Yanking open the door, he tried to quell the ire building in his own blood. Chrissy gave a nervous smile. I'm sorry, folks, to disturb you again." Twisting a piece of her dark hair between her fingers, she looked quickly from him to Bella, who stood slightly to the left of his shoulder, and back to him again. Wary that something was seriously the matter, he motioned to the living room instead of sending the woman packing. She glanced at Bella, as if asking if she approved. Smiling wearily, Bella nodded. Devlin linked his fingers with Bella's and followed Chrissy into the sitting area. "I'm sorry, Bella, Devlin, but something's been bothering me." Chrissy took her seat on the couch. Devlin and Bella sat on the love seat opposite her. Immediately, Bella rested her head against Devlin's shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her and squeezed. "Henry told me not to say anything to you, but I think he mentioned it to me, hoping I would tell you. He really admires the way the two of you seem so much in love. He knows that Devlin is only trying to protect you, Bella, but, well, something about your story didn't add up." Bella kept her head on Devlin's shoulder, but her whole body tensed. "What did he say, Chrissy?" Devlin prompted, wondering if he would have to take Bella back to Colorado earlier than planned and forego solving the red lupus guru killer mystery. Bella's safety was tantamount, above all else. "Can I have a glass of water?" Before anyone could respond, Chrissy hopped up from the couch and headed into the kitchen. "Sorry," she hollered. "I'm a little nervous." Bella shook her head. Devlin kissed her forehead and gave her another squeeze of reassurance. "Yeah, like that," Chrissy said, pointing with her index finger wrapped around a glass of water. "He saw how caring you are toward one another. Refreshing to see." "What didn't add up, Chrissy?" Devlin asked, trying to curb his irritation. She sat back down on the couch. "It was the zoo scene. Volan has never been sighted anywhere. At the hospital, the zoo, nowhere." "At the dance club," Devlin reminded her. Yes, of course. But that's the first time." Devlin attempted to look unruffled by the revelation. "Henry said he remembered Volan struck him." "That's the problem. You and Volan are similar in build and have similar coloration." "No," Bella said. "Devlin's hair is brown and Volan's hair is black." "Devlin's hair is dark brown and inside it looks nearly black." Chrissy sipped some of her water. Her gaze shifted from Devlin back to Bella. "The thing is, Devlin is the one who's always in the picture, not Volan. Then there's you, Bella. But he's trying to protect you. Henry understands that. He says he's sure you told the truth about Volan as far as being afraid of him and what he'd do to you. But it's the other part of the story that doesn't fit." "What doesn't add up?" Devlin asked again. "Why didn't Volan grab Bella at the hospital? If he'd already knocked out Henry and the cops, how come he didn't get Bella? Where was he? The receptionist said she never saw the man. The police said they'd been knocked out from behind and had never seen who hit them. Henry believes it was you, Devlin, fearing for Bella's safety. You couldn't explain the situation to the police adequately, so you knocked them out and stole her away." She paused, waiting for confirmation of what she said, but when they remained silent, she continued. "The real problem is the zoo. If Volan didn't release the wolf and leave Bella in the pen naked, who did? Henry knows you wouldn't have, Devlin. You would never risk Bella's life like that. The only conclusion he can come up with is that you're protecting someone else. Maybe this Argos, your adoptive father? Maybe he's a bit crazy and he—" "No," Bella said. Devlin rubbed her hand. "Why is Henry so sure Volan wasn't at the zoo earlier? What proof does he have?" Chrissy swallowed hard. The police arrested Volin early this morning. Bella sat upright, her heartbeat racing. Chrissy studied her. He had airline tickets. Devlin took a steadying breath. The airline verified that Volin's flight was delayed in Denver, so he couldn't have made it to Portland in time to free Rosa, the Red Wolf, or to leave Bella there. He was still stuck in Denver when someone rescued Bella from the hospital. Henry wondered if perhaps Volin had an accomplice. He figures if Volin flew to Portland and then showed up at the dance club, he really had come after Bella. "Is Volin still in jail?" Bella asked, her voice hollow. Already her cheeks had grown as pale as the fresh fallen snow of the Great Rockies. Chrissy shook her head. Once he could prove he had nothing to do with the zoo or hospital incident, the police couldn't hold him any longer. She sat forward on the couch. "Listen, I've known you for a long time, and I've never seen you so scared. I know what you say about this Volin guy is true. Henry believes it too. But nobody can help you if you don't go to the police and make a statement about what he's done to you." Devlin grunted. What had happened to Bella had occurred way before Chrissy's grandfather was even born. Oh, and Henry knows Volin's connected to the zoo somehow because he tried to get Rosa transferred to the Denver Zoo. That's why Henry mentioned that maybe you knew of an accomplice Volin might have had working for him. Devlin couldn't think of what to say. Bella's hand turned ice cold, and he rubbed it, trying to warm it. "No one gave Volin any indication where Bella lived, did they?" he fairly growled. Henry wouldn't tell the police her address. He feared someone might leak it to the press, to Volin, or to his accomplice, because he must have one, unless... Again, she swallowed hard. "Unless the two of you freed Rosa and..." She shook her head. "But you wouldn't have left Bella to freeze to death in the pen. So what really happened?" Chapter 16. Bella gripped Devlin's hand as if an ocean current tugged her out to sea, and she would drown if she let go. Her mother had always warned her to stay away from humans. They'd never accept the lupus guru's ways. Now, so many years after her mother's untimely death, those words haunted her. Bella could never explain the truth to Chrissy. Yet she'd cherished her friendship with her, until now. But protecting her mate and the lupus gurus took priority. Immediately she wanted to return home, to the grays that had taken her in, to a life where she could run with the pack and share the bonds that made them alike, as well as the differences that made them unique. She wearied of hiding who she was, wanting nothing more than to be Bella, lupus guru, free to run on the wild side on moon-filled nights, and enjoy the gifts being human meant too. On the other hand, the notion that Volin was confirmed to be perfectly alive, searching for her, and that he would kill Devlin filled her with dread. Hell, after she shot him, he probably wanted to kill her too. Chrissy wrung her hands while the silence stretched between them. Devlin waited for Bella to answer Chrissy's question as to what had really happened at the zoo that night when Rosa escaped and Bella was left to freeze to death in the pen. Weaving a new story, like a black widow spider ties the silken strands together into a web full of holes and deceit. How could she spin another lie like that? "I don't know what to say." Sometimes the truth was better off said. "Henry told me you're hiding the truth, that you're afraid of more than just Volin. I've been your friend for a long time, and I want to help. So does Henry." Chrissy looked at Devlin and then faced Bella again. She rose from the couch. "But Henry and I can't help if you're not totally honest with us." Henry and Chrissy couldn't help even if they were totally honest with them. Despite liking the two of them so much, Henry and Chrissy couldn't refrain from being terrified if they knew of the real existence of Lupus Guru. No, Bella and her Rosa, one and the same, would have to remain a mystery to Henry, Chrissy, and any other curious human. Although Bella contemplated telling Chrissy that she feared the killer of red-headed women was after her, to give Henry and his police friends another reason why she was so concerned, she worried their interference could delay Bella and Devlin's locating the murderer and ending his terror. Chrissy sighed. "All right, if you change your mind, I'll be next door as usual. Do you think I could borrow some flowers from your greenhouse to make an arrangement? Henry really loved the way your house is filled with plants, like an extension of nature's beauty. He's genuinely into that sort of thing. Take whatever you'd like. And thanks for all of your help, Chrissy. We're just really tired, and neither of us can think straight," Bella said. "Yeah, all those late-night movies," Chrissy said, winking. Bella looked at Devlin. He smiled back at her. "See ya." Chrissy headed out the back door. Devlin pulled Bella from the couch. "No, we get some sleep. But now I'm worried things are getting too hot around here for us. We have to catch the killer." Bella had no intention of leaving the Portland area until they did. Yet Devlin had made no mention of her going to California with his cousin again, and she wondered, although she wasn't about to bring it up, why he had let the matter drop. Devlin walked with Bella to the hall, and then made a detour to the front window. He peeked out and then turned and faced her. Her heartbeat quickened when she saw the concerned look on his face. "Company?" she asked. "Yeah. Seems we have some guard dogs on our trail." "The police?" "Plainclothes stakeout. Maybe Henry's worried that Volan's accomplice will show up unexpectedly. Or Volan himself." She swallowed hard at the thought that Volan truly lived and could arrive any time on her front doorstep, and that the final scene would play out between Devlin and him. Devlin crossed the floor to join her. Taking his hand, she enjoyed the strength, warmth, and size of it, knowing he'd always be there to protect her if he could. They walked toward the bedroom, their steps betraying the tiredness they both felt. Bella yawned. Henry must have assumed that the Jeep pulled up in front of Chrissy's house in the middle of the night meant trouble. "Yeah. He probably wishes he'd had someone watching us before this." They stripped out of their clothes, intent on getting sleep. Both considered the other's body with interest. The knowing look they shared turned into grins. Devlin drew her into his arms. "Sleep. Then I'll have something ready for you." He rubbed his cheek against hers. His touch triggered interest, yet she yawned again. Both chuckled. "Can't wait to see what gifts you want to bestow on me." She wished, as they climbed into bed and snuggled together, that nothing else mattered, that the Red who killed the women had already been caught and put out of his misery, and Volan too, that they were again home with the pack, and Devlin now served as the leader. But none of those wishes would come true without a fight, and the fear that the one left standing might not be the right one sent a shiver down her spine. Later that evening, Bella woke to find Devlin gone. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, and distant thunder grumbled. A steady rain beat against the bedroom window at a slant, a perfect setting for snuggling longer under her down comforter. Listening for sounds of Devlin in the shower, she touched her wet hair and remembered showering with him already. The memory of his large hands massaging her breasts, slippery with peach soap, heated her body. She tilted her nose up and smelled for any signs he was cooking dinner, although she vaguely remembered licking whipped cream and blueberries off his chest sometime earlier. Worried she might grow weak from lack of food, he'd enticed her to eat a bite. Heaven knows how her snack had ended up on his chest. Domestic life with Devlin was anything but domestic. The email butler announced a new message. The office. Slipping out of bed, she peered into the oval mirror hanging above her dresser. Her hair rested about her shoulders in a tangled, fiery red mess. Well loved, that's the way she appeared. The image sparked a secret little thrill. Her left cheek wore a faint redness, the result of his nuzzling her with his scratchy stubble of a beard at some time or another in their bedtime romps. A telltale hickey graced her right breast. She quirked a brow, trying to recall when he'd done that. Without dressing, she wandered into her office. Devlin sat at the desk, staring at her computer, intensely reading the messages. Running her hand over his naked back, she felt his muscles instantly tighten. He turned and pulled her into his lap. "Bella, honey." "Find anything?" He slipped his fingers between her legs. Nice and wet, too." She chuckled. "I mean about the Reds, or the killer or something. You sure have a one-track mind." She was damned thankful she'd deleted Volan's message to her earlier. "You distract me something fierce. But no. And I don't think we will either until the moon appears." She'd hoped everything would be resolved in the next few days before that happened. But the way of the wolf would dictate the final draw. Everyone waited for the day to arrive, or the night, rather, when the moon began its sliver of an appearance. The waxing crescent that would grow until the moon swelled into a full sphere, the phase that would send lupus gurus running through the wild in their wolf pelts, anxious to feel the wind at their backs and the feral freedom their wolf forms presented them. The Reds would make their final move. Then, Volan would seek Devlin out to make his kill. She shivered and ran her hand over Devlin's. He stroked her nub, and she arched her back when he worked her hormones into a delicious frenzy. Yet the notion still plagued her. 3 more days, and their fate would be sealed. The next afternoon, Bella heard kids' laughter and looked out the front window. Like a lumbering grizzly, Thompson chased after Chrissy's kids on the front lawn as her son, Jimmy, tossed a beach ball to her daughter. Mary missed the ball, and Thompson feigned running for it. All squeals, Mary dashed after the rolling ball and grabbed it just before Thompson reached it. Chrissy stood watching them, her face beaming. Bella took a deep breath, and Devlin moved silently in behind her and then wrapped his arms around her. "What's all the racket about?" "Looks like Thompson's as good with kids as he is with animals." Devlin shook his head. Bella turned and nipped Devlin's chin. "I've been thinking." "I can tell this is going to get us into some tight places." "Yeah, well, you know me." He ran his hand up her sweatshirt and cupped a breast, quickly moving to the nipple and sending a spine-tingling jolt straight through her. "Yeah, I know you. What's brewing in that one-track mind of yours?" She gave him a small smile and pressed her mouth against his in a lingering kiss. He responded, wrapping his arms around her in a tight squeeze, and she felt his arousal beckoning to her. He nudged her back toward the bedroom. "I've been thinking," she began again. "If the murdering Red was so fond of the girl he killed, why would he have found others and killed them too? Then Nickel's reaction to seeing the necklace bothers me also. He really looked sick when he saw it. And I want to search his place. Find out if there's any sign of a girl murdered there. Maybe we're dealing with 2 killers, not one. Or maybe he knew the girl intimately before the killer murdered her. Maybe she was at his place before she was killed. I just want to discover how connected he is to what's happened." "You want the truth before I take Nickel down." She took a deep breath and raked her fingers through Devlin's hair. "Yeah, I want to know that If there was more than one killer wolf, we'll find them both and get rid of the threat. What if we left the area after we eliminated one murderer, only to discover the killings continue? Against my better judgment, I agree. Would you stay home on this one? She gave him a get-real look. He shook his head and pulled her back to the bedroom. Didn't think so. Why did I even ask? Because you always want the best for me. But what if you left me alone and someone came for me, despite your thinking that they'll honor the agreement? That's the only reason why I'm allowing you to come with me. She hit him in the shoulder. You are so controlling. Yeah, and you love me for it. He swept her off her feet and carried her into the bedroom. Pleasure before business. An hour later, Devlin watched over Bella's shoulder while she hacked her way into the police headquarters files. Do this often? He asked, not believing how devious his little red wolf could be. When I need to. She printed out a page and pointed to the printer where 5 more pages rested in the tray. Okay, we've got all 3 of the Reds' addresses, the time of the killings, and the locations where the police found the bodies. Can you think of anything else we might need? We already have a police escort. She groaned. They've been parked across the street for so long I almost forgot they were there. But then she smiled, the look pure evil. I've never attempted anything like this, but it's worth a try. She accessed the police station's computers again and sent a message to the sergeant in charge of the surveillance teams watching her house. Pull the surveillance watch on Bella Wilder's house. We'll reinstate it if we have further evidence that it's needed. She sent the message off and looked up at Devlin, her brows raised. But will it work? Maybe. For a while, possibly. Won't know for some time, probably. Want to get something to eat before we go investigating the Reds? Why couldn't you have gotten rid of the search warrants on us in the same way earlier? Ha! This might not even work. We'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, Bella hastily made tuna fish sandwiches while Devlin kept an eye on the SUV parked across the street. The vehicle wasn't moving. Bella joined him at the window, plates of sandwiches in hand. Didn't work yet? Nope. We have another problem, too. He took his plate and nodded. Thompson. But maybe Chrissy and the kids will keep him preoccupied. She motioned to the window. They've all gone inside the house. Let's hope so. Devlin began working on his second sandwich when the police SUV's engine started and the vehicle began rolling down the street away from Bella's house. Let's go, he said, already halfway to the kitchen. Bella hastily ate her sandwich and raced after him. Wait, got to get the papers with all the addresses on them. Devlin shoved the empty plate onto the kitchen counter and hurried out to the car. He punched the garage door opener, jumped into the SUV, and started the engine. Bella dashed into the garage, her expression harried. Wishing he could have sent her home to his cousin, he took a deep breath. The situation could get really hairy if they ran into any of the Reds while they searched their homes. Bella considered the Oregon map as Devlin drove out of her residential area. Head for Beaverton, west of Portland. That's where Ross lives. Nichols' place is farther out, and Alfred's ranch home is south of Portland. She rifled through the papers and pulled out the one that listed their occupations. According to a website that Nichol advertises on, he's a professional game hunter and takes people on tours. But you found that out already when you spoke with him earlier. Yeah, but not where he actually hunts. Well, here's the listing. He's a 4th-generation big hunter game guide. Devlin snorted. As in, he's all 4 generations. Bet you're right. He charges $1,500 to $3,500 for hunts in northern Idaho for mountain lions, black bear, antlered deer, and elk. Not too far away, then.
Nope. But then he also schedules 2 trips a year to South Africa for antelope, buffalo, and kudu for a price ranging from $5,000 to $10,000. And here's his schedule. He's on a hunt in Idaho for 3 days. She looked over at Devlin. He'll be home when the first of the moon appears.
In time for the fight.
Suppressing a shiver, she ran her finger down the page to a listing for Alfred. Okay, so Alfred owns a cattle ranch. Probably eats the cows on occasion when the moon's out.
Wouldn't be surprised. So what does Ross do for a living?
Owns a meat packing plant. Probably where Alfred sends his cows after fattening them up. He's located in Woodburn, a few miles south of Portland.
Woodburn.
Yeah. According to the history of the place, men were burning the brush, clearing the area to lay railroad tracks when the fire got out of hand. They have a big tulip festival, and I've collected bulbs for my garden from there. He offered a sexy smile.
Never took much notice of flowers before, but I sure do like that greenhouse of yours. In fact, I wouldn't mind working out with you there on a regular basis.
Bella rolled her eyes. My plants would all die from lack of care.
He laughed. So, where does Alfred live?
She held up 2 fingers, 2 places. One's in Portland, probably to keep closer ties to his pack in the surrounding area, and a place south of that. Well, he had a place at Cottage Grove near the Row River, where he initially had his cattle ranch. The river was named Row for the quarrel 2 men had over sheep and cattle grazing rights. Knowing the way Alfred is and his great-grandfather's legend, I wouldn't be surprised to learn he was the man who killed the other rancher. But he's moved his ranch closer to Portland, near the Willamette River by Salem. That's an hour south.
Devlin shook his head. So, Ross is probably at the meatpacking plant, running things. And who knows where Alfred is?
Turn down that street there, Bella advised, pointing right. Cross 4 more street intersections. The second house on the left is Nichols. When they reached the red brick home, Bella said, Problem is, after we've checked out Nichols' place and taken the drive to Ross's, it might be close to closing time at the meatpacking plant. If he's even at work at all today because of his injured arm. Heck, Nichol might not have even gone on his hunting expedition.
Devlin parked the SUV in Nichols' driveway and considered the house. No lights on, unless he's sleeping. Wonder if any of the rest of the pack live in the vicinity. Next-door neighbors, even.
He climbed out of the SUV, and Bella joined him. Gray-haired lady peeking through her blinds across the street is watching every move we make, she said. At a leisurely pace, Devlin checked the mailbox and pulled out a flyer. Then he headed straight for the front door as if he were a regular visitor.
No sounds inside the house. Won't take long for us to check out the place. Sense any signs of blood. See if either the murdering Red or the girl were here before. They'll be gone long before anyone can get here.
Unless someone calls the police.
Devlin picked up the newspaper lying on the front step, shoved it under his arm, and brought out his lockpicks. Within seconds, he had the door open, and they were in. Both listened for any sounds that would indicate that Nichol or anyone else was in the house, but they heard nothing. The place was silent, vacant, unless Nichol was cowering somewhere or sleeping. The neighbors will see us drop off his paper and mail for him, stay a few minutes, and then leave without taking anything, and figure we have to be friends of his.
Is that how you and your cousins got away with snooping through people's homes when you were younger?
Works like a charm. It's the sneaky ones that get caught. And, thankfully, it's cold enough here that no one will be suspicious of us for wearing gloves either. Although it won't matter at the Reds' places. They'll smell that we've been there, and catching a trace of your scent will drive them crazy to know you were there, and all they can enjoy of you is the delicious fragrance you left behind. He lifted his chin and took a deep breath. Smells like Nichol and the strong odor of dead animals.
Bella pointed at the stag heads mounted over the mantel as she made her way across the jungle of a living room. The couch covered in zebra and the chairs in leopard skins caught her eye, and she wondered if Nickel killed one of the women and took a trophy from her, too. When she walked into the cluttered kitchen, she found dirty dishes stacked in the sink, and the kitchen counter was buried in papers and half-eaten sandwiches, dried out and spotted with spreading black mold.
"A woman's been here," Devlin called out from down the hall. "Well, make that a few."
But was one of them the murdered woman? Bella peeked into the fridge. Half-soured milk and green fuzzy cheese. She wrinkled her nose and shut the door. Ransacking the drawers, she found nothing.
"Computer back here. You want to hack into his email?" Devlin shouted.
Bella bolted for the sound of his voice and found him hunched over the keyboard, windows starting up on the screen. He moved out of the chair to let her sit down. AOL. He's got it set up where he can just log in automatically. She clicked enter, and the page took forever to upload. Direct dial-up. She studied the email message subjects and chose one that said, "Looking forward to Sunday," dated 3 weeks earlier. Here's a newer picture of me, and yes, Nickel, my hair is really red, not a Clairol bottle red. I've told all my friends how we've met on the dating service. They're going to try it next, too. Got any brothers? Oh my God, Devlin. He was looking for redheads on an online dating service. Look! As if Devlin already wasn't. His heated breath caressed her neck while he looked over her shoulder. Bella's breathing slowed as she clicked on the attachment. After several excruciatingly slow seconds, the picture appeared. "It's her," Bella said. "I recognize it from the police photos in the papers. The murdered girl, Lynn McGowan." She hurriedly looked through several more emails, finding pictures of 4 more redheads from the online dating service. "Where's Lynn's residence?" Devlin asked, his voice hard. Bella pulled the papers out of her jacket pocket and fumbled through them. "South side of Portland."
"What about the other redheads he'd contacted?"
"The other girls listed in this dating service live in other parts of Oregon. They're not among those found dead here in Portland. He may never have met them once he found Lynn."
"Or if he did, and they met bad ends, he might have killed them in other locations of the state, and the police may not have connected them with the killings here."
Bella's stomach clenched while she sifted through the emails, and then she shut the computer down. "What about his bedroom? Find anything there?"
"He's been with a few women in there. I thought he might not have brought the woman who was murdered here, but maybe so. We'll have to check out her place to pick up her scent and compare."
Bella headed into the bedroom and took a deep breath. Lusty little red wolf. "Ready to go to Lynn's place?" Devlin pulled out a datebook from his pocket and flipped it open. "Nichols?"
"Yep. Found it on his desk. When was the girl murdered?"
"A week before the Mystery Red's murder."
"This just about confirms it then. Date with Lynn, noon."
"What if he met her somewhere else?" Bella asked, as Devlin guided her out of the house, pretending to lock the door, and then escorted her to the car.
In his little black book, he had listed several dates with her beforehand. The last one is the day she was found murdered. I'd bet either he brought her here at least once, or he went to her place sometime during their courtship before her death.
"The neighbor's still watching us. She undoubtedly took down our license plate number."
"No problem. We've acted above suspicion. Why would anyone break into a house and then not haul off computer equipment and a bunch of other valuable items?"
"You're right." Bella snapped her seatbelt in place. "Do you want a chance going to Woodburn to search Ross's place? We should make it before his business closes for the evening."
"Yeah. Then we can check out the murdered girls' places."
"And Alfred?"
"We'll have to leave him until tomorrow, unless we want to try investigating his place while he's there."
"We might have a police surveillance car back at our place before we return home," Bella cautioned.
"Okay, Bella, honey. We'll make it an all-night sleuthing venture. The hunt is on.
The sky was dark, with massive clouds threatening to rain, and the air was heavy with cold moisture. Devlin hoped the impending storm would hold off until they were through. He sure preferred his drier Colorado weather to this. The search for Ross's place took longer than expected because, even though his address was Woodburn, he lived a couple of miles out on a gravel road. Because of the thick trees and winding road, they couldn't see the houses hidden back off the lane until they were right on top of the drives leading to them. When Devlin finally spied the redwood house tucked back in the forest, he pulled off the main road and parked a few hundred yards from the place. Lights were on inside, and 2 vehicles were parked out front.
"Still want to check it out?"
Devlin asked, glancing at Bella. She rubbed her arms. "No. Let's go to where the women were murdered. Maybe we'll pick up Ross's scent at one of their places. Then we can check out Alfred's house in town." Devlin pulled back onto the main road and returned to Portland, where Bella directed him to Lynn's apartment. The rain was spitting by the time they reached the apartment's door, and Devlin mused that folks in Oregon couldn't ever tan. They just rusted. Devlin picked the lock, but before they opened the door, a woman wearing pink foam curlers in her white hair, a pinstriped housecoat, and purple sneakers peeked out her door. She gave Bella a sad kind of smile. "Hi, you must be Lynn's sister. The poor thing. When I was laid up with a broken leg several months ago, she brought me canned chicken soup. She didn't cook, you know. I told the police there were 6 guys or more seeing her. She told me it was some online dating service." The woman shook her head, making the curlers jiggle. "Darn foolishness and dangerous, I thought. Meet them at church, I told her. But she wouldn't go to church. Do you go to services? See, if she'd been in Bible studies and listened to a sermon about the Lord and not seeing whoever murdered her that Sunday, she'd have been fine, I figure. I was away at a social gathering after services, so didn't get home until that evening. But by then it was too late. She sure wasn't lonely. Do you need anything?" "No, thank you," Bella said in a small voice. Devlin rubbed her arm and the neighbor smiled. "You two must be newlyweds. Congratulations." "Thank you," Bella said. Devlin pushed the door open.
"It was nice meeting you."
He didn't have time for niceties. Then he closed the door after them. Taking a deep breath, Devlin pulled Bella into his embrace.
"Are you okay?"
I didn't expect a nosy neighbor." But he knew Bella's upset was due to more than that. The more they learned about the dead girls and the Reds, the more personal the situation got.
"The old woman's lonely. Probably doesn't have anything much to keep her occupied. But I bet you anything that, if it was Ross's doing, he planned the Sunday killing, because the next-door neighbor wasn't going to be home."
Bella agreed and turned on Lynn's computer. Before long, Bella was hacking into her email. The only emails linking her to the dating service were sent to 9 other men. Nothing that she emailed to Ross.
"He deleted them to cover his trail,"
Devlin concluded.
He took a deep breath. "His scent is in here, and the smell of antiseptic and blood. He cleaned the place thoroughly, but he didn't expect Lupus gurus to be checking for his scent."
They combed through the rest of the place and found nothing but the smell of Lynn's blood and perfume in the bedroom. "He never took her to his place," Bella said.
"Too wily. He left the other guy's emails to her so the police would consider them all suspects. I imagine that, when he learned she was seeing other guys and not just him, he was pretty pissed off."
A knock on the front door nearly gave Bella a heart attack, and she let out a squeak. Devlin gave her hand a reassuring squeeze and then answered the door while Bella turned off the computer. The old woman next door gave Bella a kindly smile. Lynn felt so badly that my favorite gold necklace had broken. She gave me hers to keep. Said she didn't really ever wear it. But since you're her sister, I'd like for you to have it.
Bella began to object, but Devlin took the necklace. Thank you. She'll treasure it. As soon as Devlin and Bella climbed back into the SUV, she let out her breath. Why did you take it? The old lady waved at them as Devlin backed out of the driveway, and Bella waved back at her. Do you see how similar it is to the one we found in the woods? I have a hunch that's why Nickel was concerned when you showed him the other. Maybe he even gave it to Lynn, but when he went to remove it, he couldn't find it because she'd given it to her next-door neighbor.
Sounds like Lynn didn't have any sentimental attachment to it. Maybe not to Nickel either. Wish we could have found a diary of hers or something.
If she'd had one and it had any reference to him, he would have destroyed it. Devlin smelled the necklace and nodded. His scent is on it.
So he was the last one to see Lynn alive.
I'd say that was a safe bet. What about the location of the other two murdered women?
Bella searched through the papers. Oh my God, I didn't see this before, but one lived only a couple of doors down from Alfred's townhome. She looked over at Devlin. He couldn't have killed a woman too.
Let's find out.
Bella was sure Nickel had murdered one of the girls because of the way he seemed so upset over the necklace. But Alfred had wanted the patch of red wolf fur she'd found in the murdered girl's apartment when she and Devlin were on the run. Did he think Bella had found it in the apartment of a girl he might have been seeing?
No houses, Devlin said, driving through the development. Condos, duplexes, townhouses. I can't imagine he'd want a place so compact. No yard, front or back.
He has a big ranch. He probably doesn't stay here that often. Maybe just for pack business.
Or picking up women.
Bella glanced at him. Yeah, way out on the ranch. All he'd have was a bunch of cows.
They drove slowly past Alfred's place, where 6 vehicles were parked.
The girl's place is 2 houses down. There, in that duplex. Looks like no one's home next door.
Seeing a police lockbox securing the front door, Devlin pulled around the back under the metal carport. A lockbox secured the back door, too, but at least Bella and Devlin were hidden from prying eyes. For several seconds, Devlin tried to unlock the box using his toolkit. Bella's skin prickled with uneasiness. Eyeing a side window, she moved closer to check it out. When she pushed against the window pane, trying to move it up, it didn't budge. Glancing over at Devlin, she saw him watching her, waiting to see if she was successful. She gave him a lopsided half-smile and pointed to the lockbox.
Can't get it open?
Take me a few seconds more.
He went back to work. Looking up, she found another window directly above the locked one. Devlin was struggling away with the lock, getting a little more aggressive, but not making any headway. Bella surveyed the area but couldn't find anything that would help her reach the upper floor window, except for a plastic trash can on wheels. Devlin, do you want to see if you can hoist me up and I'll check the window? See if it's unlocked?
He grunted. It'll only take me a few more seconds to unlock this.
Fine, have it your way.
She grabbed the garbage can and rolled it underneath the window. He stopped what he was doing and gave her a disgruntled look. Here, you'll end up breaking your neck, Devlin warned, shoving his lockpick set into his jacket pocket. He lifted Bella onto his shoulders and, as if she'd been on an exhibition cheerleading squad for years, she nimbly balanced herself on his shoulder blades. When she shoved at the window, it didn't budge. Devlin snorted. Just hold still and I'll try again. It might just be a little stuck. Bella pushed again and thought she felt a tiny give. It's unlocked. I see the latch is turned, but it's a bit cemented in place. Maybe we should switch places, and I'll open the window.
Very fun. Oh, here it goes. The window suddenly gave, sliding up, and Bella lost her balance, her feet slipping off Devlin's shoulders. In a desperate attempt to avoid falling, she grabbed the windowsill and hung on, her gloved hands smarting where the metal window grooves dug into them. Devlin grabbed her feet and then lifted her until she could pull herself through the opening. As soon as she clambered into the bedroom, she knocked over a bunch of makeup jars and a mess of other items on the dresser, sending them crashing to the wooden floor. "Are you all right?" Devlin called out. Bella got to her feet and peered out the window at a worried-looking Devlin. "A cat burglar I am not. I'll open the window down below. Be just a second." She glanced at the sheets and floral comforter torn in shreds, half dragging on the floor. Not good. And she could smell the blood in the room, too. But not just what must have been the girl's blood. She smelled a hint of Ross's blood, remembering the scent after she had sliced him with her knife in the living room. She shivered to think she'd danced with 2 murdering Reds and hadn't had a clue. Stumbling through the living room where the couch and overstuffed chairs were ripped to pieces, stuffing scattered everywhere, she finally managed to make it to the kitchen. The room looked as if an earthquake had hit here, too, or a wild animal had torn up the place. Her boots crunched through broken dishes and shattered spice jars, the smell of cinnamon and paprika mixing in a nauseating medley. Reaching the kitchen window, she unlocked it and yanked up the glass. "I smelled Ross's blood upstairs. She must have drawn blood when he tried to murder her. The smell of her blood is scattered throughout the duplex, too." Devlin stood inside the kitchen, surveying the damage. "He tried to make it appear like a burglary." "How can you tell?" "Computer hard drive's missing, but keyboard's still at the desk. Monitor's gone. No printer, but there's the cord." Devlin pulled open several kitchen drawers. "Silverware's gone, but the spatulas, serving forks, and knives are all here." She followed Devlin into the living room. "No television, no stereo. And I bet upstairs you won't find any jewelry," he said and sniffed the air. Bella's gaze shifted to the Disney prints on the living room walls, all knocked askew. The brightly colored pictures complemented her floral seating arrangement, bright and cheerful, at one time. A collection of family photos hung on another wall, featuring the red-headed girl herself, surrounded by what looked like her mother and father, and a younger brother and sister, all with gleeful blue eyes and wide smiles. The Cinderella castle spires rose in a lighted backdrop behind them. Bella clenched her hands into fists. The Reds who had murdered these girls were no more than savage killers. Now, she had no regrets if any of them should die at Devlin's hand. But her concern that he'd be overwhelmed by the 3 of them worried her more than anything. When they reached the stairs, Devlin motioned to the carpet. "Blood trails all of the way up. Scratches on the handrail indicate that she was still struggling to get away from him." Was he enjoying the torture? Bella asked, sickened at the way Ross's twisted mind worked. "More like a rabid wolf. No control." But the police must have been baffled. She was killed in the same manner as the others. The police report said canine saliva was found in her bite wounds. Why would Ross have tried to cover his tracks with a faked burglary? Maybe he didn't fake it. Maybe he really did burglarize the place. Bella considered the possibility and agreed. That could be. I wonder if he was looking for something that connected him with her, too. Did he date her first, like Nickel had Lynn? Or had he just stalked her and then attempted the change? Not sure. Either could be a viable possibility. Devlin shut the bedroom window and then led Bella back downstairs. "Where to now, Bella? The last murdered girl's place, or do we check out Ross's house again?" "What about his meatpacking plant? It should be closed for the night." She climbed out the kitchen window. Devlin followed and then shut it. A clap of thunder let loose another bout of rain, but thankfully the carport kept them from getting wet. "Let's find the other woman's apartment first and check it out." Boy, I really thought that since this one lived so close to Alfred, he targeted her, not Ross, Bella said. He probably saw her outside of her duplex sometime when he was visiting Alfred. "Do you think Alfred killed the other girl then?" Bella climbed into the SUV. "If so, the Red Pack's doomed unless we can take care of the bad seeds." They drove around the front of the townhouse and pulled to a stop at the street. A police cruiser drove on by slowly, the officer glancing in their direction. Bella's heart nearly gave out. "We could be the resident next door," Devlin said, trying to reassure her. "Right." But she didn't feel at all reassured. That's all they needed right now, some cop asking them why they were in the parking area of the unoccupied duplex when they didn't live there. "The last girl on our list is Lisa Campbell. The first girl reported murdered. Her place is located on the other side of town." Devlin drove them past Alfred's place, but it was even more crowded with cars now. The time was nearly 8 when they reached the victim's house. But already they could see a dilemma. Lights were on in several of the rooms, and 3 vehicles were parked out front. "Looks like it's a little busy for a visit, Bella." She ground her teeth. "We have to know if Alfred killed her. Since he appears to be preoccupied in town, let's take a country drive and check out his cows." But she couldn't shake the eerie feeling that someone was watching them. Chapter 17. Devlin noticed Bella checking out the side view mirror again and saw the tension in her stiffened spine. "See anything?" "I thought I saw a black Humvee twice now, but when I look back, it's gone, vanished in the rain." "I've seen it before." Bella looked at Devlin. "When?" "When we were at the dance club. I saw it parked there, and then again when I took a look in the Cascades for any evidence of the murdering Red's complicity. It followed me for a while and then disappeared." "A Red? Or Volan?" "Volan would have confronted me. The windows were too dark. I couldn't see the driver, but I gathered he was a Red. Wary, questioning, but something more. I can't pinpoint the gut feeling I have about it, except that, even though he's hostile, a Red not liking a Gray in the Red's territory and has his sights set on the only female Red wolf who's young enough to be pursued. He doesn't seem to have any evil purpose." "Like reporting our actions to Alfred." "Right." Devlin was more curious than worried about the Red's business. The downpour worsened along the highway, and Devlin hoped that the rain would help hide their clandestine activities when they reached Alfred's ranch. Bella tapped her fingers on her door's armrest. "This means he might be one of the older males who wants you to eradicate the killers from the pack." "Possibly." "You don't think so?" she asked, her voice elevated in surprise. "When I was alone, he followed much closer, more aggressively, letting me know he was there and watching. But when you're with me, he hangs back, almost as though he knows he has no chance with you when I'm around." "The mystery murdering Red?" "Maybe. But I don't really think so. The one who followed us into the woods, the one we recognized as the murderer, behaves differently. Skulks more in the background. I wished I'd paid more attention to who else was at the club that night. The Humvee was there, which meant this Red was watching you, us, but I sure didn't get a whiff of either the murderer or this guy." "Huh," Bella said, folding her arms. As hot and sweaty as the humans were getting, covered in their cloying perfumes and colognes, I had enough of a time trying to smell the Reds we met up with. I was concentrating on a female Red in the midst of a bunch of lusty Red males. I should have known there would have been more of them there." Devlin peered into the fog, trying to locate the turnoff for Alfred's ranch. "I hacked into the files at the county courthouse. He owns the deed on a 700-acre spread,
Tax records show he has 760 steers on the ranch and gets paid on the gain at a rate of 30 cents per pound per day, with a gain of 300 pounds. Not too shabby. He pays a tax assessment on the irrigation water from a canal, but, according to this, he doesn't need the irrigation water and has fought with City Hall about reducing or doing away with the tax. Devlin snorted. Why would anyone need irrigation water in a place as wet as this? Bella chuckled. Ready to go home to Colorado and dry out? You bet. Okay. There's a river on his property, and his main house sits on a hill high above the ranch. Main house? Yeah. He has a second home, mobile home, and a bunkhouse, machine shop, 3 large granaries, 2 loafing shed barns with feeders, an additional barn, and 2 sets of corrals with portable scales. Holy crap, Bella, honey. Can you imagine how many Reds work for him and probably live on the property? Bella frowned at him. But Alfred's not there. Devlin shook his head. No, but most of the rest of his pack might be. He turned off onto the ranch road along the river in a pretty valley surrounded by timbered mountains. They spotted several elk, cows, yearlings, and horses on higher ground. Some of the lower-lying pasture lands were underwater. All of the buildings rested on the hilltop above the valley, and Devlin shut off his headlights and crawled along the road, trying to get as close to the main house as he could without garnering anyone's attention. The Humvee's behind us again, Bella whispered, as if the guy could hear them. But he turned off his headlights, too. Maybe he hopes to box us in, if he backs Alfred. On the other hand, I wouldn't have expected him to turn off his headlights. He's got to know we realize he's following us. Devlin parked some distance from the house in the dark, and then he and Bella headed through the pelting rain for the backside of the place, where windows enjoyed a view of the valley. He glanced up at the eaves and roofline. No security cameras. Bella motioned to the bunkhouse a couple of football fields away, where several pickup trucks were parked. No need, she whispered, when he's got such a huge security force nearby. Devlin grabbed the doorknob on the back patio doors and smiled when the door opened without resistance. He must feel really secure out here with all his hired muscle. Inside, the place was super elegant. Leather couches, Persian rugs, crystal chandeliers, oil paintings of the Oregon coastline, and brass wolf sculptures. Devlin didn't bother turning on the lights, not needing them anyway, and made his way through the 3 spacious living areas, searched the kitchen, which was big enough to serve large parties, and then headed to the bedrooms, both he and Bella dripping water everywhere. Every one of the bedrooms was outfitted for guests, with bathrooms for each, dressers and sitting rooms, and balconies. In the last one, the room was larger than the rest and even more highly appointed, with a brown velvet comforter on a raised bed, massive oak furniture that filled the room, and oil paintings of men and women hanging on the walls, maybe his family over several generations. Bella grabbed an old leather-bound book off a shelf in a sitting area. His journal? Werewolf legend. Devlin made a face as she stuffed it into her jacket. Humans don't have a clue about the real Lupus Guru legend, and Lupus Gurus aren't permitted to set down the oral history in writing, which is why some clans became confused as to what the real story is, Devlin said, while Bella sat down at Alfred's computer. Her fingers flying at the keyboard, she retorted, Right, Grey clans got it mixed up, you mean? She let out her breath in exasperation. Nothing on his computer, email, files, correspondence. Bella scanned the rest of his computer. Not a darn thing. She looked up at Devlin as he paused while searching through dresser drawers. I smell lots of Reds who have been here, which would be typical. Pack probably meets here regularly. And the murdering Red? I smell him here, too. I got a whiff of him in one of the guest bedrooms. But no humans. Alfred probably figures it's too dangerous to bring them to his lair.
Then he thought he heard a faint sound of something, but before he could listen further, a woman suddenly called out from the foyer. "Hello?" "Damn," Devlin said under his breath, wondering why he hadn't heard the front door opening. He locked the bedroom door and hurried to open a back door onto the patio. Bella turned off the computer and joined him. But as soon as they sneaked around the side of the property, trying to reach their car, the heavy rain instantly dousing them, a woman ran outside, yelling into a phone, "Someone's broken into the master's house. Yes. I don't know. It smelled like a gray, and a female red." "What? What do you mean keep them here? They're not here." Oh, I think I see a vehicle down the road in the dark. Yes, it's a black SUV. The woman was shrieking so loud, Devlin was sure whoever was listening had to hold the phone away from his ear or lose his hearing. Devlin rushed Bella down to the SUV, and both jumped in just as a couple of truck engines rumbled to life. "Oh, hell, Devlin. The cavalry's coming." Bella wrung out her hair and wiped the rainwater off her face. "We'll make it, honey." But he wasn't sure they would. With nowhere to turn easily and the shoulders along the gravel road pure mud because of the hammering constant rain, he headed straight for the pickup trucks in a dare-to-hit-me mode, chasing one off the hill. The pickup got stuck in the water-drenched mud, but the other truck was still game. Bella gripped the seat and looked out the side view mirror. "The Humvee's behind us." Again, Devlin wondered if the Humvee driver intended to box him in. But instead, the vehicle slipped on past him and headed straight for the pickup. "Geez, Devlin, he appears to be on our side. Or plain nuts." At the last second, the pickup veered, clipping the Humvee's front fender, causing the pickup to spin out of control and plow into the side of one of the barns. The Humvee flipped around too and ended up facing Devlin's vehicle. Devlin paused, making sure the Humvee driver's vehicle wasn't incapacitated. For a second, the two vehicles faced each other in a gunfight standoff, and then Devlin turned his SUV around in the gravel and drove slowly, watching to see if the Humvee followed them. When it did, he nodded, assured the guy's vehicle was fine. "Wonder who the guy is. Could use him for backup when the going gets rough," he said. "I'd sure like to know his story." She sighed deeply. "We didn't find one lick of evidence on Alfred yet." "I think he's too wily to keep anything around that could incriminate him. The only other thing would be if we could get in the house of the last girl who was murdered. If we smelled him there, that would cinch it." When they reached the main road, Devlin turned his headlights back on for the benefit of other vehicles. "The Humvee went in the opposite direction." "Too bad. I was beginning to like the guy." "He could be bad news." That he could. But Devlin's gut instinct told him the mystery red wasn't. For several miles, Bella watched her side view mirror. Because of the bad road conditions, the water puddled up in ponds in places on the highway, and the rain ran down the windshield like a continuous rampant waterfall. Devlin concentrated on what was in front of them. "Maybe we can check out the girl's place now." Bella stared at the headlight shining on her side view mirror and studied the forest green SUV skulking behind them. "I think someone else is following us." Devlin looked up at his rearview mirror. "Saw one like it parked at the mobile home on Alfred's property." Bella made a face. "Great. Then they know we're on to them." "Well, not that they wouldn't know already." "I imagine the woman who ratted on us probably called Alfred at his home in Portland and warned him that we were snooping around his country estate." "Well, tit for tat. He broke into your place. Payback can be hell." "Yeah. We dripped water all over his expensive carpets." "And you stole his favorite bedtime book. So what did you learn from the human-concocted werewolf legend?" She flipped through the book, scanning several pages, and then gave a ladylike snort. "A human wrote it." Devlin raised a brow.
What did it say?
Why should you care? You already said humans don't have a clue.
You're right. So, what did it say?
She cast him an annoyed look. A Scandinavian white wolf was the first lupus guru. Devlin laughed out loud. Bella threw the book into the back seat. I told you it was a bunch of nonsense. She glanced back at the vehicle following them. Can you lose the SUV?
I could do better than that. He jerked the rental SUV over to the shoulder of the road, and the green one jammed on its brakes and stopped several feet behind them. Her heart skipping beats, Bella grabbed Devlin's arm.
What if the SUV's packed with Reds? You can't fight them all.
The other vehicle idled behind them. Devlin's neck muscle tightened, and his knuckles turned white from the grip he had on the steering wheel.
Devlin, we might as well return home if they know what we're up to. Even if we manage to lose them, the word's probably out that we're investigating the murders.
I imagine by now the whole pack knows, and every one of them will be watching for us, either at Ross's place, his packing plant, or the murdered girls' houses, if they don't know we've been at any of them, unless they've checked them out and found our scent there.
He gave a satisfied smile. Right. Bella let out her breath. Hell, that means Alfred's involved. Otherwise, he'd terminate Ross and Nickel himself for creating all of this mess, and the other Red, too.
Devlin glanced in the rearview mirror. Unless he's a loner. Not part of the pack. He pulled back onto the road and headed for Bella's house. The rain would let up intermittently, and then pour hard again in places, but she could still see the green SUV following them. Twice, the rental SUV Devlin was driving slid like a skater out of control on the waterlogged road. Nearly worse than the ice in Colorado, he groused under his breath. When they finally neared Bella's house, the green SUV suddenly headed down a side road and took off. But Bella and Devlin had a new surprise waiting for them. 2 police cars and a fire engine, their lights flashing, were parked in front of Bella's place. Her stomach took an instant dive. Smoke was billowing into the night sky in the backyard behind her house. Her greenhouse and shed were on fire. Devlin pulled into the garage, barely parking before Bella jerked open the door and leapt from the car and dashed out the garage door to the backyard. "Bella!" She heard Devlin's heavy footfall behind her as a policeman tried to block her path to the greenhouse. Despite the intermittent heavy rainfall, the roof protected the fire blazing inside, and the firemen had to use hoses to bring the blaze under control. "My plants!" Bella cried, trying to get to her shed, but Devlin gathered her against his body and held her tight. "You can't go near it, Bella," he said, half commanding, half trying to console her. Another vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the house, and Thompson, Chrissy, and her kids piled out of the car. "Oh my gosh, Bella," Chrissy said, running to join her. "What happened?" "Vandals," one of the policemen said. "Whoever did it broke most of the windows in the greenhouse, trashed the inside, and then poured gallons of gasoline everywhere. Luckily, the wind died down before the blaze really took hold, or the house might have caught fire." Thompson rubbed Chrissy's arm. "Why don't you take the kids in the house and I'll be over in a little bit?" But Chrissy looked devastated and didn't seem to want to leave Bella alone. Shivering, her kids stood out of the rain on the back patio, their eyes and mouths wide as they gaped at the fire. Chrissy gave Bella's hand a squeeze and said, "Call me." Then she hurried the kids to her house. Thompson shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at the dwindling inferno. "Police called me to say that whoever set fire to your greenhouse must have been the one who hacked into the police headquarters and sent a bogus message to Sergeant Reddy, who pulled the police detail watching your place." Thompson shook his head. "This Volan character is sure vindictive." "Volan?"
Bella was sure the Reds had burned the greenhouse, probably in retaliation for snooping around Alfred's house. She tried to get closer to the building to see if she could pick up the red scent or Volan's, but Devlin wasn't letting her get any nearer, and she growled at him. Without warning, an explosion rocked the greenhouse. Splintered glass and wood flew across the backyard, and Devlin yanked Bella behind the garage while everyone else took cover. "Hell," one of the firemen said. "What did you have in there?" "Fertilizers, garden chemicals, gas for my mower." "Not sure what else," Bella said, making her way back to where she'd been standing, her eyes filled with tears and her heart in her throat. In the next instant, the greenhouse roof collapsed, and everyone dashed for safety again. Once it appeared the greenhouse was settled in ruins, the firemen returned to put out the rest of the flames, now smoldering in the twisted metal, glass, and wood debris. "Thankfully, your next-door neighbor, Mr. Sherman, called in the vandalism," one of the policemen said. "Mr. Sherman said he thought the guy was going to torch the house, so he began yelling on the phone to 911 all the details about the guy. Big, dark-haired, sounded a lot like Volan." Thompson looked back at Bella and Devlin. She hoped she didn't look as guilty as she felt. "You didn't see or hear anything?" he asked. The policeman offered. "They weren't here. They just arrived shortly before you did." Thompson looked from Bella to Devlin, and she knew he was waiting for a report, but neither of them said anything. "Guess it was good you weren't home then," Thompson said, "or Volan might have tried to do more." He turned this attention back to the police officer. "Is the watch back on the house?" "You bet. Police Chief Whitaker himself directed it. He said there's to be no more foul-ups or heads will roll. Now only he can change the order." Bella exchanged a glance with Devlin. Their sleuthing days appeared to be over, unless they wanted a police escort tailing them, or they could think up some other creative way to get rid of a tail. Early the next morning, even though it was dark, with threatening storm clouds hovering overhead like a permanent menace, Devlin reached out for Bella in bed, but he found her gone. He listened, hoping to hear her butler announcing new email or the sound of her cooking in the kitchen. Nothing. And then the rain, pitter-pattering at first, followed by a roar as it drowned the area, filled his ears. He was sure if he didn't leave here soon, his skin would start wearing a coat of green moss or mold. Shoving the covers aside, he headed out of the bedroom. She wasn't in her office. She couldn't be in the greenhouse now. The thought of the ruined greenhouse sickened him. When he returned her to Colorado, he'd build her one twice as big. He strode through the living room, but then he saw her standing in the green velvet robe on the back porch, staring at the burned wreckage. Growling at the insidiousness of whoever torched her building, he pulled the door open and stalked inside. She took a deep breath and rubbed her arms. Devlin pulled her into his embrace and kissed the top of her head. "Come on back inside, Bella, honey. I'll make you something to eat." Was it Volan or the Reds? That's what I can't quit worrying about. The Reds. Volan doesn't know where you live. She looked up at him. He gave her a small smile. "I sniffed around the wreckage when you were sound asleep last night. I didn't want you to worry, but I knew you'd be more concerned if it was Volan." "I couldn't make myself check it out." She let out her breath and, for the first time since they'd found her greenhouse on fire, she relaxed. "Come on inside, Bella. I know Chrissy's kids are back at their dad's, but I don't want Thompson to see me dressed like this, if he's still at Chrissy's house, in case anyone peeks over your fence." Bella glanced down at Devlin's nudity and her lips rose a hair. "You are one big, very bad wolf, you know." "And all yours," He coaxed her back inside the house, ready to prove it. What about investigating the Reds further?
We're done with that for now, honey. Time for the big showdown as soon as the moon makes its appearance. I'm sure at that time we'll resolve the issue of the murdered girls once and for all.
Later that morning, Chrissy pounded on the back door, her face solemn. Bella let her in and glanced at the blueberry pie Chrissy was holding. Chrissy handed her the pie. "I'm so sorry about your greenhouse. I wanted to come over last night and say something more, but Henry stayed late and helped me take the kids over to their dad's place. Then, well," she shrugged. Saddened about her greenhouse, Bella managed a small smile, glad that Chrissy had found someone she enjoyed being with after her husband had dumped her for a much younger woman. "I'm thrilled the two of you hit it off so well. Come in. I'm sorry I've been kind of distant, too. Henry and I have been dating up a storm and, well, you know how it is when you're getting involved with someone. I have to make time for the kids, too, so it's been a juggle." "No problem." Bella headed for the kitchen and Chrissy followed, glancing around the living room. Bella was sure she looked for signs of the naked hunk and was glad Chrissy hadn't come any earlier in the day. "Devlin still sleeping?" Chrissy took a seat at the dining room table. "Devlin's looking over some emails. Want a slice of pie?" Bella carved up a piece. "Sure. Things have been awfully quiet over here. Well, except for the insurance people and the arson investigators tromping all over the place." Chrissy took the plate Bella handed her. "I wondered if you needed me to run out and get you anything. I imagine you don't want to leave the house after what has happened, and Devlin shouldn't leave you alone." No one needed a neighborhood watch program with Chrissy acting as the eyes and the ears of the whole community. "We've been rather preoccupied, but we have plenty to eat and are just fine." Chrissy sat at the table and considered Bella's neck. This morning, at least, Bella's appearance was neater, although she imagined Chrissy was looking at the hickey gracing her throat. Bella's hair rolled in shiny waves over her shoulders and down her back. No one would suspect Devlin's hands had tangled her curls in the throes of passion only half an hour earlier. Chrissy scooped up a bite of crust, stained blue and dripping with berries. "Are the two of you getting married?" "We've already done so, in the Lupus Guru way." Chrissy's eyes widened. "When?" "About the time we first had our reunion." How could Bella explain that, for Lupus Gurus, selecting a mate meant for a lifetime, and the traditional human-contrived marriage vows meant nothing? How half the human population ended up divorcing the same mate they promised to share their lives with together forever. Look at Chrissy, even. Chrissy seemed saddened not to have been told earlier. But then she looked at Bella's unadorned fingers. Explaining the lack of a wedding ring would be even harder. "Allergic to metal." Bella flipped her hair back and pointed to her ears. "No earrings, no bracelets, no necklaces. Can't wear any kind of metal." In truth, most jewelry hindered their turning into the wolf. If it didn't, it would be lost with the change. Or, in the case of pierced ear jewelry, what would someone think if they found a wolf with pearls or gold secured to the leather of their ears? Chrissy glanced at Bella's wrist. "Geez, I never realized." Her gaze met Bella's. "I never noticed you don't even wear a watch." "Nope, can't." "How do you tell time?" "Clocks. When I'm in the escape, it has a clock. The computer has the time. The oven, microwave, my alarm clock in the bedroom. Clocks surround me. If I'm somewhere that I don't know the time, I just ask." She couldn't let Chrissy know she had an innate ability to know the time from the elevation of the sun in the sky. "I would have liked to have been present when you got married," Chrissy said softly. "I would have gotten you something." Bella's heart wrenched. She hadn't wanted to hurt her feelings. Bella gave her a hug, and Chrissy reciprocated with a heartfelt embrace. Chrissy, you have been the best of friends, and I don't want to ever lose that. But I imagine you know I left my heart in Colorado, and now that Devlin has found me, we'll be returning there soon. Oh, Chrissy sniffled. Oh, sure, I knew it would happen someday because of all of the pictures of your family you keep on the fridge. I can't tell if it'll ever come to that, but if you're back there and Henry and I, well, if he, asks you to marry him, yeah, I realize it's way too early, but if it did happen, would you be my matron of honor? Bella smiled. You bet. She might even entice Devlin to come with her to the wedding. Actually, she was certain he wouldn't let her return alone. Devlin, too. I'd want him to come. You could use my extra guest room. He'd love to. Devlin walked into the dining room, but despite the smile that lifted his lips, his countenance was dark. What would I love to do? Chrissy groaned and the two ladies separated. Tell him later. I'd hate for him to think I was scheming where Henry was concerned. Bella smiled. We'll keep in touch. What with the internet? You can keep me posted. We can email each other daily. I'll check your blog every day, and you can upload your kids' drawings. It'll almost be like I haven't left. She waved at the pie sitting on the counter. Chrissy baked us one of her famous blueberry pies. Want a piece? Yeah, I could use some quick energy. He winked at Bella. You know how much I like blueberries, and... He reached into the fridge. Whipped cream. Chrissy quickly finished the last bite of her pie. I've got to go. Enjoy. I'll talk to the two of you later. Her cheeks colored crimson as she hurried out the back door. Bella touched Devlin's arm. You embarrassed Chrissy. She loves it. He dabbed whipped cream on top of his pie. So, what's the bad news, Devlin? As he met her gaze, his brown eyes darkened. Alfred wants us to meet him, and he wants to fight me for you. His whole pack will be there. He's laid down the challenge, and... You'll win, Devlin. I have no doubt about that. But we need to find the unknown killer, not establish your right to have me to the satisfaction of a bunch of Reds. It's a challenge I can't refuse. If we weren't in their territory, and you weren't one of their kind, I'd have to agree with you. But under the circumstances... She growled at him and stabbed her fork into her pie. We have more important concerns. We don't know for sure that Alfred killed anyone. This is important to me, Bella. At least while we're here, I have to prove to the Reds that you're mine. That no one can make a claim to you. She attempted to curb the annoyance she felt. She hated this part of being a lupus guru. The part that could mean her losing Devlin. She was certain he could win against the Red, but the problem was that two more Reds wanted her. They wouldn't allow him time to recuperate. And she couldn't help feeling that the Reds should be handling this matter with Ross and Nickel. Neither one of them was the leader, and both of them had murdered girls. So why didn't the pack take them down? Because Alfred approved it. Fine. Despite the objections Devlin would raise, she'd take her gun to even out the odds a bit if he needed her help. Even if the bullets weren't silver, they'd do enough temporary damage to save Devlin's hide until he could heal. No Red would have her who hadn't earned her justly. Hell, no one but Devlin would have her. Then the image came to mind of Volin, standing before her 1 second, lying on the ground dead the next, and alive after that. She quashed a shudder that threatened to undo her resolve. Still, the bullets had knocked him out for a time. Thinking it might work better, she'd aim for the head this time. When and where are we to meet? She asked, not at all happy about the circumstances. Wolf Rock, as soon as the moon makes its appearance. I still say you should have stayed with my cousin. Well, I think you already decided I was a better asset here with you than off with some distant cousin of yours. She raised a brow, hoping that was his reasoning. He grunted. The notion had occurred to me that he might make a play for you himself. She laughed. So that's the real reason you agreed to let me stay by your side, mate of mine? She pointed to a map of the Cascades. Wolf Rock is close to my cabin. She twisted her hair between her fingers, trying to ease the concern that chilled her skin. But what about the escort service we have out front? One of the Red's older couples is coming to see us. They'll drive our Suburban out of the garage and, hopefully, the police will tail them. They'll be heading east toward Colorado. If that doesn't work, Alfred said he'd work up another plan. Then all would be decided. At least with the Reds. With Volan, that was another matter. 2 days later, still several hours before the waxing crescent of the moon appeared and the first clear day since storms had pelted the area, a knocking at the front door made Bella's heart nearly leap out of her chest while she worked on a pressed flower picture of a variety of Colorado wildflowers, a parting gift for Chrissy. Devlin pulled Bella from the kitchen stool where she'd been working at the counter and held her close, kissing her cheek. Let's get this over with and return to Colorado. But the killer? I think we'll find out at Wolf Rock which one is the mystery murderer. Yeah, despite her considering otherwise, she assumed the murderer would be the right age to want to run the pack if Alfred and the others fell. Together, she and Devlin went to the front door to let the Reds in. The man and woman appeared to be in their 70s, both gray-haired. They must have assumed the police wouldn't guess their ploy. And being that the couple was older, the police wouldn't see them as a threat to Bella or Devlin either as they approached the house. To her surprise, the woman hugged Bella, and the man slapped Devlin on the back in greeting. Then he reached over to hug Bella, and Devlin growled low. She frowned at him to cool it, but the red male tensed and backed off. After showing the police that these people were friends, not foes, Devlin closed the door. The woman quickly donned a long red wig, while the man covered his gray hair with a dark brown one. The woman eyed her for a moment and then gave an evasive smile. I see now what's got our boys stirred up. Haven't seen a marriageable one like you in a while. Who's the rogue who's killing the human females? Bella asked, figuring if the woman knew she wouldn't tell her, but that her response itself might give a clue. The woman snorted. He's a lone wolf. Got to be. Not one of the pack. If he's looking for a mate and a loner, why doesn't he come for me then? Only the 3 from your pack have approached me. The woman glanced at the man. Her reaction clued Bella into the truth. Nickel and Ross were definitely in on the killings. Alfred's role was still not confirmed, but she highly suspected he was in on them too. All 3 were sure to fight Devlin, and maybe even the mystery 4th. Devlin handed the man the Suburban's keys. Be sure to turn it in at the rental company when you're through with it. The old man grunted. Ditching the SUV somewhere in the wilderness and then running like a wolf were more what the old man had in mind. At least, that's what Bella would do if the roles were reversed. The man motioned to the woman. Let's go. The 2 disappeared into the garage, and Bella and Devlin posted themselves at the front door. A bead of perspiration trickled between her breasts as they watched out the window to see if the police would take the bait. Chapter 18. The rental Suburban pulled out of Bella's driveway and headed through the development, an older couple from the Red Lupus Guru pack driving it. After a moment's hesitation, the unmarked police car followed. Now what, Devlin? Bella asked. Her voice was tight and worried. Her cheeks flushed faintly. He hated to see her so concerned, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Now we wait for... A different Suburban, this one black, pulled in front of the house. Is it a red Escort? The police wouldn't send someone else, would they? I don't think so. Devlin started to walk outside. Bella tugged at his arm. Wait for me. I've got to do something. He couldn't help looking at her in disbelief. My mother always said to use the bathroom before I went anywhere, she hastily explained. Just don't leave without me. He tilted his chin down. I won't be leaving without you, honey. That's for certain. Her eyes held a wealth of worry. She nodded and whipped around, disappearing down the hall. Folding his arms, he watched out the window while a man climbed out of the vehicle. Again, this one appeared older, only his hair was nearly white. They must have thought Devlin and Bella wouldn't feel threatened by pack members who were way past the age of scrapping well. Bella soon joined Devlin and placed her hand in his. Sorry, I had to really go to the bathroom. Her hand was ice cold, and he hated that she seemed so scared. Gripping her hand tightly, he tried to warm it up on the way to the SUV. Once inside the vehicle, the man glanced at them through the rearview mirror, his gaze shifting from Bella to Devlin. He snorted and then drove the vehicle past Chrissy's house. Plain as day, Chrissy was watching out the window with a phone pressed against her ear, her brow wrinkled with concern, her hand waving in distress as she spoke. Devlin looked back and observed her as she bolted outside and recorded the license plate of the vehicle on a slip of paper. Great neighborhood watch, eh? A force of one, Bella whispered to Devlin. Yeah. Hope Henry doesn't have the police chief put an all points out on us before we make it to our destination and take care of business. She sighed deeply. They'll think we're in on some kind of bad guy caper, what with leading the police astray. They might think we've been coerced into leaving with them. Hopefully, we'll be long gone before they question us further. The killings of the women will stop. She shook her head. But Rosa will never be found. She'll be with me in Colorado, if anyone knows where to look. She nestled her head against his chest. Do you think Henry will suspect you're going to fight Volan? Yeah, I do. He'll try to stop you. With a light caress, he rubbed her arm. Yeah. Only wouldn't he be surprised to find Volan's not there, and instead 3 other men are waiting to have a piece of me. She ran her hand over his thigh, instantly stirring his libido. He cast her an interested smile and glanced at the driver, whose eyes remained glued to the road as they drove out of Portland. Bella, Devlin whispered in her ear, and then slipped his hand down her shirt and worked his fingers under her lace bra. Why don't we move to the seat that's way in back? She gave him a soulful smile. All right, stud. They had a long drive out to Wolf Rock. No sense in wasting precious minutes. Need some tension relieved? She whispered to him as she climbed over the back of the middle seat, her bottom suspended at the top of the seat back for a moment. Immediately, he ran his hands over her butt and squeezed. Yeah, you always bring it out in me. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination at the base of Wolf Rock, an ancient volcanic plug, a barren rock face in summer, now sporting a topping of fresh snow like a whipped cream-topped sundae. Devlin stared up at the daunting monolithic rock. Rising over 4,500 feet, the 900-foot pinnacle towered above them, surrounded by the Willamette National Forest. The fragrance of ponderosa pine and Douglas fir scented the cool, crisp air. Birds chirped in the cover of the forest. A hawk screeched high above, soaring, searching for his next meal. all of it belying the deadly confrontation that would soon take place. Other than the black SUV, there was no sign of anyone else yet. No climbers, Devlin stated, wondering if they were on the other side of the rock face. Not allowed, Bella explained. From January 1st through July 31st, raptors nest up there, and no one wants to piss off a mother eagle. And really, hikers only climb between August and October, unless the roads are blocked with snow. Good time for a rumble, then. Bella ran her hand over Devlin's arm. Yeah. But she didn't sound like she thought the time was good for the coming fight. The driver turned to look at them. Seems I drove a little faster than usual. If you want to get out and stretch before the others arrive, you can. Who killed the human women? Bella asked, combing her fingers through her hair. Devlin couldn't believe she'd ask another Red that question. Then again, he could. She wasn't really the shy type. Still, he didn't believe any one of the Red Pack would tell them if he or she knew who had done it. Sad state of affairs when lupus gurus can't find a mate. Unnatural. In the beginning, there was only one. Of course, you probably know the story. Some say he was from some other world, or a genetic abomination. Others say a virus mutated him. Anyway, he had to change a human woman to satisfy the wolf's urge to have a mate. Then more were changed until all we had to do was mate with our own kind, no longer needing to change humans in the ancient way. Somewhere along the line, the males outnumbered the females, and that led to the imbalance that has caused all of the trouble. Bella frowned. The first lupus guru was a berserker gifted with the change by Odin's will. The old man nodded. That's another version. She growled. It's the true one. And the first was a Red. The old man's lips rose in a sly smile. Well, he was, Bella insisted. Never gave it much thought what kind of wolf the original lupus guru was. I suspect it could have been a Red. But, Devlin interjected with authority, it was a gray. The old man's eyes caught Devlin's gaze, but he wouldn't respond to the bait. Then he took a deep breath and stared out the windshield, glancing up to look at them through the rearview mirror. Devlin nodded for him to continue. He squeezed Bella's hand when her breathing grew shallow. The old man sighed. It's not right for a lupus guru to do what's been done. He shook his head, sorrow filling his voice. Not right at all. If the woman couldn't accept him, well, in the old days it was different. She had no choice, and once she was changed, she acknowledged it, learning to love her new life. Today, it's not the same. We can't just kill a human because she won't accept us. Bella said softly, all of us are at risk with their actions. They'll expose all lupus gurus to manhunts and extermination if they learn the truth about us. That's what I've said all along. They'll be the death of us. How can we help put a stop to this? By that mate of yours fighting tonight. Bella's eyes widened. It's all three of them, then? Alfred, Nickel, and Ross? And a fourth? The man studied her in the rearview mirror. You would have made an exceptional alpha female for our pack, but it won't ever happen. Not the way you're attached to the gray. He gazed out the window again. When it's all said and done, we'll be leaderless. But one of the older males can guide the pack in the interim. Maybe we need someone with more sense than strength for a while. Although, he shook his head. So there's another who might be fit to take over? Bella glanced at Devlin. Does he drive a Humvee? He's a loner for the most part. Been gone for most of the year. Some say searching for a mate somewhere else in the States. But he's not been successful as far as I hear. By the way, he only just learned about you, Missy. Would he take over?
If your mate gets rid of some of the bad seeds, I suspect he might come down from the mountains."
But what about the other murdering red? The one that's sneakier than the rest? The old man remained silent. Bella tightened her grip on Devlin's hand. They all took part in the killings. One for each girl, 4 of them. This time the old man glanced up at the mirror, and the look in his eyes revealed the truth. 4 younger males had taken part in the killings, all seeking a mate, all failing. They were bound together in the killing spree, and with so many involved, the rest of the pack feared speaking out against them. Devlin knew then it was his destiny to fight them when their own could not, to right a wrong that could hurt all Lupus Gurus in the end. "Who's the other red?" Bella asked again.
"Simon."
"Simon? We haven't met this Simon."
"He's the least aggressive of the pack in their age range. I'm sure he was there when the others went to meet you at the dance club."
Bella swallowed hard. Devlin wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. He tried to think of another red he might have missed, who'd watched them, quietly surveying the female he wished to make his own at the dance club. But Devlin had been so intent on Ross, Nickel, and Alfred that he never thought there'd be anyone else. Kissing her cheek, Devlin whispered,
"I'll be all right, Bella."
"There'll be 4 of them, Devlin."
"They won't attack all at once. Not in front of their pack. If anyone can do it, it'll be your mate," the old man said. "In truth, and I'd be burned at the stake for saying so, your Gray is the only one who has a chance at saving this red pack from extermination. And it's rattling Alfred a bit to think the gray devil wolf from his great-grandfather's day did away with that bad hombre, too. But if you have no others to lead the pack, and this other one won't leave his mountain home," Devlin said, concerned about the pack dying out without younger leadership. The man's wizened face lifted, and his eyes turned brighter for an instant. "Lydolf returns to the city on occasion, checking out the pack, we figure. Mainly after he learned your mate was here, too. We believe he plans to take over once the Gray culls out some of the bad wood. Lydolf's name means wolf descendant. Some say his line ties in directly to the original Lupus Guru, one of the rarest of our kind, with only a human or 2 thrown into the mix."
"A red royal," Bella said under her breath. Devlin grunted.
"A royal, my ass. That kind of lineage didn't make him a better wolf." "Yeah, he'd be a royal, all right. Give our clan a good name. We could certainly use the likes of him to give new life to the pack. Alfred hates him because he fears the elusive Lupus Guru. An animal magnetism surrounds him, and whenever he appears, we're drawn to him. If Alfred and his gang are banished, we hope the rogue will agree to be our leader."
"But what if he's not strong enough?" Bella asked.
The man chuckled. "Alfred tried to take him several months ago, but the Red took care of him instead. Sent Alfred to the healers. Even though Alfred denied that the loner had torn him up good, he insisted he'd tangled with a cougar. But we all know better."
"So why hasn't he taken on Alfred and his gang?"
The old man shook his head. "Too many of them, missy. No Red could hope to fight 4 fit males and survive."
Bella leaned her head against Devlin's chest. "We should have gone home to Colorado when you said—"
"No, Bella. You were right all along. We needed to be here to set things right. Just have faith in me."
He wished she trusted his abilities more. Already the adrenaline flooded his system, preparing him for battle. Both mentally and physically, he readied himself. Still, the sound of tires rolling on gravel startled him, and they both turned to look behind them.
"Here they are. Time to give it all you've got, young man."
Devlin would. He wouldn't give Bella up to a pack of Reds if he had to fight every last one of them. proving to any wolf that he'd claimed her, particularly to her own kind, gave him great satisfaction. 4 SUVs barreled up, scattering the gravel on the shoulder. 2 parked in front of them, 2 behind, as if wedging them in, allowing them no chance of escape. The sun had nearly faded from the sky, and already the Reds were ditching their clothes in the vehicles. Bella and Devlin waited. Despite the old man's words, the gray was not likely a welcome sight among the Reds, and the notion that Devlin, instead of a Red, would kill their leader most likely didn't bode well with many of them. As the old man said, there were many who probably felt that Bella could solve their problems by mating with one of the Reds and thereby end the killings. What was done, and it wouldn't be repeated. But the problem was that, if Alfred won the prize, Ross, Nickel, and Simon would still be without mates, and they would continue their killing spree. The urge to mate ran in their blood. Desiring a mate who would race in the wild with them proved tantamount. Sexual relations with a woman in human form only wouldn't be enough to satisfy them. Bella would have had more of a chance at changing a human male, with their more warlike hunter attitudes, than a male lupus guru would at changing a female human. Devlin was well pleased when she'd said she'd given up that notion. When night fell and the sliver of the moon sat suspended against the navy velvet backdrop, Devlin and Bella exited the vehicle. The Reds had already turned into their wolf forms, but Bella seemed reluctant to remove her clothes. Surprised to see her shyness, Devlin realized she hadn't been with her own kind for eons, and living with humans had changed her. Then he reconsidered. She didn't want to become a wolf, because it meant that then he would, too, and the battle would begin. Because he didn't want the Reds to see her nakedness, he stood in front of her, with the SUV at her back, the door wide open to provide her some privacy. Her eyes filled with tears, striking a chord of sympathy deep inside of him. She had to be strong, his alpha female, forever by his side. Be strong for me, Bella, honey. I need your strength to win. She swallowed hard and nodded. I love you. He kissed her lips. It was the last time he could touch her in their human form until he finished with the Reds. He wanted to do so much more, to assure her in some way that he'd come out on top. Until he fought the others and won, he figured that no amount of convincing would work. They deepened the kiss, and growls erupted behind them. Bella wrapped her arms around him in a warm embrace, ignoring the Red's dislike of Devlin and his mate showing such affection. I love you too, you big gray. You'll win. I know it. But she didn't sound sure. You'd give me hell if I didn't. Are you ready? She nodded. All right. Let's do it, Bella, darling. Bella took a deep breath and began to change as Devlin kept her shielded. Once she had dropped to all 4 paws, he shape-shifted, glad to be in his wolf form and ready to finish this. He rubbed her face with his muzzle and then moved away from her. His heart thundered with determination. Bella watched her big gray with sadness in her heart. She couldn't help but worry about how he would fare. But worse, she knew she had to leave him once it was over, had to run so that he wouldn't fight Volan. Here, if he began to lose the battle, she'd change into her human form and get the gun. After all, 4 against 1 wasn't fair by either kind's standards, lupus gurus or humans, and regular bullets were better than nothing. Even though her wolf coat kept her warm, she shivered. She couldn't shake the fear that one of the Reds might seriously injure Devlin. The wolves formed a jagged circle, while Devlin and Alfred faced off in the center. Although Alfred was decidedly smaller, he was wiry and moved quickly, pacing back and forth, highly agitated and aggressive. Devlin's larger build had the power of the pounce and the pinning that had always beat her when they played as youngsters and preteens. But this was entirely different. This was a battle to the death. She assumed that, if Devlin had not learned that Alfred was one of the killers, he would have let him live, barely, just to make the point that Bella was his and no other's. Then Alfred could heal and come back to run the pack, if another hadn't taken it over. But Alfred and his companions in crime warranted the death sentence, and Devlin would mete it out if he could. Devlin stood stiff-legged and tall, a show of dominance. His ears were erect and held forward, his hackles bristling. He held his tail vertical and slightly curled toward his back, alpha posturing at its best and not to be trifled with. His lips curled up, and he bared his incisors. Alfred promptly growled, showing off his canines. If Devlin dove in and got Alfred just right, his powerful jaws, twice as strong as those of a German shepherd's, could crush the large bones of his prey. Alfred continued to pace, which was not normal for two wolves fighting for the alpha male role. She wondered if her kissing Devlin with such affection had unmanned the killer Red. Appearing not to want to attack the Red unprovoked, because of his size and the fact that he wasn't in the Red's territory, Devlin waited. Alfred finally whipped around, as if he got the courage to take a nip at the gray, and leapt nearly 6 feet into the air. Devlin sidestepped where Alfred would land. As soon as the Red's paws were planted firmly on the ground, Devlin attacked. Devlin's teeth sank into the Red's flank. Yelping, Alfred scurried away, his side bleeding, his ears flattened, his tail straight down. The rest of the wolves waited, tongues panting, as if they stood at a sporting exhibition, watching to see which fighter won. Bella fought the urge to rush into the fray and bite the Red, who could have exposed their kind for what they were, to give back a little of what they'd done to the girls they'd murdered. Devlin watched Alfred, never taking his eyes off him, calculating his next move, conserving his energy for the next 3 in line. He was a crafty wolf, and she loved him dearly for his size, strength, and cunning. Limping slightly to the side of the circle, Alfred paced again, only slower this time, not as steadily or as sure of himself. He never looked at her once, just at the ground, already exhibiting signs of defeat. The way he acted, he appeared to think he'd lost the fight before he'd even begun. He was probably right. The last 2 wolves might have a chance to take a bite out of Devlin when he was tired and worn down, but not the first. Bella hoped with all her heart that Devlin wouldn't be hurt, even a scratch, despite the fact that they healed quickly. Attempting the same maneuver, Alfred whipped around and leapt through the air. Maybe it worked for him when he became the alpha leader for the Reds, but with Devlin, it didn't. Devlin lunged this time and grabbed Alfred's throat, instantly crushing his neck. He had to end the game quickly if he were to conserve enough strength to fight the other 3. For a minute, no more, the Reds watched him when he released the dead body of their alpha leader. The deed was done. No one had time to reflect on the sudden shift in power. Instantly, Ross attacked. His teeth snapped at Devlin's neck, but Bella's gray mate lithely avoided Ross's wicked canines. Her heart pounded ferociously. Grabbing Ross's ear, Devlin tore the leather. Ross whined in protest and dodged out of the way. So much for the bad red wolf who'd killed his victim so brutally. Sitting on her haunches, every nerve on edge, Bella tried to stretch her muscles to release the tension. Devlin faced Ross, but he got a glimpse of her. His tongue hung over his teeth as he panted, but his lips curved up slightly as if in a smile. He'd beaten Alfred, and he'd done it for her. He was one proud big gray wolf. Bowing her head slightly to him, her eyes gazed into his, showing him how much she loved him and how proud she was of him. Ross attacked again. Bella stiffened her back, but Devlin was prepared. He immediately responded with a bite at the Red's right shoulder. Bleeding profusely, Ross yelped and bolted away. Bella glanced at Nickel. His eyes darkened, his body tensed. As soon as Devlin finished Ross, Nickel wouldn't wait either. But which one was the sneaky Simon? Fear niggled at her that he was an emergent leader, the kind that waited until the battle ended before he rushed in to take over. Was it as Ross and Nickel had said? There wasn't any reason to take over the pack until she came along? She stood. Then, realizing her anxiety might bother Devlin, she lay down and rested her head on her paws, as if the whole matter served simply as a pleasing walk in the woods. Ross stood still at the edge of the circle, panting hard, his chest filling and emptying with intense breaths. No longer just a spectator, he battled for his life. Fresh blood matted his fur. The rest stood on end as he raised his tail behind him. His posture indicated that he wasn't ready to give up the fight, not yet. Neither was Devlin. He stood ready, his body somewhat relaxed between sparring to allow him time to rest. A wolf howled in the distance. As unique to wolves as fingerprints were to humans, Bella immediately recognized the warning sound. Volan. Chapter 19. The sound of Volan's howl nearly made Bella's heart stop. Devlin's ears pulled back, and he narrowed his eyes. His tail pointed straight out, parallel to the ground. Undoubtedly, he sensed the added danger when he caught the sound, too. It just couldn't be Volan. Not when Devlin had so many Reds to fight. Bella continued to recline on the ground, pretending not to be bothered, to show Devlin that she believed in him with all of her heart. But she couldn't smooth down the hair standing erect on the nape of her neck or tail. She couldn't relax her tail, fixed straight as a spear, her body on full alert, ready to react if Volan made a sudden appearance. Then she reminded herself that she had her gun, and it could give him a lot of heartburn for a while. Ross ran toward Devlin with his teeth bared. Fire burned in the depths of his brown eyes. Devlin responded, his leg and back muscles moving like a waterfall, fluid and powerful. Grabbing Ross by the throat, he snapped his neck in two. Ross fell limply to the ground. Bella stopped panting. For now, Devlin had proved himself once again the winner. Taking a deep breath of pride, she admired her mate for his skill and ingeniousness. She thought of how Ross and the other wolves had killed those helpless women and how, if they'd had a chance, they would have killed Devlin. For those reasons, she had no regret. It was the way of the wolf, the only reason they had survived as long as they had. Still, her anxiety heightened, worrying that Devlin's energy would dwindle. Nickel lunged at him. No rest in between, calculated to wear the gray down. Most of the wolves still stood. A couple of the older ones, their red fur now graying, lay down, but all kept their eyes fixed on the fighters. Nickel got a lucky strike, because she couldn't concede it was anything else, and grazed Devlin's neck with his wicked canines. Devlin snapped and growled with his teeth bared, the sound deep and bass-like, extremely menacing. Nickel quickly retreated from Devlin's killer canines. Bella suppressed the urge to dash into the battle and bite the Red back. She sat up instantly, unable to pretend any further to be so relaxed about the fight. Nickel pounced on him again, but Devlin snapped his jaw at him, nearly catching the Red's leg. Hearing the sound of Devlin's powerful jaws clamping together so close to his body, Nickel yelped. Bella searched the crowd again, looking for a male wolf about the right age that might be Simon. Her eye caught that of a red who was watching her, not the fight. He stood taller than Alfred had, but certainly not as big as a gray. But he looked as if he could have put Alfred down. Her stomach tightened. She faced Devlin, who sprung at Nickel and pinned him down by the throat. Nickel whined and squirmed. Devlin had the best of him. Why didn't he finish him off? Not to do so was cowardly, and it was not the wolf way, not the lupus guru way. Not when the red had murdered a human woman and risked exposing all of the lupus gurus. Devlin's chest heaved with exhaustion. Worn out, he rested before the kill, knowing that Simon would attack as soon as he let go of Nickel. Bella settled back down, glad she'd figured out his reluctance to finish Nickel off. The wolves grew restless as he continued to wait. Several wolves held their tails straight out behind them, indicating their apprehension. Then, with resolve, Devlin clamped his jaws down on Nickel's throat, crushing the neck bone with a powerful snap, ending the fourth-generation big-game hunter's life instantly. The one who'd been watching Bella immediately leapt for Devlin, nearly 16 feet through the air, the longest distance a wolf could leap. This time, Devlin didn't react quickly enough. Simon knocked him on his hip. Bella lunged forward, but two of the other males blocked her from interceding. Females fought females, never males, the unwritten rule passed down from generation to generation. She growled at them. They bowed their heads to her, showing that they had no intention of fighting her, but wouldn't move out of her path. Again she growled, baring her teeth at one and then the other, preparing herself to attack. She couldn't watch Simon hurt her mate. The strain of the fighting and the tension that had built up in her system keyed her higher than an active volcano built up steam, ready to explode. When neither of the reds would move, she snarled and snapped at the one to her right, intent on having her way. Immediately, the one to her left pounced, pinning her to the side against the pine needle floor. She wriggled with frustration, but couldn't free herself because of his heavier weight and bigger size. Devlin caught her eye and snarled, angered that another male would force her down. If he hadn't had to fight Simon, she knew he would have taken care of the male that now dominated her. Devlin whipped around, his teeth connecting with Simon's right front leg. Simon yelped and dodged backward. The two tore into each other again, snarling and biting with wicked intent. Bella squirmed to get free again, and then growled low. More enraged than she'd ever been. If she could have freed herself, she would have torn to shreds the red who pinned her down. To her horror, Devlin tucked his tail, bowed his head, flattened his ears, and lay down on his belly. Her heart nearly quit when she saw his defeated posture. His neck and mouth bled, but he didn't seem to have any serious injuries. If he didn't fight and kill the red, a known murderer. A male, maybe in his late 50s, moved forward cautiously, baring his canines at Simon. The younger wolf turned to face the new threat. Devlin remained in his subservient position, watching the reds fight, avoiding looking at Bella. It finally dawned on Bella. Devlin couldn't kill the last renegade red. He had to force one of the reds of the pack to do it. The one who did would become the new leader. They couldn't have a gray best the last red and take over the pack. Just like the gray devil wolf that had infiltrated Alfred's red pack so long ago. The leadership had become stagnant and corrupt, just as Alfred's was. She'd never considered that Devlin's great-grandfather had forced change, not by taking over as he could have easily done, but by helping them rid themselves of the cancer in their pack, and then left. That another red wolf had taken over. But she bet his great-grandfather hadn't had to fight 4 reds, one after another, either. The older male charged and tackled Simon. They bit each other, snarled, and snapped their mighty jaws. They dodged and charged and bloodied each other's pelts. Then Simon made the fatal move. He turned the wrong way, exposing his throat at the inappropriate instant, leaving himself open to the kill. The older wolf took him by surprise. Without hesitation, he ripped out Simon's throat, and the younger wolf was instantly killed. Then something drew their attention toward the woods, and everyone turned to look. Standing in the midst of the forest, a red male wolf considered Bella with unspoken longing, but his neck and leg were bleeding, his tongue hanging from his bloodied mouth as though he'd tangled with a much bigger beast and lost. Had he come to fight for the leadership but been thwarted? And now was he too torn up to fight well? He glanced at Devlin and bared his bloodied teeth. The new leader bowed his head to the loner. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then the wolf turned and dove back into the forest, disappearing in a heartbeat. "It's him, Lydolf," one of the older women said, already having turned back into her human form. "He'll be back." She smiled with admiration. "He has the look of leadership in his eyes, his stance. And he would have taken on the others if he hadn't been injured, and that delayed him. He'll be back." There was no time for jubilation, or for the wolves to show their allegiance to their new pack leader. Sirens sounded from a distance, creating a panic. The wolf that pinned Bella down jumped off her. She snapped at him, missing biting his leg by inches. Devlin rushed to join her as the other wolves scattered, quickly changing into their human forms. Some dove into the vehicles and donned their clothes. Some grabbed the lifeless, bloodied bodies of the Reds, once again turned into human form, and deposited them in the trunks of their vehicles. Only the new Red Alpha male leader remained for a moment, staring at Devlin, not challenging him, but instead giving him thanks. Devlin bowed his head and then raised it in acknowledgement. The wolf dashed for one of the vehicles, but before Bella and Devlin could return to the SUV that had brought them there, the driver tore off. She realized then they'd never have taken the Gray and her back with them to the city. Only if the Gray had died would they have taken her into the pack. She touched her nose to Devlin's, and he licked her face. They pressed their muzzles against each other. They had only one option available to them now: run like the wind and seek shelter in her cabin. At short spurts, they could run as fast as 28 miles per hour, but because of Devlin's fight, they ran at a trot. Her cabin was located only a couple of miles away. They'd make it, as long as Zooman Thompson didn't find Rosa running with the injured Gray male, or they didn't cross paths with Volan. Involuntarily, a shiver ran through her. With the cool breeze in her face and the two of them trotting nearly shoulder to shoulder, she suddenly realized that the gun she'd so carefully hidden in her clothes still rested under the seat in the black SUV. Her security blanket was ripped away from her. Now they had nothing but to fight Volan the way the wolf would. Even wounding Volan temporarily would have been to her advantage, until she could find another old-time smithy who could fashion silver bullets. Then she recalled the gun in her cabin. Different smithy, and maybe real silver bullets, if they could just reach it in time. Analyzing the rustle of the wind through the trees, birds' sweet whistling tunes, and the sound of Devlin's and her pads tromping on the needled floor, she listened for Volan. Tilting her nose up, she breathed in the air, smelling a deer nearby, the scent of a raccoon, the fragrance of pine. No Volan. Devlin acted as wary, his ears twitching back and forth, channeling in on the sounds, sniffing the air. When the cabin came into view, she filled her lungs with air and wanted to shout for joy. Instead, She whimpered in her most happy wolf way. Devlin rubbed her face with his, sharing her tentative liberation. As soon as they reached the front steps, they changed into their human form. Standing on the porch, Devlin pulled Bella into his arms and kissed her thoroughly. The tension drained from her body. Devlin had won. He'd shown his cleverness, superiority, and prowess as a born leader by allowing the older male to take down the final rogue wolf. She wondered if the mystery red wolf would give up his loner ways and take over the pack. But then she speculated again about whether she could convince Devlin to start a new pack. A lone wolf could do so with his mate, and then he wouldn't have to fight Volin. How she wished he'd agree with her. But his heart was set on returning to the family that had taken him in. She had to admit that the notion of being with the pack again filled her with longing. Taking an exasperated breath, she asked, "Did you hear Volin's howl?"
"Yeah."
Devlin rubbed her arms.
"Telling us he knows where we are, and that we have no choice but to return home to the pack."
"We don't have to, you know. We could start our own." Devlin's eyes hardened, and she knew then that she'd never be able to convince him to stay away from Volin.
"I told you years ago, Bella. He would come after you and our children. I can't risk it."
He glanced down at her clothes still lying on the chair on the porch. "I took a run and ended up in the zoo."
"I remember it well, although it seems like eons ago."
Grabbing her clothes, she headed inside the two-room cabin. Devlin dashed around her.
"Let me take a look around first."
She smelled it then, the slight odor that was Volin. Her skin chilled, but it had nothing to do with the cold cabin. Devlin quickly inspected the bedroom and bath and rejoined Bella in the living area.
"He's not here."
"But he's been here."
"Yeah."
"Do you think he'll come back?"
"No. He'll want to prove to the pack you're his. Trying to kill me here and then returning you to the pack wouldn't be enough."
She dumped her clothes on a tweed-covered couch and took Devlin's hand. "Let's get you washed up then. I'll take care of those bites and—" He leaned over and licked her neck.
"I need something else. I'm a bit tense."
Glancing down at his full-blown erection, she lifted a brow. "After all you've been through?" He wiggled his brows. She laughed. "I know just how to handle it." He growled softly.
"How well I know."
They made it halfway across the living area when the front door slammed open, banging against the wall. Volin stood in the entryway, his mouth red with blood, and she wondered if Lydolf, the loner red, had tangled with the demon. He was dressed in denims and a sweatshirt that were as black as his mood. His black hair hung loosely at his shoulders, and he looked as if he'd fallen out of bed in a hurry and hadn't had his first cup of coffee yet. But the demonic look in Volin's black eyes had nothing to do with missing a mug of caffeine. His unfulfilled lust for Bella showed in every angry line creasing his stern face. Volin took in Bella's nakedness, inhaled a deep breath, smelling the air, or rather her, trying to tell if Devlin had mated with her already. His look couldn't get any harder. He shifted his attention to Devlin.
"I gather you were straightening out a matter with a pack of red wolves in the area, which delayed your bringing Bella home to me." "She's mine, Volin,"
Devlin said, moving Bella behind him.
"You can't have her."
Volin tisked.
"You can't have her. Pack laws. She's my choice." "Those aren't wolf laws. She chose me. You're out of luck." "My rules, then. Come on, Bella."
Volin stretched his meaty hand out to her.
"I'll let him live if you come with me now."
Devlin gripped her arm tighter, worried she might agree to be Volin's mate.
However, Bella sweet, I'll have to teach you a thing or two about wolf law. Seems you've forgotten some of them while living among the humans."
Volin touched his chest lightly. She noticed his skin still seemed paler than usual. Had she injured him after all? Why hadn't the silver killed him? Drops of blood trickled down his sneakers onto the wood floor. She looked up at him. Volin turned his attention to Devlin.
"Lover boy's too spent to fight me. Wouldn't be a fair battle. Besides, we fight in front of the pack. End this once and for all. I challenge you to bring her home and battle me for her, Devlin."
"I'll be there," Devlin growled. Volin turned and stalked out of the cabin, a slight limp to his gait. Releasing her, Devlin stormed to the door and watched Volin disappear into the woods. Bella joined him and bent over to inspect the blood.
"He's been wounded," Devlin said. "That's why he wouldn't fight me yet."
"In the leg?" she guessed, wondering how her bullets managed to hit him in the leg when she was damn sure both bullets had hit his chest.
"Yeah, probably when he was in wolf form, someone got a shot off."
"It's not hunting season."
"Right, but some wouldn't care if he was wearing his wolf pelt and got near their livestock."
Before long, warm water filled the tub, and Devlin reclined on his back as she climbed on top of him. He kissed her lips and ran his hands over her breasts, heating her deep inside.
"I have to say, Bella, you made me proud."
"I was afraid you'd be angry with me because I tried to help you." He leisurely licked the bathwater off her cheek.
"You love me and wanted to protect me. You didn't do it because you felt I couldn't handle him. It was just instinctive, an alpha female quality."
She washed his bloodied neck with care. Referring to her as having alpha qualities was the greatest compliment he could ever give. "I was so proud of you to submit to another Red, to allow him to fight Simon for the right to be the leader of the pack." Knowing how difficult it was not only to pretend to cower before a Red, but in front of his mate, it had to have been the hardest thing he'd ever done. Her chest swelled with pride to think such a great gray wanted her for his very own.
"I only did what my great-grandfather had done before me."
"Don't be so modest. I doubt he had to fight 4 Reds, one after another. You created a new legend for this clan in your own right."
"And you, Bella, the red wolf that the gray fought for."
She leaned over and kissed his bristly cheek. His fingers touched her nipples, making her whole body tingle. He sighed deeply.
"With only one to battle instead of 4, I hoped one of the older wolves would have the courage to tackle him."
"My clever wolf." She ran her hand over his length in loving strokes. Finally, he'd allowed her to touch him without stopping her. She would have rested with him instead, anything, to feel his heart beating against her breast, to have his skin touching hers, warm and alive, to feel his breath against her cheek, to taste his salty skin, and to smell him, feral and all male. Her gray, for the most part uninjured and safe with her again. His eyes clouded with passion as he studied her with admiration, his hands massaging the small of her back. When it appeared he couldn't handle another of her strokes, he slipped his hands down to her thighs, his fingertips drawing closer to her folds. "You're still awfully tense," she said, her gaze taking in every inch of his glistening body, hard, muscled, and every bit hers. He chuckled, the throaty sound triggering an ache between her legs. He lifted her and worked his way inside her folds.
"This will definitely help."
Her nipples brushed against the hair on his chest, sending delicious chills of desire coursing through every nerve. He cupped her face and lifted it, claiming her mouth with a deep, sizzling kiss. Their bodies slid against each other while his erection penetrated her deeply. Up and down she rose on top of him, creating tidal waves in the bathtub. Water splashed over the edge of the tub and spilled onto the tile floor. They kissed and touched each other's skin with greed, giving not a care to anything else in the world. Just as she envisioned climbing to the top of the snow-covered Wolf Rock, she rose higher with every plunge he made deep inside her. When she felt she couldn't take any more, he groaned out her name, filling her with his warm seed, and as she reached the peak of pleasure, her insides pulsated with orgasmic delight. "You're too right for me," he whispered against her mouth. Tenderly, lovingly, the sound of a lusty, satiated mate. Their tongues tangled, and she combed her fingers through his damp hair. "For each other," she said, still seated on top of him, never wanting to let go. But something in his eyes told her he was concerned about some matter. It didn't take her long to learn what still troubled him. He cleared his throat. "I always wondered, Bella. In the old days, when your friend drowned." "Elizabeth?" "Yes. Why didn't you let me console you?" "Volan saw you with me. I bit you to get you to leave me alone. He hated when you got near me, especially after I became a teen." "But you let him comfort you. I thought you wanted him." "Right. That's why I ran away so many times." "Then why?" She glowered at him. "He threatened to kill you. He told me if I let you touch me, he'd end your life. Damn it, Devlin. You weren't full-grown then. He'd killed men more his size. I couldn't let him hurt you." Then tension left his body, but only for a second. She cocked her head, thinking she heard a sound outside the cabin. Devlin's whole body grew rigid. He'd heard it too. Before they could disengage themselves from each other, humans stormed into the house, their heavy cologne preceding them. Zooman Thompson forged ahead at the lead and began to enter the bathroom first, but stopped when he saw Bella sitting on Devlin, naked in the tub. He wheeled around, shoving uniformed cops out of the doorway, and then hollered back to Devlin and Bella, "Sorry, folks. We had word the two of you had been kidnapped." Devlin smiled at Bella and shook his head. Henry cleared his throat. "Chrissy will be glad to hear that you're both, well." Bella chuckled under her breath and handed Devlin a bath towel. "I only have the one." She pointed to a hand towel. "That wouldn't work, I don't think." He wrapped the towel around his waist. "I'll bring your clothes to you." "I don't have any," he whispered in her ear. "The towel will have to suffice for now." He walked out of the bathroom and returned with her clothes. He said for her ear only, "I'll give them the story." "I'll listen to make sure our versions are the same," she said, her voice hushed. Devlin left the bathroom and shut the door. "Henry," he pointed to the couch, "have a seat." Henry sat while the police milled around on the front porch. "When Chrissy called to say you were kidnapped, I had to take measures into my own hands. We hadn't reacted fast enough to follow the SUV that took you, so I broke into your home." Devlin raised his brows. Henry shook his head. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to get to you quickly before Volan killed you." "And?" "I found the email stating that someone wanted to meet you at Wolf Rock. You wouldn't take Bella with you to meet him for fear she'd get hurt. I figured he thought you wouldn't come, so he ensured that you would by kidnapping you. Luckily, I was able to get the police's help, and we hurried to Wolf Rock as fast as we could." His gaze fastened on the bite marks on Devlin's neck. Although they'd been severe, the wound had already started to fade, the intensity of the pain lessening by the hour. Of course, some of the healing had to do with Bella's distracting him. Still, he was sure the wound looked pretty angry. "We found a lot of blood,
but no bodies. I'd come across Bella's cabin a few days ago, checked the license tags of the Escape parked out back, and verified that she owned the place. Anyway, I'd hoped, if you were still alive and able, that you'd made it here safely, as close as it is to Wolf Rock. We found traces of blood along a trail leading directly here, too."
Devlin nodded. Either Henry assumed that more had happened and he was keeping it a secret, or he'd given them the best out they could have.
"Yes, well, luckily her place was close enough."
Henry pointed to his wound.
"A doctor needs to take a look at that."
Bella entered the room wearing her turtleneck and jeans. Her wet curls still dangled over her shoulders, and the dripping water darkened the blue turtleneck in spots. She joined Devlin, and he pulled her onto his toweled lap. She smelled like lavender and female, and he had to fight burying his nose in her wet hair. What the heck? He closed his eyes and pressed his cheek against her hair, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. A hint of amusement flashed across Henry's face.
"With Bella's care, I'll be better in no time." "Yeah, with care like that." Henry cleared his throat. "I guess I'd better let you give the police a statement about what happened then. We'll give you an escort home?"
Devlin deferred the decision to Bella. She nodded. "We'd like that. We're going back to Colorado for a while. Let Devlin heal up there." Henry stared at her for a moment.
"But that's where this Volan character is from." "We'll inform the police when we get there about the situation," Devlin said. "And listen, Henry, we sure do thank you for trying to rescue us."
Henry glanced back at the bathroom.
"I didn't expect... Well, I'm just damned glad we found the two of you alive and in pretty good shape."
"We'll need one more thing, however," Bella said, with a twinkle in her eye and a dimple in her cheek. Henry rose from the couch.
"Anything?"
He stole Devlin's clothes. Well, mine too, but luckily I had some clothes here already.
"You ran in this cold, stark..." Henry shook his head. "That sick bastard."
"I have an oversized pink sweatshirt Devlin can wear, but the extra pair of denims I have won't fit him." She ran her hand over his thigh. His muscle flexed with her stirring touch. Just a little higher, more centered, and she could touch something else she'd stirred. "Let me talk with the officers. Maybe we can come up with something." Henry walked outside and conversed with the officers. Devlin kissed Bella on the mouth.
A pink sweatshirt, eh?"
"Yeah, I dare you to wear it."
"I'll take you up on it. Nothing I'd like better than to wear the smell of you, up close and personal."
She chuckled. "I'm glad you don't have a problem with it, because I imagine that's all we're going to be able to come up with." Although one of the officers offered his jacket to Devlin, he couldn't be dissuaded from wearing Bella's sweatshirt back to her house. With a blanket wrapped around his waist, he walked outside to talk to the police officers. She overheard Devlin say, "Volan brought a killer wolf with him and ordered it to attack me. When we heard the police sirens, he fled with his wolf in a black SUV, but we didn't get a look at his license plate. Concerned about Bella and my condition in the frigid weather without clothes, we headed for the warmth and safety of her cabin." "Hell, I wonder if that's the same wolf that rancher Evans shot," one of the men said. "Someone shot a wolf?" Devlin asked. "Yeah," Thompson said. "At first we thought it was Rosa, but he described the wolf as a bigger gray." Bella barely breathed. Volan. "Did the rancher kill him?" Devlin asked. "Nope, that was the thing. He yelped, so Evans knew he hit him, but the wolf ran off. We've got men trying to track him down. A wounded wolf won't get far, but he will be dangerous," Thompson said. So a rancher had wounded Volan after all. But it didn't explain his bloody mouth, and she wondered again if he'd torn into Lydolf. Then he could watch from a distance and see if Devlin could handle 4 reds on his own? She wouldn't put it past the bastard. Then what? Fight Devlin when he was worn out? Only he got shot. She smiled. Good one on him, the snake. Hoping the police believed Devlin's story, Bella returned to the bedroom to retrieve her gun. Her heart did a flip when she saw the braided rug that normally kept her secret cache hidden had been overturned, and she quickly lifted a loose floor plank. Nothing but a scribbled message. Naughty Bella. Another gun? Threats work better if you back them up with real menace, silver bullets. I see you got it right this time, but you won't be needing this gun. Not anymore. Your soon-to-be mate, Volin. Sniffing the air, she smelled Volin's faint odor. She glanced at the window. The cotton curtains rippled in the breeze. She dropped the crumpled note into her hiding hole and wanted to scream. Crossing the floor, she parted the curtains. He'd broken the window. Sniffing her shirt, she realized he must have touched her clothes on the porch and recognized that the place was hers. Had Devlin seen the note? She checked the bed. Volin's odor clung to the sheets. She wanted to throw up. Bella? Devlin called to her from the living room. Coming! She hurried out of the bedroom. On the way home, Bella tapped her thumbs on the steering wheel and then finally glanced at Devlin, his eyes drowsy, as he leaned his head against the passenger's window. He must have seen the upturned rug. Volin slept in my bed, she growled low. Yeah. He stared out the window. Did he find Volin's note or not? Oh, hell. No sense in keeping the situation secret. She squeezed the steering wheel and then loosened her hold. He left a note. Devlin looked at her. Underneath the floorboard. He didn't say a word, just watched her with a stern look. I had another gun. The bullets were meant for him. I know, Bella, honey. You did? Tears pricked her eyes. Yeah. But you didn't say anything. I didn't want to worry you that he'd found the gun. Would you have let me keep it? He ground his teeth and looked away. Yeah. Even though I didn't ever intend for you to have to use it. She took a steadying breath. Thanks, Devlin. What I have to know is why he knew about the other gun, the one you threatened the Reds with at your home. And why did you intimate that the bullets were silver when they weren't? His eyes were hard, compelling her to tell the truth. Oh, hell. She couldn't keep the secret from her mate, even if he hated her for it. I shot him. Devlin's eyes widened. Twice, she added, in the chest, both times. And he fell. And he looked dead. But he wasn't. Only knocked out. But I didn't know that. You know, real bullets cause damage too, except it's not permanent. But then he contacted me. And I didn't know if he'd sent the email before or after he died. Devlin raised a brow, his mouth almost curving up. So I didn't know if the bullets weren't really silver or if Volin was really dead. Then we got the news that Volin was taken into custody, and that confirmed that he was alive. She glanced at Devlin. I don't blame you if you hate me for it. It's not our way, but for your protection, I understand. He leaned over and kissed her cheek, and then it seemed like the fight, the sex, and the adrenaline seeping out of every cell of his body finally hit him. He closed his eyes, and his head leaned against the cold window, where he slept for the 2-hour drive home while the police escorted them the whole way. When Bella finally parked in front of her house, Chrissy dashed out of her place to greet them. As soon as Bella and Devlin climbed out of her escape, Chrissy's gaze shifted from Devlin's injury to the pink sweatshirt stretched taut across his chest and the green blanket wrapped around his waist. Her eyes grew wide. Bella gave her a hug. "Thanks, Chrissy, for sending Henry to our rescue." Chrissy looked at Henry, whose ears turned slightly red. He rubbed his chin. "Yeah, we'll talk about it later." He disappeared into Chrissy's house with her, but she cast a backward glance at Devlin's blanket one more time, her eyes still huge. Thank heavens the police took off. Devlin stalked into the bedroom, intent on changing and then returning to Colorado, while Bella paced in the living room. She listened to him zipping his bag. Grinding her teeth, she glanced out the window at her compact SUV. For now, Colorado and the pack beckoned for their return. After giving Chrissy the picture of pressed Colorado flowers as a keepsake and assuring her she would keep in touch, Bella and Chrissy said their goodbyes. Devlin helped Bella load everything she could fit into her Escape. Within the hour, and with Bella's heart in her throat, they were on their way, with Chrissy and her kids and Henry waving goodbye in the misting rain. It took nearly the whole trip back to Colorado for Bella to realize that, although she wanted to show her independence and to run her life her own way, she wanted Devlin more. She knew in her heart that he was meant to be an alpha male. Now that Devlin was part of her life, her mate, and bound by wolf law to protect her, she had to give him the chance to prove himself worthy, or else she would forever damage his pride. She loved and admired him for being a male lupus guru, the good and the bad. For humans, male pride only went so far, but for wolves, it was the whole basis of their familial existence. A part of Devlin would never be satisfied unless he took over the pack in the wolf way, through brute force and resourcefulness, ousting Volan forever. No matter how hard that was for her to concede, she had to give him the chance to show he could do it. To her, it didn't matter if he was the alpha male. It only mattered that they loved one another. But he needed more. The reassurance that he had the legitimate claim to her, that she was his and no one else's. He had to prove he could do this, to protect her from Volan ultimately, to kill him, and to lead their pack. And she prayed he'd survive. Devlin and Bella finally arrived in the southern Rockies midday. The pinyon junipers and pines scented the air, calling to them to take their fill and romp through the woods as they had done as youngsters. Bella's eyes moistened to be home finally. She stared at the log cabin home with its steep roof and wraparound porch. "This is your place, Devlin?" "Plenty of room for a bunch of kiddos," he said, reaching over to pat her belly. 5 bedrooms and 350 acres of prime wolfland. A stream runs right through the middle of it. "The stream where we fished when we were little?" "Yep. About a mile from here, my leather goods factory sits on 2 acres. Tanner and some of my other cousins are running things while I'm away." "Oh, I should have asked before if you could support me in the fashion I've become accustomed to." "Yeah, Bella, and all the little ones, too." Good. She climbed out of the Escape, weary of all of the traveling, glad to stretch her legs and to be home. "That means I don't have to spend my money." He joined her on the porch and wrapped his arms around her. "You're independently wealthy?" "Are you sure you didn't already know?" He chuckled and kissed her cheek. "Here I thought I knew all about you." "Not everything. Some secrets should be left that way, don't you think?" "Absolutely not." She smiled, then noticed a note fluttering on the door. "Someone left you a message." Already dread filled the pit of her stomach. "Didn't think you'd have the nerve to bring her to me after all. Argos said you were coming home. See you soon. Volan." She touched Devlin's neck where the Red's canines had wounded him. Thank heavens, The area was completely healed, with not even a trace of a scar.
Come on. We've tried your bed, the couch, the rental SUV, motel rooms, bathtubs, and showers. It's time to christen my place now. Plus, rest up for tonight's big adventure,
Devlin said, crumpling Volan's note in his fist. Fighting Volan?
Yep, the time has come. Well, in a few hours, but the notion is making me a little tense. Got something to relieve the tension?
The glint of devil flashed in his eyes. Now who's got a one-track mind?
Only when you're around.
They'd barely walked into the house when Devlin's phone rang. Answering it, he glanced at Bella. She knew from the look on his face Volan had called the pack to meet in the glade. The time had come to decide the leadership of the pack once again. Chapter 20. Despite loving her wolf form, Bella thought she could live without it forever if it meant she and Devlin would not have to face Volan's wrath. After all, keeping her wolf form meant that she could possibly lose the gray she dearly loved. As before, she would be the dutiful mate and sit on the sidelines, relaxed and quiet, giving the illusion that she didn't worry about Devlin's strength. But as soon as the grays gathered for the evening spectacle, her heart sank. Crickets sounded their raucous tunes, frogs riveted from near the stream, and a breeze stirred pine needles with a whooshing sound. Cold and crisp, the smell of an expected snow touched the air. She wished the whisper of frost would harden Volan's joints and make him unable to dodge Devlin's lunges, that Volan's teeth would fall out from disrepair, that his eyes and hearing were not so keen and he would make fatal mistakes, giving Devlin the advantage. But he was not an old wolf, only in his mid-30s, and he was a threatening figure. Vernetta inched toward her in her wolf form, her dark brown hair standing on end, warning her the move wasn't a social call. Suddenly, the idea dawned on Bella. If Devlin succeeded in beating Volan, Vernetta would want to be the alpha female and his mate. Bella had been so worried that Devlin would win, she never considered she might have to battle a bitch for the female alpha role, especially since she had already mated with Devlin, and she figured it was a done deal. Devlin cast a wary glance at Vernetta while he waited in the center of the circle alone, the grassy clearing surrounded by thick pines and a smattering of oaks shivering in the chilly breeze, a peaceful meadow any other time. Volan was the only wolf of the pack not in attendance. Now it was she, Bella, who had her mate worried, not the other way around. He feared for her safety. Then alarm filled her soul. Would he give in to Volan, concerned that, if he did not, Vernetta might rip her to shreds? Vernetta stood 2 inches taller than her, and was heavier besides. Bella had never tangled with her, or any female before. Well, except for the time Vernetta had knocked Bella's baby teeth out, but Bella had been so much younger and smaller, it really hadn't been a fight. For the first time that a wolf had tackled her in years, the red male had sufficiently pinned her down. But Vernetta wouldn't just wrestle her to the ground. She'd want blood to ensure Bella got the point. No Lupus Guru but her would be Devlin's mate. The smell of Volan pelted Bella before she caught sight of him. Turning, she found he'd sneaked up behind her, sniffing. She was sure he tried to see if Devlin was still keeping her well satisfied. She snarled at Volan. He shoved his way between her and Vernetta, his black fur standing on end, his neck just as thick as she'd remembered it, his body hefty and deadly. He glanced at the gray, and then gave Bella a look of menace, the same kind of evil look that he gave Devlin the day he'd kissed Bella so long ago. Vernetta wouldn't fight Bella to have Volan as her mate. This was clear in her posture when she slinked away, her tail tucked between her legs. But what disheartened Bella most was the way Devlin's ears flattened slightly. She wanted to scream at him not to give in. She'd fight the bitch with tooth and claw, but damn him if he gave up the fight before it even began. His ears rose, and she bowed her head to him, trying to show she would fight for him as well as he fought for her, that she wouldn't give the matter a care when it was her turn to wage war, just as she'd struggle to keep her own emotions in check while he fought his battle. Volin swung his head around and licked her face. Instantly she bit him, nipping his cheek. A love bite, that's the way he treated it. If a wolf could smile, he grinned at her. She snarled at him. With a heavy lope, he ran into the center and confronted Devlin. Now was the moment of the face-off she dreaded all her life. Larger than most wolves, Volin was heavier set than Devlin, although Devlin stood taller. The hair on the backs of both wolves stood erect, as did their tails. They held their heads high and sniffed the air, attempting to sense signs of fear. They twitched their ears back and forth, listening, each anticipating the move of the other. The standoff continued, and although most of the wolves remained tensed, waiting for the clash to begin, everyone kept deadly silent. Bella sat down, her back aching from holding it so laboriously taut, worrying that, if she didn't relax, she would cause her body to stiffen so much that she'd be unable to take on Vernetta. Volin waited for Devlin to make the first strike. Was that the reason Devlin had waited for the Reds to attack him? Because he'd learned it from Volin? Never having witnessed fighting for the alpha male position between Greys, she wasn't sure of the best way to win. She'd only seen the aftermath of the kill, when Volin had finished with the rogue wolves years earlier. Bella panted hard, trying to contain her nervousness, hoping that Volin would collapse and die right on the spot before either of them did anything. Once she sat down, several others did too, as if she'd clued them in. To her surprise, the old pack leader was watching her. When Argos caught her eye, he bowed his head slightly and then lifted it. Taking a deep breath, Bella faced Devlin and Volin, more confused than ever about pack politics. She'd been away much too long. Living with humans had caused her to forget some of the pack ways, and now she regretted it. She would raise her children in the pack and never again forget where she came from. Devlin flattened his ears again slightly. She wanted to bite him in the butt and make him quit it, but before she could think any further about it, Volin lunged for him, his canines extended viciously. Devlin dodged his action, swung around, and bit him in the shoulder. Volin yelped. She wanted to cheer Devlin on, to jump up and down, but the battle had only begun. The two parted and ran away from each other for a moment, gathering their wits and readying themselves for the next confrontation. Devlin glanced at her, and she bowed her head to him again. He turned quickly when Volin flew across the center at him. Had it irritated Volin that Bella showed her favoritism for Devlin? It did. She'd rattled him. Yes. What else could she do? Volin hit Devlin so hard with a frontal assault that each raised up on his hind legs and snapped and snarled at the other's muzzle. Bella jumped to her feet. Then, not wanting Devlin to see her worry, she lay back down. Neither of the males won. Both dropped to their paws and separated. This time, Volin paced along the edge of the wolf circle, his black fur glistening with sweat, except for the patch of blood at his shoulder. He paced like the Reds, who couldn't beat her mate. Devlin stood still, watching him, wary of the next move, but seemingly in complete control. His chest heaved with exertion, but she sensed he wasn't tired yet. Not with the adrenaline coursing through his body. not with the knowledge that he wanted her more than he wanted anything else in the world. She glanced over at Vernetta, who was watching not the fight, but her, as if to say it was Bella's turn next. Bella lifted her head higher and turned to face Devlin. Volan conserved his energy this time. He didn't jump into the fray, but instead trotted across the circle and again attempted a frontal assault. This time he managed to bite Devlin's cheek. The blood dripped from his face, and Bella bolted into the circle. Instantly, Vernetta charged her. Before they could clash, several males forced them back out of the circle. The position of alpha male had to be determined first. The females' fight would follow. Now Bella wanted to pace, but she couldn't unless she did so outside of the circle. Then she couldn't see the fight. She forced herself to sit. Devlin and Volan had separated again, like boxers returning to their own corners of the ring. Volan charged Devlin again, not waiting such a long while in between this time. His action disheartened her. Worse, when he struck at Devlin, her mate fell. She nearly died. Intent on protecting her mate, she dove into the battle, risking the Grey's wrath. Devlin's cousin, Tanner, slammed into her from the sidelines, knocking her off her pads. The brief distraction allowed Devlin time to get to his feet, and at once he lunged at Volan. Tanner snapped and snarled at Bella to get her to move to the outskirts of the circle. She growled back at him, the lowest, angriest growl she could manage, and then trotted back to her place. The Greys were too big for her to handle. How could she even think she could deal with Vernetta successfully? Devlin had managed to catch Volan's cheek with his canines and ripped a chunk from his face, the fur-covered skin hanging loose, covered in blood. Devlin lunged again. He grabbed the Grey's thick neck and held on for dear life. Volan snapped his jaws in an attempt to get loose. He finally shook Devlin off. The two parted company. But this time, Devlin paced. By jumping into the ring, she'd shaken him. Seeing his cousin tackle her and the powerlessness she had against the Greys, undoubtedly, Devlin worried about her ability to fight for the place of the alpha female. Her heart sank. She couldn't help it. When he was hurt, she had to protect him. She had to. Okay, she wouldn't do it again. Just quit pacing, Devlin, damn it. Volan leapt through the air and knocked Devlin down. She could almost hear the breath in his lungs whoosh out. She waited, breathless, while Tanner watched her. She gave him the evil eye. Apparently, he thought it his place to keep her in line, but she wasn't having any part of it. When Volan dove for Devlin's throat, Bella went for Tanner's. She couldn't hurt him, and he wouldn't risk harming her or face whoever was the victor as the alpha male, but for the moment, she would be the distraction. As soon as she sank her teeth in Tanner's neck, he yelped. Volan snarled at them. He wanted the show centered on him, but she wouldn't release Tanner's neck despite his attempts to break free from her. Another of Devlin's cousins bit at her backside. That did it. She swung around so fast he didn't have time to retreat. With her teeth snarling, she quickly bit his leg. He yipped and scurried off. Devlin made it to his feet and attacked Volan again, but instead of trying for his throat, he jumped against his back. With a powerful snap, he bit into the back of Volan's neck, crushing the bone instantly. Volan didn't make a sound, and his body fell to the pine needle-carpeted floor. Volan was the alpha leader no more. Vernetta didn't waste any time in attacking Bella, but Bella's blood still boiled from Devlin's cousins having attacked her. She wasn't in the mood for giving in to threats from anyone, least of all from a female who lusted after Bella's mate. Bella grabbed Vernetta's leg, biting only enough to make the female bolt away and limp off. Bella didn't want to kill her, just show her she wouldn't take guff from any Grey female, not now or ever. She hadn't even time to see how Devlin fared. Vernetta turned and bolted for her. Bella jumped out of her path and bit her broader backside. Vernetta yelped, but she turned around and charged again. There was no waiting it out, no resting between bouts. The image came to mind of the black bear that Bella had faced years ago when she'd run away from the pack. She didn't back down then, and she wouldn't now. Vicious perseverance was the key. Vernetta hit Bella this time with her canines, slicing her neck. The throat. If Vernetta got hold of her throat... Bella swung her head around and grabbed Vernetta's neck and bit hard, not enough to kill her, but enough to show her that she was someone to respect. Vernetta tore free and then whipped around and lunged again. Damn, the bitch wouldn't yield. And Bella was quickly wearing out. The size of the gray overwhelmed her, and fighting with Devlin's cousins hadn't helped. Still, she wouldn't give up. Devlin was hers. Her heart soared with the realization. He was the alpha leader now. Vernetta slammed into Bella again, and both rose on their hind legs with the impact. Only Vernetta's bigger size forced Bella down first. This time, Bella aimed low. Get the lower parts, like a wolf pup would do when tackling his mother. Bella grabbed for Vernetta's foreleg, but she wouldn't nip it this time. With a powerful snap, she broke her leg in two. It would heal, but for now, it was the end of the game for the gray. Vernetta yelped, rolled over on her side, and then whined. Bella turned to face Devlin. He just stared back at her. Was he ashamed she could be so mean? That's the way she felt for an instant. Mean and crotchety. Devlin stalked toward her and nuzzled her face with his. Their noses touched, and they licked each other's wet cheeks. The wolves around the circle lay down and bowed their heads. Devlin had proved himself the new alpha male leader, and Bella had won her place as his alpha mate. Epilogue. 5 months later, Devlin cradled Bella in his arms while they nestled on a new redwood porch swing he had crafted for her. She gazed at the beautiful greenhouse situated nearby, twice as big as her old one, and already filled with rhododendrons and azaleas from Oregon, now her second home. Chrissy wants us to come to her wedding in 2 months. She and Henry moved the date up, afraid I couldn't travel if they waited too long, or, if they delayed it until after the babies are born, it would be harder for me to take them with us. She smiled up at Devlin. He grunted. I knocked Thompson out during my rescuing you at the hospital, and he wants me to be his best man at his wedding? Humans. No figuring them. Maybe it's the wolf in you he really likes.
Devlin shook his head, his hand caressing her belly, swelling with triplets. She sighed heavily against his chest. A wolf's howl in the distance brought a smile to her lips. The Sinapoo sure have made strides to reintroduce the gray wolf in the area. Yeah, no worry about hunters shooting lupus gurus anymore, or trying to put a wolf into the zoo. And even a few reds have been successfully reintroduced in the Smokies. Devlin ran his fingers through her hair. Right. Once the humans realized that the reds they set free weren't wild enough, and so were killing turkeys at local farms. Good thing the government's willing to reimburse farmers if wolves eat the farmers' livestock. Makes it easier for us to roam the area in our wolf states without arousing suspicion. But it sure was funnier than hell when Tanner got tagged as a successful reintroduction of one of the gray wolves. Nobody will let him live it down. Bella smiled. I couldn't be happier to be here with you like this, Devlin. And with the pack again? He held her tighter. To think Argos's own mate had done the very same thing as you. Distracted the pack leader so that Argos had a chance to win. She chuckled under her breath and slipped her fingers over his bare chest. I wish he'd told us sooner. Yeah. I would have had you help me out long before this. We're a team, sweet Bella.
I agree. I'm glad Vernetta's leg healed properly, too.
Did she tell you she had first dibs on taking care of the triplets?
Yeah. Bella smiled. All of the females of a wolf pack helped raise the alpha female's offspring. She couldn't have been happier to be home again. She'd lost her own red Lupus Guru pack, but found the gray pack, and the mate who'd forever be hers. I guess your cousins aren't still sore at me for fighting them that day, although they've made themselves scarce whenever I'm around.
On the sly, they told me that, once they'd seen your reaction, they knew you were the alpha female. Even before Vernetta tried to take you down. Tanner said he was glad he didn't have to deal with that quick temper of yours.
And you?
Spices life up just right.
She gave him a serious look. When the triplets are old enough, they'll learn the true legend of how werewolves came into existence. He kissed her cheek and squeezed her good-naturedly.
Sure, Bella, honey. The first was a Scandinavian white wolf. We still have Alfred's book to prove it.
She shook her head. Another howl sounded from the wilds. He's looking for a mate, don't you think?
Devlin stood and lifted Bella from the swing. Yeah, at least I've got mine.
I love you, Devlin, she murmured against his throat.
No more than I do you. But for now, you have to earn your keep.
She nipped at his chest.
He laughed. Or maybe I should say, I have to earn mine.
She snuggled against his chest. You better believe it. I want to take a run on the wild side. Think you're up to it, stud?
He growled. I'm just the one to take you up on anything your heart desires, my little red wolf.
He buried his face in her curls.
Anything.
Devlin served as the alpha male, but Bella ruled his heart and soul, just as it was meant to be. She smiled. Promises, promises. He chuckled, deeply rapturous.
Yeah, and you know how intent I can be on keeping my promises.
Yeah, makes me remember again why I selected you for my mate.
He laughed and kissed her ear. Demanding wench, but I aim to please you for the rest of our days.
She ran her finger down his chest. Good, because we still have a lot of catching up to do.
I'm sure we'll never get caught up.
He shoved the door open with his hip.
But we have all of the time in the world to try.
Trying is all of the fun. She grinned at him as he laid her on the faux polar bear rug resting before the fireplace. Then she pulled the leather strap free from his hair. My sinfully seductive big gray wolf. He pulled off his jeans and knelt beside her. She reached out to touch him. Shaking his head, he grinned back at her.
Bad Bella.
This concludes Heart of the Wolf by Terry Spear, narrated by Mackenzie Cartwright. Up next, continue on for Night of the Wolf, a Heart of the Wolf novella by Terry Spear, narrated by Mackenzie Cartwright. Prologue. 1840, Colorado Rockies. The weather was so dry. Too dry. Though the Red Wolf Pack lived in stone or log cabin homes near the river, Serena Wilder's father had warned that anything, a campfire, an electrical storm, could set off a wildfire and destroy their lives. Today was that day. The fire catching hold so fast that no one had time to locate each other. She'd been gathering thimbleberries for a pie, but tossed her basket aside, the berries spilling out onto the dry pine needles as the winds carried the flames through the dry brush. The pine needles and leaves discarded at the base of the trees added fuel to the already out-of-control fire. Serena was alone. Her twin sister Bella was gathering kindling somewhere else. Her cousins, uncle and aunt, and her parents were all doing chores. The men had been hunting for food. Her mother and cousins? She didn't know. As a 6-year-old girl, she couldn't run as fast as a wolf to escape the fury behind her, so she stripped and shifted into her wolf pup form and ran toward the river. The smoke was so thick she could barely breathe, and the flames danced from tree to tree high above her, the wind carrying the crackling sound like a warning. Run, little wolf, or you'll get burned. But the smoke could kill her first. The last few feet to the river, she leapt as far as her small legs could, landing in the wet reeds. Finding a beaver's den, she buried herself in the sodden wood. She howled for her family, but didn't hear any sign of them, just the river splashing over her hiding place. She prayed the flames wouldn't catch hold on the wet wood, but as hot as it was, she feared it could. The wind blew and fire snapped and popped as it burned everything in its path. Crying wolf's tears, she felt a lump the size of her home lodged in her throat. She prayed her family had found refuge somewhere safe. The fires raged, the ground too hot to cross, small fires still eating away at larger trees. Her clothes and her basket she'd woven were gone, burned up along with everything else. Rains came after that, putting out the fires, and once they'd stopped, she left the river and made her way to her stone house as a wolf. The roof and everything that had been inside, the furniture her father and uncle had made, was nothing but soggy, charred remains. She discovered her mother, still fully dressed, lying beneath a rock ledge, protected from the fire a short distance from the house. But Serena couldn't wake her. She sat and howled for the loss of her mother, for her family, slept there beside her until Serena knew she had to eat and drink and find a way to survive. She never found anyone else, Bella, her father, or the rest of her family. But one day she heard a wagon coming and, hating to do it, she shifted into her human form. Covered in soot, teary-eyed and naked, she stood on the wagon trail, hoping someone would take care of her until she could fend for herself. Chapter 1. Present Day, Omaha, Nebraska. Serena Wilder packed up her belongings at the library where she had worked for 4 years. This was her last day because she and 2 other women were no longer needed on staff. Between funding cuts and the newly installed automations, automatic book check-ins and self-checkouts, she knew she had to find another job, but she hadn't had any success. She packed away her remaining wolf postcards, not of any wolves she knew, but just the generic kind her friends had given her, because they knew how much she loved wolves, though not the reason why, that she had tacked to the board above her desk. Her other 2 laid-off co-workers, strictly human, had already left. Serena had always worked around books, from being a teacher in the early days to working in the first libraries. She loved books, but she'd had to move so many times over the years, and she was always starting over. How could she not? Once she hit her late teens, she had aged so slowly. People would wonder. Now she'd applied for unemployment compensation, but she had a waiting week before she could be paid for subsequent weeks. After that, the amount of her highest quarterly earnings would be divided by 13 and then again by 2. So her compensation would be half of what she was already earning and wouldn't be enough to support her. Serena was worried about paying her share of the house she was renting with a male gray wolf, Harold Gaston, but he'd assured her she'd get back on her feet and could pay him later. As a telephone line repairman, he made more money than she did. They'd met at a local diner, the first shifter she'd met in all her years of moving about. They didn't feel anything for each other in the way wolves who wanted to mate would. Her mama had often shared the story of how she had met Serena's dad, how they'd fallen in love from the beginning, and how she and her sister would have the same wolfish interest in another wolf when they were older, just like that. When she met Harold, she didn't feel any of the romantic feelings she thought she should have. Nothing about him made her heartbeat quicken. Serena was an avid romance reader, but she'd never been madly in love or even intrigued by a human either, though her mother and father would have frowned at her even considering such a thing if they'd still lived. Wolves mated with wolves for life. Not with humans, though she'd had a few human lovers over the years. With their sensitive shifter hearing, she found sharing a house with another wolf sure beat living in a noisy apartment complex, and she liked being able to talk to Harold about wolf shifter things that she couldn't with anyone else. She had the rest of her day planned: go home, run, shower, and hit the road to apply for yet another round of jobs. Anything would do for now. When she got home, she was surprised to find Harold standing inside, his sandy hair tousled, his small black eyes studying her. She thought he'd had to work. He smiled at her, but he shoved his hands in his pockets. He seemed tense, troubled. "I had some business to attend to, so I took the day off. How are you doing?" "I've left the library for good." She set her bag of wolf cards on the dining room table. "I'm going for a run. Want to go with me?" It would make her feel better to run off some of the frustration she was feeling. "No, I've really got to take care of some business." He didn't say what his business was, but then again, they were just roommates. He had a right to privacy. Then she realized why she had been so surprised to see him home, besides the fact that he was supposed to be working. No brand new red pickup truck was parked out front. "Having trouble again with your truck?" "Yeah, pain in the ass. Total lemon." "Is that the business you have to take care of?" "It is." "Did you want me to drive you then? I need to apply for some more jobs, but I'd be happy to help you out." "No, I've got a friend coming by to take me to the dealership shortly." But it was all a lie. He was all a lie. Maybe not the truck being a lemon part, but everything else. When Serena returned home from running, she saw her car was gone. She panicked. Had someone stolen it? She raced through the house, looking for Harold, calling out to him. He was gone. So was her wallet and her car keys from where she'd left them on the dresser. It didn't mean Harold had taken the car, but then she smelled the scent of a female gray wolf. He wasn't supposed to know any other wolves. Warning bells began going off. She told herself that he could have just met her. But why had her wallet, keys, and car vanished? She hurried to his room. Everything was gone. She tried calling him, the call going to voicemail. She pulled out her laptop and logged into his email, thanking Providence that he'd given her his password 6 months ago to look up something for him when his phone went out on him at work and he desperately had needed the information. She barely breathed when she saw he had a plane trip scheduled for him and a woman named Velvet Jameson this afternoon for Grand Cayman Island. Then she received an email on her phone from her bank thanking her for having an account with them and hoping she would consider opening another with them in the future. What the hell? She immediately called the bank and was told that her account was closed. "Tell me again how Harold Gaston could have cleaned out my bank account without my authorization." "Whoever closed your account had 2 forms of valid ID. We'll notify the proper authorities, Miss Wilder." A lot of good that would do Serena. The bastard would be on Grand Cayman Island with her money, sipping a fruity cocktail with one of those flipping colorful umbrellas and enjoying the sun, while she was stuck here on this cold spring day in Omaha, Nebraska. He'd be beyond anyone's legal jurisdiction, and all her hard-earned money would be sitting safely in his Cayman account. Or he'd spend it all. At least she'd learned where he'd gone. She was glad he hadn't thought to change his password. "What do I do now? He took everything I own," Serena said to the bank clerk. "Well, not everything, but close to it. I have $150 in cash, and that's it. He stole my car, even." Without enough money to pay $1,050 for this month's rent, Serena would lose the rental home, too. At least it had come furnished, so she didn't have too much to leave behind when she packed up and vacated the place. She again thought of home. She'd been thinking of returning to the old homestead, wondering if there were any shifter wolf packs out there. She kept feeling like there might be, like there had been in the past. There also might not be, but she hadn't had any luck in finding wolves in the places she'd been living: Tennessee, Georgia, Oklahoma, Arkansas, here. She hadn't returned to Colorado since the human family had taken her from there and raised her. She yearned to find a wolf to love, who would love her in return like her mother and father had loved each other. Like her aunt and uncle had loved one another, too. A distant memory stirred faintly. The walls of her family's stone house had still been standing. What if her family's home was still there? A dilapidated building, maybe. What if she could claim the land for her own? She remembered catching her father putting something beneath the basement stone floor one Christmas Eve. He'd explained to her the importance of the documents there, money for a rainy day, although for most things they bartered. A will, a deed to the house. Even if the house wasn't salvageable, maybe the land was worth something. She shuddered. She had never returned there. Not after the wildfire killed her family. All she remembered was the smell of smoke hanging thick in the air, gray ash covering everything. And she had never gotten the sight of her dead mother out of her mind, assuming, years later, that her mother had succumbed to smoke inhalation. "Miss Wilder, we could give you a bank loan," the clerk said. A bank loan. Giving a bitter laugh, Serena wanted to kill Harold. That would be the day. She wouldn't even be able to get that once they learned she'd lost her job. Thank God she had a credit card phone case and had her phone with her when she went running. But she didn't want to get herself in debt in the event going after Harold and her money didn't pan out. She ended the call. Harold the snake. She wanted every penny he'd stolen from her. Except she needed money to get to him. And since they were both wolves, she really couldn't go to the police, though the bank was sure to call them. The only money she figured she could get her hands on quickly was her family's savings, if any of it was buried beneath the stone floor. It would be old money, though. Then again, maybe worth a mint if her home was still there and hadn't been torn down. If it was, after all this time, surely someone else would have taken her property for their own. Not one of her red wolf kind. A human usurper. She ground her teeth. She didn't want to see the woods where she had romped as a child, or relive the horror she'd experienced when she had found shelter in the beavers' lodgings. She didn't want to set eyes on the home she had loved, not after her family had died so horribly there. But she couldn't think of any other option for now. She had to have money, and then she'd go after the bigger prize, Harold. Teach him to mess with one of her kind. He'd never do it again. First, she had to find her car. Taking a taxi to the airport in hopes her car was there, she discovered his scent in the long-term parking area closest to the entrance he would have used to reach his gate, and backtracked to where he must have parked her car. Between that and using her spare keys, she finally located it, her driver's license and other set of keys sitting on the console. Now, it was time to take the next step. Return home after all these years. 2 days later, in the Colorado Rockies, someone or something stalked Serena as she left her car behind on the gravel road. She headed in what she thought was the right direction of her family's home after going through the small town near where they'd lived, though it had grown some in size. The livery was now a museum, the old hotel renovated, the feed store was still a feed store, the post office a shop, and myriads of other buildings that were once homes along Main Street were now shops, bed and breakfasts, or art galleries. But the town was still quaint, no large department store chains, a couple of gas stations, a grocery store, a bank, and a few other shops had been added. A few more homes spread out from the town, but it was still a sleepy Colorado country town. Beyond the town, she'd located the rock formations she and her sister used to climb that reminded her of giant stepping stones, a monument to an earlier time. In her day, the road that traveled past the stones had been dirt. Now it was gravel, not even paved yet. Serena slipped between pine trees, barely making a sound as her hiking boots padded along the pine needle-covered floor. Whatever followed her proved clever, always keeping downwind of her, no matter how many times she circled, trying to locate it. Keep cool, Serena. Don't let it rattle you. Yet, she couldn't help the way her skin crawled. Every fine hair on her arms stood at attention. Her heart beat wildly, and the sound of her blood pumping hammered in her ears. She'd lived among humans way too long and had forgotten how to use her wolf instincts. Listen to the sounds of nature, she warned herself. What do you hear? Ignore your panic. Listen. The rustle of the new green oak leaves shivered in the cool spring breeze. A distant creek gurgled over rounded stones as it had for thousands of years. A woodpecker pecked at rotting wood, and a gray squirrel scampered up a nearby birch. Something, whatever it was, watched and waited for her to make a move, as silent and cold as falling snow, as dangerously sneaky as a forest fire. Damn it. Nothing would intimidate her in her woods. She hadn't thought they would be so green, as if the forest fire had never happened. She wasn't sure how she felt about that, as life went on without them. She breathed in the wildness, enjoying the fragrance of spring. It stirred happy memories, sad ones too. She'd only planned to find her home, the hidden money, a will, and the deed, but already she was feeling a pang of regret for not having returned sooner, for not taking back her family's heritage if she could. She shook her head at the sentimental human part of the equation. All she came for was her money, the will, and the deed, so she could put the property up for sale after she took care of Harold and got what was left of the money he'd stolen from her. Afterward, she could live here until she sold off the property. But she'd been so upset over him, she realized she wasn't thinking clearly. How would she prove she was the descendant of the family who had owned the property in the first place? A distant howl caught her attention. A wild gray wolf returned to the Rockies? She'd heard the Sinapoo had reintroduced some into the area. Sinapoo was the Ute word for wolves, and they were dedicated to the protection of the wild wolves and their habitat. She stared in the direction, listening until she heard his mate call to him. Taking a deep breath, she wondered what it would be like to coexist with wild gray wolves in this day and age. Would men ever be able to live with wolves in peace? She hadn't lived in the wild for so long, she couldn't get the feel of it. The fickle breeze switched directions. She turned her head to smell the scents. Nothing but the heavenly aroma of earth, pine needles, and oak leaves. The sun withdrew from the tree-shaded sky, and her skin grew chilled. She rolled down the sleeves of her green sweater, annoyed she hadn't made any headway in locating her family's home. The house had to be close by, she assumed. She skipped over a fallen tree, then spied a clearing as the sky grew darker. Her heart sped up, and she dashed for the clearing. A few more steps, and she entered a landscaped yard. Not wild like it had been when her family had lived here. The natural earth-toned stone blocks still protected the home's exterior, though she assumed someone had scrubbed away the black soot that had covered it after the fire. She stood in awe, overwhelmed for a moment, tears filling her eyes. Memories of playing in the woods, her mother calling to her sister and her to return home, the aroma of apple cobbler and fresh fish coming to her all at once. The roof. She stared at it. Green metal? She wrinkled her nose, and the place had been extended out the sides and back. She growled under her breath and moved in closer to get a peek inside the windows. Aluminum-framed windows replaced the wood ones and were now adorned with forest green shutters, which were pleasing to the eye. What was that on the roof? A skylight? A light flickered on in the living room. She stopped dead in her tracks. The warm yellow glow filled the big picture window, but she couldn't make out any sign of a person moving about inside. Forever, it seemed she stood in the clearing, staring at her home, frozen with indecision. She wanted to check out the cellar. The money box, if still hidden, was down there, and the only way to get to it was by going inside the house. On the other hand, the house belonged to her, and not just the hidden money, making her feel whoever lived here now had to go. They had no right to her home. Mostly, she needed the deed and will to prove it was hers. Her fists clenched and her jaw tightened. She wanted to scream, "Come out at once, or I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll—" The faint snap of a twig coming from the woods behind her garnered her full and immediate attention. She whipped around. In the dark woods, the iridescent eyes of a wolf shone. Nothing else, just the eyes. A gray? Had to be. She glared at it, showing she wouldn't be intimidated or frightened or— The front door of her house squeaked open, and she jerked her head around. "Whoa," a man said, stepping onto her front porch, his hand still on the doorknob. "What have we here?" One very pissed-off homeowner whose home had been stolen by this person, not to mention all the changes that had been made to the property when it didn't belong to him. A black SUV drove up on the gravel driveway and skidded to a stop. Two males got out, who looked eerily like the man on the front porch. If she had to fathom a guess, the three were more than just brothers. They were triplets. Both looked her over as if she was prime meat, taking in every inch of her, from her hiking boots to the top of her head, with her red hair pulled on top in a chignon with copper clips. "Geez, Sean, you didn't tell us you'd invited Devlin's mate to the pizza party. What would he say?" "Hey, Fisher, she was feeling well enough to go with Devlin to attend that woman's wedding in Portland, Oregon," Sean said, smiling broadly. "This little lady is someone else." The men all stared at her. Then the other shook his head. "Hot damn, we got another one of them in our midst." "I'll say, Heath," Sean said. "Sure is going to cause some troubles," Fisher said. "Got any more sisters?" He directed the question to Serena. She took a step away from them and away from the wolf. Fisher turned his attention to the wolf, but no one said a word. She wasn't afraid of the beast, but instead kept her focus on the men in front of her. They were her enemy. "Are you lost?" Sean asked, his voice deeply sensual, but a tad concerned. He tilted his head to the side slightly. "She sure looks like her, doesn't she?" Did he have a clue she'd come for her house? That he didn't have long to live here? The crap about looking familiar was a guy line for sure. She studied him back, trying to determine if she had met him somewhere before. Dark brown hair curled behind his ears and hung just below the bottom edge of his denim shirt collar. Her eyes drifted to his jeans, well-worn, stone-washed, faded, soft, and hugging his muscled thighs, and... "Miss," Sean said, "are you lost?" "Hell, come on in, miss, and share a beer and pizza with us. We've got plenty for all of us. I'm Heath. If you couldn't tell, we're all brothers." He lifted 3 pizza boxes, then motioned with his head to the other man. "That's Fisher, our youngest brother by 5 minutes." Heath was darker-haired, amber-eyed, and wore a plaid shirt, jeans, and hiking boots, the lumberjack look. Blue-eyed Fisher grinned and raised 3 six-packs of beer. He looked more like a cowboy, with a Stetson, well-worn cowboy boots, jeans, and chambray shirt with the western trimmings. His hair was a much lighter brown with golden highlights. "And our oldest brother, Tanner, is—" Heath gave a small smile. "Well, he's roaming the woods right now." "Quadruplets?" It took every ounce of effort for her to break free from her dilemma. The hair at the nape of her neck stood on end. She knew the wolf was still behind her. Not close, still hidden in the woods, still watching her. The brother's half-wild, half-pet wolf, maybe? "Would you like to come inside and use a phone?" Sean asked. She swallowed hard, the tears stinging her eyes. For now, she'd leave her beloved home behind. For now. She turned and glanced in the direction of the woods. Her vehicle was off the road 2 miles through the woods. She'd have to search her house when Sean and his brothers weren't around. She was certain they wouldn't agree to her looking for the deed while they were in the house, unless she came back later when they were sleeping off the beer. The wolf, gray and blonde-pelted, his eyes a beautiful dark amber, had drawn several yards closer, watching every move she made. He was a large gray. His ears perked up, twisted back and forth, listening to the sound of her breathing, judging how panicked she might be. He sniffed the air, but she was downwind of him. Her lips lifted at the corners slightly. Then she bolted in the direction of the creek, hoping to return when they were asleep. She didn't want them seeing her car and license plate, possibly learning who she was, yet. "Miss!" Sean yelled. "Miss! Shit!" The men ran after her, but humans were so unattuned to the wild. She'd soon lose them in her territory. The wind kept shifting, and she couldn't detect their scents. The land seemed so familiar, coming back to her as she made her way through it. The terrain, the trees, maybe taller than before, closer to the house than before. For now, she dreaded meeting up with the wolf that bounded after her in hot pursuit, not because she couldn't hold her own against him, but because she feared being tracked. She'd do this her own way. She had no intention of being forced to tell them why she'd been studying the house, or who she was. If she could get her deed, a lawyer, and file her claim, she'd get rid of the squatters without much trouble. Except, she'd have to prove she was her family's descendant too. She was afraid if she didn't find the deed and will first, they could destroy them, and she wouldn't have any recourse. Then she'd have to use her credit card and go after Harold. "Damn it, where'd she go?" Sean yelled. "Hell, Sean, we've got to let Devlin know about her right away," Heath said. "He'll want a report at once." She scrambled into the creek, then made her way downstream several hundred yards. Around a bend in the river, she climbed into an oak tree, certain the wolf would lose her scent. For some time, the men and the wolf searched for her, splashing through the creek. Their boots knocked rocks on the shoreline together occasionally. Then their noisy search faded away. The wolf circled beneath her tree, then headed after the men. She would have smiled when they passed right beneath her leafy perch 20 minutes later, unaware she sat right above them. She would have gloated at her cleverness. But tonight, Sean and his brothers would return to her home, eat pizza, drink beer, and sleep in comfort in her home while she had no place to call her own.
Come on, let's call it a night.
Sean trudged back to the opposite side of the creek's bank. Fisher chuckled.
I know she's somewhere close by, but Red's not about to let us catch her tonight.
Her blood warmed. They thought themselves hunters and she was their prey? No, this was her land, hers, and she'd have it back one way or...
All right, stay out here,
Fisher said to the wolf. He shook his head.
You always did have a thing for a red-headed, long-legged beauty. See you in the morning.
Ah, hell, Heath said.
We all do. And there'll be trouble, you know it.
Then Devlin's going to be pissed.
Wouldn't you know she'd show up when our cousin's gone, Sean said.
Sean and his brothers tromped off. Serena fumed. If the wolf had gone into the house with its master, she would have waited until everyone went to sleep. Now she was stuck in a tree like a raccoon cornered by a hound. For a while, the wolf sat. When she didn't move, he laid down, watching, listening, his ears twitching back and forth. She took in a deep breath and smelled the fishy stream, a hint of snow in the air, and realized how foolish she'd been to leave her jacket in the car. But if she left the tree, the wolf would hear her. Oh, hell. She rubbed her arms, her pants and boots wet from trudging through the creek. If she didn't get out of the cold, she'd freeze to death. She began the climb down, and the wolf sat up and watched her. She swore the dumb beast smiled at her. Before she could race off for her car, he leapt at her, and her heart nearly died a frantic death. He knocked her down, his paws on her back, his heavy weight effectively pinning her to the pine needle-covered ground. She growled, "Get off me!" For several seconds, he held her there, not moving, though she tried to squirm out from underneath him. And then he leaned down, and she thought he was going to bite, but instead he licked her cheek. "Get off me!" she screamed. She instinctively knew he hadn't meant to hurt her, but was playing with her like a big friendly dog, only he was all wolf. To her surprise, he moved off. For a second, she sat up and stared at him. Then she jumped to her feet and bolted. He ran after her, but didn't tackle her again, though she expected it. When she reached her car, he paused. Afraid of cars and roads. Good. They can kill wolves. She jammed her hand in her jeans pocket, then in the other. Panic coursed through her icy veins. Oh my God, what happened to the car keys? If she'd lost them when she was running, she'd never find them now. Not unless she shifted into her wolf and, with her nose to the ground, could find her scent on them. The wolf watched her, his eyes fixed on her, waiting for her to do something. She snorted. Her only other option was walking 20 miles to town. Fat chance. Or joining Sean and his brothers for pizza and beer. Great, just great. She wanted to take her property back in an impersonal way. The less she associated with these men, the less she'd care about having them evicted. The snow began to fall. She was out of options. Cold, wet, and hungry, her hands jammed in her jeans pockets, she headed back toward the house, the wolf trailing her like a puppy would its mother. "You know, you're supposed to go home with your master," she said, glancing over her shoulder at the beast. He woofed at her. If she hadn't avoided making trips to the wilderness with a wolf for so long, she would have recognized the warning in his bark. But it was too late. The land gave way, and she tumbled down a steep incline, branches slapping at her, tugging at her hair and shirt, her hands reaching out to grab something that would stop her fall down the rocky terrain. She swore she'd kill Harold for all the trouble he'd put her through. She felt the impact with the immovable tree before she saw it, felt the pain in her ribs. She smacked her head before the night turned into a hazy gray, then faded to black. Chapter 2. Former Army Ranger Tanner Greystoke made his way down the steep incline easily in his wolf coat. When he reached the base of the hill, he shifted, shivered, and prayed the woman wasn't injured too severely. She was lying on her back, passed out, her red hair splayed across the brush. She was beautiful, ivory skin, red cheeks from the cold and the walk. When she was glowering at him, she had beautiful blue-green eyes, bluer than Bella's. After seeing she was breathing normally and her heart rate was steady, he crouched down to lift her off the cold ground. She opened her eyes and studied him, every bit of him, from his muscles to his package. She was definitely a wolf, and he smiled. He cradled Red in his arms and hoped he wouldn't injure her further, but he had to get her out of the cold. It didn't help that her pants and boots were wet. "What's your name?" "Serena," she said. "I'm Tanner." He struggled to make his way up the narrow wolf trails he and his brothers had made, and when he reached the top of the hill where it leveled off, he headed straight for the house. Changing out of his wolf form and running around as a naked human in the freezing cold wasn't the smartest way to travel, but he couldn't carry her any other way. He could have howled for his brothers, but damn if he wanted them to come to her rescue. When she opened her eyes again, he wanted her to see him, not one of his brothers. He took in a deep breath, inhaling her sweet scent. Earlier, he kept tracking her smell and knew she had to be one of Bella's kind, a red wolf, maybe even a relative who looked a hell of a lot like her. He'd say they were sisters, but Bella had said her sister had died in the fire many years ago. Now every one of his brothers would want her. Could they even convince her to stay here? They had to get hold of Bella. Maybe she could encourage her to stay with their pack. That still left the problem with his brothers. And Devlin, their pack leader. If the brothers fought over her, Devlin would decide what to do. Which meant Tanner had to make sure Red wanted him, not his brothers. He smiled and quickened his pace. As long as she didn't have as quick a temper as Bella, no problem. He was glad Heath was here. As the pack's doctor, he'd check her out. Her eyes fluttered open, and she stared at Tanner's bare chest for a minute, took a shallow breath, groaned, and closed them again. She'd heal. Their kind always did, but it might take a while. He listened to her steady breathing and heart rate. He shook his head, not believing how fortunate they were to have her here with them tonight. He was still concerned about her injuries. Like what had happened between Devlin and Bella, Tanner had rescued his own little red wolf now. He smiled broadly, perfectly pleased with himself. Until he approached the front door of the house. He knew as soon as Sean opened the front door, Tanner would have a fight over keeping her for himself. Not that she wouldn't have a say in it, which meant he had to prove just how perfect a match they could be. At least, he hoped so. "What the hell happened?" Sean asked, his brow furrowing, and Tanner knew his brother thought he had caused her injuries. "She was returning to the house. At least she was headed this way, but lost her footing and fell down a steep incline. I tried to warn her. She hit a tree on the way down, smacked her head, and passed out." Fisher and Heath came out of the den. Then both crowded around while Tanner carried her to his bedroom. "Hey, not in there," Sean said. Tanner gave him a look like he'd better cool it. Sean folded his arms. "Devlin won't like it if you make a claim to her without his say. I'm in charge of his leather goods factory whenever he's gone. I'm the eldest of the four of us, and next in line to be the alpha leader if anything happens to our cousin." Heath whistled. "Already tempers are flaring and we don't even know who she is or why she's here. Just because she's here doesn't mean she wants to stay. Let me take a look at her. She's come home, Tanner said, laying her on his bed. I think she might be Bella's twin sister. The Greystoke brothers drove to the pack clinic with the mystery red she-wolf lying in the middle bench seat, her head on Tanner's lap. Fisher was sitting in the third seat in back, Sean was driving, and Heath was sitting in the passenger seat up front. She's got to be Bella's sister, Sean said, driving through the woods on the winding road to the clinic. Or a distant cousin, Tanner warned, her head sitting squarely on his crotch, heating him up. We don't want Bella to rush home thinking we found her twin sister when we haven't. You don't want her rushing home so she can say no to you having the red, Sean said. As if Bella would have any say in it, or would even be inclined to say no. The choice was strictly the she-wolf's. We called Devlin, Heath said, as soon as we saw the lady here. Either they have no reception or they're doing their usual thing and they have their phones turned off. Sean shook his head. Knowing them, they're at it again. The she-wolf finally roused enough to speak. Where are you taking me? To my clinic, Heath said. I'm the doctor for the Greystoke wolf pack. Are you related to Bella Wilder? You're the spitting image of her, except your hair is a little lighter red and your eyes are bluer. If you're not her twin sister, I'd venture to say you're a first cousin. She tried to sit up and groaned. Where are you hurt? Tanner asked, half holding her up, half wanting her to lie back down. My ribs. I think I bruised them. And your head? You passed out, Heath said. I don't remember. Tanner wanted her to rest, but she struggled to sit up. He helped her, and then was going to buckle her seatbelt, but as soon as he tried to lock the shoulder strap over her chest, she cried out. Hell, sorry, he said, hating that he'd hurt her. Kill her before we get to the clinic, will you? Sean asked, sounding annoyed. I'm just bruised, she said, as if defending Tanner. What's your name? Tanner held her hand to protect her if Sean had to suddenly stop the car. Deer ran through the woods, and sometimes they had to make sudden stops. Serena Wilder, you say my sister is alive? Tears had filled her eyes, and she looked as though she was fighting to hold them back. Hot damn, Fisher said. Bella's going to be ecstatic to hear the news. Yeah, our gray pack raised her. Devlin rescued her when they were both pups, and she mated him when they grew up, Tanner said. Serena sobbed. A gray wolf? She sounded like she couldn't believe her sister would do something so crazy. Maybe getting to know the she-wolf would be harder than Tanner suspected. She hadn't grown up with them. She didn't know them. Had she even been raised by wolves after she left the area? Yeah, gray wolf. Why didn't you return before this? Tanner figured she probably believed everyone in her family had died, just like Bella had believed, and had never wanted to return and relive the horrific memories. He rubbed her shoulder gently, trying to calm her. I made it to the river and managed to survive while buried under wet branches of a dam. My dad had said beavers had built part of it. A rainstorm put the rest of the fire out, and when I couldn't find any of my family, I finally made it to the dirt trail. A couple of days later, a human family passing through in a covered wagon picked me up. They took me back east and cared for me until I was old enough to be on my own. So you felt nostalgic and came back to the old homestead, Tanner said. We're eager to have you in the pack. Bella will be thrilled to learn you are alive and well. She frowned and wiped tears away. Heath handed her a tissue box from the console. How come you're living in our home? She asked, still sniffling. Bella inherited the... Sean paused. Well, she thought she was the only one who had survived. She gave the home to us. She found the deed? Her eyes widened, still filled with tears.
Yes, in the basement. And the will, too.
Tanner realized then that Serena must have been shocked to learn gray wolves had taken over her home.
We can move out. It's yours, Serena.
Tanner wasn't going to get a consensus from his brothers on the issue. The house had belonged to both Bella and her sister. Serena had every right to live there now. Trying to get her emotions under control, Serena couldn't believe how nice the gray wolves were. At least Tanner. She wasn't sure if his brothers would agree to give the house to her, making them all have to move. She was so shocked her sister had been alive all these years, and furious with herself that she had never come to learn that until now, missing all the time they could have been together. One by one, the other Gray Wolf brothers agreed.
Hell yeah, Fisher said. It's yours. We can stay with others in the pack until we build a place of our own.
Agreed, the doctor said. I've been meaning to build a place next to the clinic, so I'll be right there if we have any injuries or sickness I need to take care of. Sean cleared his throat.
But if you need anyone to stay around and protect you, I'm volunteering, Tanner said.
She smiled through her tears. Thanks. I have to admit, I thought I'd have to get growly with all of you to chase you out of the house. They laughed, but Tanner suspected she wasn't joking. Sean pulled into the parking lot of the clinic, built all of stone, the roof metal like her home's. Tanner hurried out of the car to help lift Serena out, but Heath was right there for her. His light amber eyes looked worried. It's nothing major, doctor, she said, taking his hand, but holding her ribs lightly with the other and groaning when she got out of the car. Where is Bella?
She and Devlin went to a friend's wedding. It's in Oregon and out in the country. They might not have reception, Tanner said. We'll keep trying to reach them.
I need money. Tanner frowned, looking like he was afraid that meant she intended to leave again soon.
I'd be happy to give you however much money you need. All of us would, Fisher hastily said.
She couldn't have appreciated them more for their offer. Someone stole mine. Tanner was now dressed in jeans, hiking boots, and a black t-shirt that molded to his sculpted muscles. The perfect balance, not the overdone kind. She recalled in vivid detail all those muscles she had gotten an eyeful of when he'd been naked, before he carried her to the house. His package was just as noteworthy, though she'd never admit she'd been peeking. He reminded her of hot baked buns, his wolfish scent woodsy, wet, and wild, and totally appealing. Heath helped her to the front door of the clinic, while Sean hurried to unlock it and turn on the lights inside.
Who stole your money?
Tanner was immediately a growly wolf, and she thought he would tear into the man who did this if he could. That gave her an idea. She had thought she'd be dealing with this all on her own. But what if she had a male wolf to back her? She could pretend he was her new roommate, and he could be there to lend some male muscle. Even better was that he seemed so eager to please. Heath helped her to an exam room, but the brothers all crowded in at the door.
Do you mind?
Heath asked. Tanner can stay, she said, wanting to talk further to him about Harold. If he was willing to pay for her trip and even come with her, she would go along with it. Fisher and Sean slapped him good-naturedly on the back.
Hell, he has her hoodwinked already, Sean said,
and he and his brother walked off toward the waiting area. Tanner folded his arms.
Okay, tell me what this is all about.
Heath examined her ribs. They feel okay. Nothing broken. Let's take some x-rays. He moved her into the x-ray room, set her on a table, and took the photos. While he developed them, Tanner came in and held her hand, his amber eyes concerned.
What's going on? Why did you return here?
I needed money to go after my roommate who was sharing a rental house with me. He took all my savings, over $160,000 worth. He had grabbed my wallet that had my driver's license and debit card in it when I went running. He must have used a girlfriend to take out the money and even took off in my car. I'd just lost my job due to layoffs at the library where I'd worked. Luckily, I had some cash stuffed in a sock for emergencies and kept my passport in there too. I used some of the cash on taxi fare to get to the airport and then finally found my car. Between gas, meals, and lodging on the way out here, I used most of the money I had left. She sighed. I didn't know if the house would still be standing or if the basement was still there. I thought my dad hid some cash in a strongbox in the basement.
You were headed to the car parked in the woods like you were planning to leave, but didn't. Why?
Tanner asked. She ground her teeth. I dropped the damn keys somewhere in the woods.
He smiled. She growled. He laughed. We'll find them. We'll take care of you so you don't have to worry about anything.
I want to get my money back. I worked hard for all that money over the years.
I understand. Do you have a photo of him?
I do. I kept one so I could show it to people while I try to find him. She pulled out her phone and located one. They'd taken a road trip a month after they began rooming together a few months ago, and he was standing close to the edge of a cliff. She should have had him step back a little bit when she took that picture of him. They'd met at a diner, realized they were both wolves, and began to talk. What a mistake that was.
Okay, so square jaw, small black eyes, sandy-colored hair, cleft chin, and looks like a wily wolf.
Tanner gave her phone back to her.
We have cousins, Vaughn and his brother Brock, who are Navy SEALs turned PIs. My brothers and I are Army Rangers, now working at our Pax leather good factory. As PIs, our cousins can help us locate Harold if we can't.
Oh, I know where he is. He's on Grand Cayman Island. I want to fly out there and get my money, now. I don't want him spending it all before I can catch up to him and make him give it back. Heath returned and showed her the x-rays.
Good news, no breaks. No hairline fractures even. It appears you have a couple of bruised ribs. With our faster healing abilities, you should be good in a couple of days.
Thanks, Doctor.
Heath, if you don't mind.
Thanks, Heath.
What do you plan to do when you catch up to this guy?
Tanner asked. She snorted. I'd love to end his miserable life. But he just took all my money, didn't injure me or anything. If I can get all he took from me, plus enough money to pay for the trip out there, then I'd be satisfied.
You're sure he's on Grand Cayman Island?
I am. She reached down to pull out the confirmation paper from her jeans pocket, but her ribs hurt every time she moved.
Here, let me.
Tanner helped her down off the table. He reached in her pocket. She tried not to squirm at the way his heated touch was doing amazing things to her body, and pulled out the folded piece of paper showing the resort Harold was staying at and the flight he was taking.
Looks like we don't need to use Vaughn and Brock's services. If you want, when we return to the house, we can book a flight out first thing.
Things were definitely looking up. She couldn't wait to see Bella, but she didn't want to ruin her sister's chance to celebrate her friend's wedding. In the meantime, Serena had to get her money back before this scumbag ex-roommate spent all of it. More than that, she wondered just what it would be like to kiss the hot wolf who was signing on for this mission. An Army Ranger? Beat that, Harold, the telephone line repairman. Chapter 3. Tanner was ready to rip Serena's ex-roommate to shreds for stealing her money, though he was thankful Harold's actions had caused her to leave wherever she'd been living and return home.
Do you want to show Harold's picture to my brothers and cousins?
Yeah, sure. She handed her phone to Tanner, and he leaned forward and handed it to Heath. "Everyone can stay at the house until we resolve this money situation with my ex-roommate," she told the brothers as they drove her home. "Are you sure you don't need more muscle?" Fisher asked. "4 of us should be able to convince the bastard what a mistake he'd made." "Who would be left to run the factory?" Sean asked. "Tanner's in charge there." "I'll leave you in charge," Tanner said. The brothers smiled. Never in a millennium would he think to give up his position as the manager of the facility to one of his brothers for anything other than being near death. "I've got to stay in case we have any medical emergencies," Heath said, handing the phone back to Tanner. He passed it back to Fisher. Fisher gave an exaggerated sigh. "The plant needs me. Unless Devlin declared a holiday for the staff and we could shut down for a few days." "We have too many outstanding orders to do that," Tanner warned. "Okay, so you're it. But if you need any help, we'll be out there in a heartbeat," Fisher said. "Deal." Tanner got the phone back from Fisher. "Do you mind if I share the photo in a text to some members of the pack?" "Sure." "And thanks," Serena said. And for the first time, she seemed to relax. "Are you sure you don't mind us staying at the house longer?" Fisher asked. "We'll be gone, and when we get back, we'll see what happens then." "You can't mean to leave the pack after you return," Sean said. "Bella would be devastated." "I don't want to leave my sister. We need to catch up on everything that's happened over the years. Has she had any kids yet?" Heath said, "I wasn't sure if she wanted to be the one to give you the news first, but since you asked, she's due to have triplets in a few months." "Oh my God, that's wonderful." "Well, that decides it. I'm not leaving." Everyone whooped and hollered, and she laughed. The whole pack would be damned glad she was sticking around. They'd all make her feel welcome. "Are you sure you're all right with us staying at the house tonight?" Sean asked. "I'd like the company." "And you need to be watched in case you're in further pain or have any complications from your fall," Heath said. Tanner and his brothers agreed. As soon as they arrived back at the house, all the brothers coddled her, setting her up on one of the brown velvet couches with pillows and blankets and providing a steak dinner for 2 that Tanner prepared himself since they'd both missed out on the beer and pizza. She seemed to appreciate that he'd fixed it for her, though she'd said she didn't want him to go to all the trouble. He wanted to. What better way to prove he could be the right wolf for her? "Tell us all about this ex-roommate. Is he a wolf?" "He is, and so is the woman he took off with. I smelled her scent in the house when I returned from the library, my last day after they gave me my layoff notice. I suspect he waited until the last minute to leave because he was always that way. He knew he didn't have any time left. Once I was home, I could have caught him at whatever he was up to. I'd asked him if he wanted to go for a run, but he hadn't. When I returned, I saw he'd taken my car without my permission, and I smelled the unfamiliar she-wolf who had been in the house. I tried calling him, then texting him, but he didn't answer. I assumed he took my car because his truck was in the shop and I was without a job. But I felt something was off. He would have told me he needed to borrow the car and asked me for permission to use it. That's when I checked the closet and realized he'd taken his clothes and a couple of suitcases. I started checking his email and learned where he'd gone. Grand Cayman Island. The bastard." "And the woman?" She humphed. "A gray wolf like him." The brothers exchanged looks. She sighed. "Okay, yeah. After the experience I had with him, gray wolves were on my blacklist. But you all have been great, and I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me already." Tanner showed her his phone. "The earliest flight out for us here tomorrow is at 8:30 a.m., arriving there at 3:27 p.m. It'll take us an hour and a half to get to the airport from here." "Okay, I'm game." "Do you want us to drive you?" Fisher asked.
No, that's a 3-hour round trip for you. We'll just leave the car in long-term parking in case it takes a while," Tanner said. His brothers smiled at him, sure that he wanted her all to himself, which he did. Early the next morning, Sean handed Serena her car keys while she and Tanner had breakfast before they left for the airport. "We all looked for the keys last night so we could move the car and carry your bags into the house," Sean said. "Oh, thanks so much for all your help." "How are you feeling?" Heath asked. "Much, much better, thanks." "We'll have to look the part when we get there. Do you have anything that you can wear there?" Tanner asked. "Sure. I had to vacate my rental house. I brought everything I owned." "You can leave what you don't need here and just pack up what you need for a summer vacation. Do you have a bathing suit?" She smiled at him. "If you don't have one, I'll have to buy you one." "I have a bathing suit, though this is not a vacation," she reminded him. "What about you?" Swimming in the surf totally appealed, if they could swing it. "Absolutely. Sunscreen, flip-flops, board shorts, sunglasses. We'll need to look the part of tourists. ACP, an automatic Colt pistol, just for backup. I'll get in close to where they're staying to do surveillance. We'll rent a car. You can wait for me at the bungalow since Harold knows you. I can scope out the situation, and then we can make plans." "All right. Sounds like that will work." As soon as she finished eating breakfast, she hurried to repack her suitcases, so she had her laptop and camera in a carry-on and her clothes and other essentials in a mid-size bag. Tanner had already packed, and the guys were waiting for her to finish. Then Sean carried out her bags to Sean's SUV. The three brothers gave Serena hugs and wished her luck, slapped Tanner on the back, and then she and Tanner headed out. "I wish we could have reached my sister before we left," she said. "I agree. She'll be glad to hear from you as soon as she's able." Serena was feeling much better, both physically and mentally, about everything. Their faster healing abilities really were a godsend. And with the support of a pack, she felt she could manage anything, even letting this go if she had to. Family and friends were more important than anything, but she still had to give this her best shot, or she'd forever regret that she'd let Harold get away with it. She was certain Tanner could convince Harold to give up her money if she couldn't access his accounts covertly. And she felt good about getting to know the brothers better, even though she hadn't met the rest of the pack yet. Would she have trouble with any of them? No sense in borrowing trouble. With her sister having triplets, she was excited about being part of that. Wolves naturally help take care of other wolves' pups, and she was thrilled to be there for her sister. She couldn't wait to see her. "I made reservations at a resort down the beach from Harold. Their place was full, but I thought it was better for us to have a little distance between us anyway. This way we can do some surveillance before we confront them." "Sounds good. You won't be in trouble for taking off like this when your pack leader left you in charge at the leather goods factory, will you?" "I don't believe Devlin will fault me too much. Your sister is a different story. I can just imagine her being irritated with me for taking you with me in the event this guy fights back. What kind of a wolf is he? Alpha? Beta? Omega? A lone wolf?" "He's a lone wolf, no pack. He's alpha, except when he did his cowardly beta act of stealing my money and slipping away like a thief in the night." "What about the woman?" "I never met her. I have no idea where he picked her up. It makes me wonder if he'd planned this all along." "Wolves don't have sexual relations unless they agree to mate, because we make a lifetime commitment to one another. Had he led you to believe that he wanted that with you?" "No, neither of us had. For the time being, we just needed each other to share the cost of a furnished rental house. I couldn't afford a place of my own in Omaha, not on a library clerk's hourly wage. Renting an apartment would have cost more than splitting the cost of a rental house. I couldn't live in an apartment anyway.
You know how it is with our enhanced hearing. Since he was a wolf, he was more compatible as a roommate than a human. I couldn't find any female wolves to room with, and Harold and I became friends. With us, there was more of a friendly vibe rather than anything physical. She shrugged. I hadn't been around wolves for eons, and when I met him, it was the first time since the fire. I didn't know what it was like to feel anything like... She hesitated. Carnal pleasure between wolves? She smiled at him. Yeah. How long were you together? 3 months, which makes me wonder if he planned this or if it was something that just happened. He met another she-wolf, decided to mate with her, and help himself to my savings before they left? Or maybe she's a relation. So, the plain reservations were for 2? They were. The woman's name is Velvet Jameson. Different last names, but that could be for any number of reasons. Velvet? That was the name on the reservation. 1 male, 1 female. After arriving at the airport, Serena and Tanner checked their bags and hauled their carry-ons onto the plane. She and Tanner had both taken laptops. Thankfully, Harold hadn't stolen that. They finally settled in their seats on the plane, but they'd have 2 stops and would have to change planes both times before reaching their destination. What if he says he didn't take any of my money? She asked Tanner. Why would you travel all the way to Colorado to look for a buried treasure in your parents' basement if you hadn't been robbed of all your savings? I can show the account was closed, but he could just say I did that. I don't have any hard evidence it was him. Bastard. Serena glanced out the window. Makes me feel like doing what I initially wanted to do. Take him out permanently? She squeezed his hand. I know I shouldn't feel that way, but... Not only did he take all your money, he hooked up with another she-wolf to pull it off. Right. She let out her breath on a heavy sigh. I was angry. Then you and your brothers treated me so nicely, and it helped me to feel a little better. To know you weren't the only wolf left in the world with no one to watch your back? I admit I was feeling that way. You think you know somebody, and then you learn just how much that isn't so. Well, one thing about the pack. If anyone did that to another pack member, there would be hell to pay. I never thought there'd be a pack in the area where we'd lived. Not a shifter pack. And that gray wolves would be living in my home. Or that my own sister would be alive and mated to the pack leader. It's all still a shock. All good, right? He leaned over and pulled her against his shoulder so she could rest. She smiled, then frowned. Until we get to the island. Yet, this was nice, she thought. Resting her head on the hot wolf's shoulder, she breathed in his spicy male wolf scent, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling his warm touch. Really nice. Chapter 4. From the flight schedule Serena had found for Harold and Velvet in the email, they had only arrived the night before, and their return flight was scheduled 10 days from then, but they were traveling to Raleigh, North Carolina, instead of returning to Omaha. Tanner was surprised Harold hadn't changed his identity, probably figuring Serena wouldn't catch him because she wouldn't have any money to do anything about it. He couldn't go to jail as a wolf because it was too dangerous for their kind if he needed to shift during the phase of the full moon. Not to mention that taking on 2 gray wolves when she was a smaller red wouldn't have been a good idea. Harold would never suspect an Army Ranger wolf shifter would be hot on his tail. Tanner and Serena had lunch between flights. When they arrived at the island, they picked up their luggage, got their rental car, and, before they went to their lodging, Serena directed him to go to a bank. There, she opened an account. If Harold could do it, Tanner figured, she could do it too. Then they headed for their lodging. In retrospect, he probably should have asked her if she wanted a separate place. He'd reserved a 2-bedroom bungalow on the beach so that they'd be together, share meals, and he could watch over her. Not only was it something he'd do for any she-wolf who was part of the pack, but he also wanted to get to know her better. Plus, Harold might just want to try and scare her off, or worse. He might have been sneaky about running off with her money, but no telling what might happen if she began stalking him to get it back. When they walked into the bungalow, she took a deep breath and looked around. There was a cute little kitchen with sunshiny decor and stairs leading to the bedrooms and one bathroom. She set her bags down on the tile floor. Tanner set his bags by the stairs. What if Harold had done this before to women he's hooked up with? Serena asked. I was thinking the same thing. There's a good bet that he has. And that he'll do it again. Easy money. I agree. She walked over to the living room window that looked out on the beach. That makes me want to wring his neck again. Wait until we get your money back from him first. It would be different if he had some charitable reason why he took the money. Coming to the island to have fun with some new she-wolf? I don't think so. I need to run out and pick up some groceries and some dinner for us. Unless you want to have something delivered? Go ahead and order something for us. Then you can get some groceries in the takeout. Anything's fine with me. He pulled out his phone and searched for a restaurant close by that served takeout. Chinese? He joined her and showed her the menu. Sure. The spicy broccoli and beef for me. All right. I'd take you with me, but we might run into them. I feel like I'm on house arrest. Because of me? He didn't want her to feel as though he was calling all the shots. He just wanted to make sure they didn't tip off Harold unless she had to. No, because of them. I suspect she knows what I look like if she had to disguise herself as me when she went to the bank. Though it was a big bank, and I didn't know anyone personally. I didn't go in very much, just used the drive-thru or made automatic deposits. Why don't we take a run tonight when it gets nice and dark? As wolves? Yeah. What do you think? I'd like that. I'm glad you're with me. I was so mad. I was ready to tear into the two of them all by myself. I wasn't concerned about my own well-being. I didn't figure I had anything to lose at that point. I don't blame you. And I'm glad to help you in any way that I can. All right, I'll call in the order and pick it up when it's ready. I hope trying to get the money doesn't take more than a couple of days. He hoped it did. Then he'd be able to spend more time alone with her on a tropical island without his brother's or anyone else's interference. He carried her bags up the stairs. Then he called in the order to the Chinese restaurant. Afterward, he carried his bags up and put them in his room. He heard her setting the table for dinner. View of the beach up there? Yep. Both bedrooms. Food's ordered. He headed back down the stairs. What are you going to do? She opened her laptop on the kitchen table and turned it on. I'm looking for the layout of their cabana. I'm checking his email also. Okay, he received a confirmation for dinner for 2 at a Chinese restaurant for tonight. Like now. Not the same one we're getting takeout from, though, correct? It's the same one. It's the closest one to both our places. If they see you, they won't know you anyway. But if they smell me, they might be able to smell you on me. Oh, sorry. No more hugs for you. Hell, I'll kill the SOB for all he's done to you myself. I'll have them deliver the food here, and I'll run to the grocery store while they're at the restaurant. Thanks for doing this, and for everything you've already done for me. He thought she was going to give him a hug for stepping in to be her hero. He must have looked hopeful, or eager, or something. She smiled broadly, closed the distance between them, and gave him a warm hug. Warmer than she'd given his brothers when they'd said goodbye. And that told him she just might be interested in something more between them. He meant to give her a simple, sweet kiss, as much as he was craving something wilder, more passionate, wolfish even. She began to kiss him back, as if searching for the truth. Was she just as passionate a wolf as he hoped she would be? Hell yeah. He gave in to the moment, holding her tight, kissing her soft lips, enjoying the heat of her body, the softness of her curves, and the sweet scent of the human and she-wolf combined. Her kisses became more insistent, needier, more passionate. When they broke free of the kiss, they were breathing harder and their heartbeats were drumming. Her eyes darkened and she appeared dazed. Her arms were still wrapped around his back, and he was holding her close, the two of them gazing into each other's eyes. He knew by the way their pheromones were singing to each other that she had been affected by the intimacy just as much as he had, not to mention he was fully aroused. There was something between them, a connection between wolves they could build on. I'd tell you I shouldn't have done that with you because I don't really know you, but I have to admit, I've never felt that way with anyone I've ever kissed, Serena said. The heat? The desire? He smiled. Ditto for me. Then she sighed and released him. I'm going to unpack and change into something a little cooler. Save a swim date. We can go swimming and running after that long flight. I'll get the groceries and be right back. I would love to go swimming and unwind a bit before we take care of business. She gave him a short list of what she'd like to eat: oatmeal for breakfast, dark brown sugar, tea, and sandwich fixings. When Tanner left, Serena unpacked her bags and then changed into shorts, sandals, and a halter top. Returning to the kitchen, she opened up her laptop to try to learn anything more about Harold from his emails. She still couldn't believe the way she'd felt when she had kissed Tanner. She'd had a few flings with humans over the years, which were fine as long as she wasn't mated to a wolf. But the craving to make a human hers? Or to take this all the way with a wolf like Harold? Never. Back in Omaha, she'd observed a male blue jay courting a female in spring, fluffing out his chest, his wings spread, trying to impress her. The female had been watching him, interested, appreciative of all his hard work. In Tanner's case, he'd stayed near her when he was a wolf, had tried to warn her of danger, and had taken care of her after she'd hurt herself. He didn't have wings to spread, but he was definitely in courtship mode, showing how protective he could be, and helping in any way to take care of this business too. Drawn to him, she tried to tell herself she only kissed him to see if all wolves were the same as humans. Nothing to write home about. She had quickly learned that wasn't the case with Tanner. If she'd had someone to write home to, she would have told her she had found one hot wolf. She checked more of Harold's emails. She kept thinking he'd remember she had used it once, and he would have changed his password. Maybe he didn't think she was that bright. He would never suspect she was just down the road from him, a beach's run from his cabana. Then she saw another couple of email confirmations. Harold and Velvet had paid for a stingray snorkeling excursion tomorrow afternoon and were going on a sunset catamaran cruise tomorrow night. They would be gone for 5 hours for the snorkeling trip. The catamaran cruise would take about 3 hours. She and Tanner should be able to... Shoot. She was thinking they could sneak into their place, find his laptop to see if she could hack into it and learn about his bank accounts, but Harold would smell their scent. Even if only Tanner went, Harold would wonder why a male wolf had been there. The food arrived and she tipped the delivery man, then carried the food into the kitchen to serve it. She received a text from Tanner. Did the food arrive? She texted back, it did. She told him about Harold and his girlfriend going out on the 2 trips. Tanner texted back, why don't we eat out for lunch and dinner tomorrow since they'll be gone for so many hours? She texted back, we could. She really didn't plan to stay on the island long. They could have a quick lunch, then break into the cabana. Or Tanner could. He could find the laptop and bring it out to the rental car where she could learn what she could on it. They'd still have the problem with leaving Tanner's scent behind. She suspected they might have to just threaten Harold to force him to give up her money.
I'll be right there. The grocery store is nearby.
See you. She fixed them glasses of ice water, then looked out at the beach. She was a take-charge person, and sitting here doing nothing was driving her nuts. While Harold and Velvet were at the Chinese restaurant, she wanted to check them out and learn what the woman looked like. Was she similar in coloring and build, or just the opposite? Serena wanted to see how the two of them reacted to each other. Intimate, or just getting to know each other? Hotly craving each other? She should have been angry that he'd used another she-wolf to help steal from her, but his actions had forced her into new circumstances, learning about her sister and finding a whole pack of eligible male wolves to choose from, which thrilled her. Harold had done her a favor. Even though the Greystoke brothers said they'd take care of her and she didn't have to worry about money, she couldn't allow Harold and the she-wolf to get away with stealing her savings. Only an Omega or Beta wolf would let another wolf abuse her trust and do nothing about it. She heard Tanner park the rental car out front, and she hurried to help him with the groceries. He only had a couple sacks of groceries and took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her, bag still in hand, and kiss her as if she'd come outside to welcome him back home after he'd been away for eons. She laughed and kissed him back, and did something so uncharacteristic for her when it came to a man, but he was all wolf. She rubbed her body against him in a way that said she was interested in being more than just one of his packmates. That got him smiling in a hot, sexy way. After the official greeting, they entered the bungalow and shut and locked the door. Okay, I didn't want to text about all this stuff, but I was thinking we could search his place for any clues about where he might be keeping my money and how to access it. But then he'd smell that we'd been in his place.
I have hunter's spray I brought with me.
Her jaw dropped. Then she frowned at him as he put the groceries away. Do you often use it to conceal your scent?
Only when necessary.
Okay, then good. They're going to be gone for about 8 hours on excursions tomorrow, so I figure we'll be able to slip into his place one of those times. She began to serve the Chinese food.
I've got lockpicks we can use. Standard Lupus Guru issue.
What if we run into them when we're running or swimming?
I'll tear into him and make him wish he hadn't taken your money in your car.
That made her worry. She didn't want Tanner injured. And for what? Money? His life was too important. But she didn't want to emasculate Tanner by mentioning it, reminding herself that he was an Army Ranger. She'd jump in and fight the bastard, though, if Harold got a lucky strike and Tanner needed her help. After eating and washing up, they stripped out of their clothes, opened the door to the patio on the beach, and shifted, intending to enjoy the beach and ocean that night, the sun already having set. The dark was perfect for their night vision, but humans wouldn't be able to make them out. They ran as wolves, then shifted and ran into the water as humans. She never imagined skinny dipping as a human with a wolf. She and Tanner swam, the full moon shining on the waves. She'd never been in the Caribbean or even to a beach before. Lakes, ponds, rivers, yes, but this was beyond beautiful, and she loved it here. Too bad she wasn't on a vacation with the handsome wolf, not worrying about getting her money back from a crook. Tanner took hold of her arm, pulled her close, and kissed her. Now this she'd never tried before, kissing a naked man in the ocean, the warm swell of water lapping at their waists, the sultry breeze ruffling their hair, the silky sand under their feet. It made her nearly forget her purpose here. He nuzzled her cheek.
Are you ready to run past the cabana and check it out?
Yeah, let's go. I wish we could check out their place early, but they might. They saw movement on the beach. 2 gray wolves racing down the white sandy beach, and Tanner quickly turned Serena away from their view. Since he was half a foot taller than her at 6 feet tall, he sufficiently blocked their view of her. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her then, as if that was part of the charade. Though she had to admit Harold would never suspect she would be here with one hot wolf. She kissed him back, her arms wrapping around his waist, her wet body pressed against his, and felt his cock stirring to life. For the moment, she didn't give a damn about Harold and the she-wolf. But then Tanner pulled his hot lips away from hers and said, "Can you access his computer if he has it at their cabana?" "I can." "The Grand Cayman account would be new, wouldn't it?" "He might have had it for a while. He uses the same 3 passwords for everything. He had them written down on a slip of paper in a drawer. I came across it one day while looking for a pen in his desk drawer." "What if he's changed the passwords?" "I can try to hack into the account." "You're a hacker?" Tanner looked amused. "Just a hobby. It came in handy when my co-workers at the library forgot their passwords on their computers. It was hush-hush, and we never breathed a word of it to management. If that doesn't work, we'll go to Plan B. Force him to tell us to give up the money." He glanced over his shoulder. "We'll have time to search for his laptop when they go on the snorkeling trip. They're gone now, and way down the beach. We should return to the bungalow. I don't want to run into them as wolves on the beach." "Agreed. Let's go." She glanced down the beach and didn't see any sign of them. "Should we make a run for it as naked humans or furry wolves?" "Wolves. We'll reach the bungalow faster. If we can't see them, they can't see us from this distance either." They moved through the waves to get closer to shore, then shifted and ran for the bungalow's porch. Tanner shifted again, opened the door, and then Serena shifted and walked inside with him. He shut and locked the door. "Now what?" he asked. Her phone rang then, and she wondered who would be calling her. "Gotta get that." She grabbed her phone and saw that it was Bella. She was glad Tanner had added her name and number into her list of contacts for her. "It's my sister." She felt overjoyed at once. Not wanting to try and dress while talking to her sister on the phone, she climbed the stairs to the bedroom. "Oh my God, Bella!" Tears filled Serena's eyes. "I can't believe you're alive. Or mated to a gray wolf." She slipped under the covers. "Or that you're having triplets." "I can't believe you're alive either. And now you're risking your neck trying to get your money back from your ex-roommate?" Bella sounded annoyed with her, but she was sniffling too. "In my place, you would have done the same thing." Serena knew her sister would have. She was too stubborn not to. "I don't want you to risk your life over the money. We have plenty in the pack, and you don't have any concerns in that respect. At first, I felt I didn't have a choice. But it didn't change my feelings about him stealing my savings. It's mine. I worked hard for it. And I don't want him to feel he got away with what he did." "Okay, I understand. I'm glad Tanner's with you. Devlin is ready to send more than half the pack there to take the wolf down. We're fine. For now. If we have trouble, we'll be sure to call you." Serena heard Tanner talking on his phone downstairs and wondered if he was still naked like she was. "I can't believe I'm really talking to you. Everyone's been trying to reach us. We finally arrived at a location where we had cell phone reception. You don't know how thrilled I am." Bella began to cry. So did Serena. "I can't wait to see you, sis. We'll—" Serena sniffled. "Be home soon. I can't wait to hear all about your life. Same here. Don't do anything that will get you killed over there. I will never forgive you." Serena smiled. "We'll be there soon, and I promise I'll be careful." But she'd also promised herself she was getting her money back, and she always kept her promises. Still, they talked for 2 hours straight, and when they finally hung up, Serena felt as though they had barely been apart all those years. She wanted to know more, but it was time to call it a night. Though she was certain Tanner understood her need to reconnect with her sister, she didn't want him to feel neglected either. Not when he was willing to help her like this. She threw on some shorts and a t-shirt and headed downstairs. He was dressed in shorts, watching out the window. "See anything?" she asked.
"I saw them return as wolves headed in the direction of their cabana. Did you have a nice talk with your sister?"
"I did. But we need to talk about so much more."
"I'm not surprised. Devlin called me."
She'd wondered who Tanner had been speaking with. Checking to see if we're all right?
"Giving me hell."
Her lips parted. She was surprised Devlin was angry with his cousin. Because you didn't ask his permission first? Tanner closed the distance between them and pulled her into his arms.
"Because I brought you here, risking your life without a solid plan and no backup."
"We're going to get the money by accessing his account."
"He wants us to wait. He's sending 2 of my brothers and our cousins Vaughn and Brock."
She didn't want to delay what she and Tanner intended to do while Harold and his girlfriend were on the stingray feeding excursion, especially when Serena only knew about that trip and the night cruise for certain. This was their best opportunity to grab the money surreptitiously. She let out her breath. "When are they arriving?"
2 days from now. The flight in was booked. They're going to try flying standby in the meantime."
"Okay, this is what we're going to do. We have Harold's itinerary for most of tomorrow. Beyond that, we have no idea when they're going to leave the cabana or when they're going to return. To do this as covertly as possible, this is the best shot we have. If we get the money, the guys don't have to fly out here unless they want to, and we can return to Colorado." He smiled down at her.
"You and Bella will really keep Devlin on his toes."
She smiled up at Tanner. "Are you going to call him and tell him the plan?"
"Nope. If we're successful tomorrow, we'll tell him then. If we're not, we'll go with a new plan B. Wolfpack muscle."
"Okay, it's a deal. Thanks, Tanner. I hope you won't get into too much trouble."
"I'll just tell him you made me do it."
She laughed. "I doubt he'll believe that."
"He will. He'll know I'm trying to persuade a wolf to court me, and I'll do whatever it takes, within reason. As long as your life isn't on the line."
Chapter 5. The next morning, Tanner and Serena prepared breakfast at the bungalow. Tanner made the works: omelets, bacon, hash browns, toast, and coffee. She had her oatmeal. But all he could think of as he prepared breakfast was that he hoped Harold and the she-wolf wouldn't cancel their plans, so he and Serena had time to do what they needed to do.
"You said his laptop was in the shop."
Tanner took his seat at the kitchen table with Serena to eat. It was. He picked it up 2 days before he left. Tanner had a nightmare last night that he and Serena would arrive at the cabana and the wolves would be there. If it did happen, it just meant they'd have to force the truth out of them. Movement outside the kitchen window caught his eye, and he noticed the palm tree fronds were flapping wildly in the wind, and the waves were covered in white caps, larger than they were last night. He checked the weather app on his phone. Hell. A tropical storm was approaching the islands. "What's wrong?" Serena asked.
"Storm's coming in with gale-force winds of up to 60 miles per hour. It might veer off, but it might not."
"Oh, great." She checked Harold's emails. Damn it. The tour group has canceled the excursions for both this afternoon and their catamaran dinner cruise. It's understandable, just not something I wanted to hear.
"Have they rescheduled for a later date?"
"No. They'll have to wait out the storm. If the docks are torn up, it might be canceled for the duration of their stay here." Serena sounded disappointed. Tanner hoped they didn't have more trouble than that. Says here, no flights in or out of the islands until further notice. So the guys will be delayed coming here to back us up also. What will we do? She looked so disappointed that she couldn't just take care of this and be done with it. He reached across the table and took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. We'll get it done. Though Tanner couldn't be sure how. If the storm destroyed their lodging, and Harold's laptop with it, then what? Not to mention a real risk to themselves if the storm was bad enough. The tropical storm has developed about 30 miles offshore. We've got some food, but I need to return to the grocery store and pick up some more items just in case we lose electricity. I'll go with you. What if Harold and the she-wolf have the same idea? Tanner really didn't want Harold to see Serena. Harold couldn't leave the island right away, but he might leave as soon as he could if he saw Serena was here, before she could get her hands on the money. All right, get plenty of water, some spare gallons for cooking and washing up, and canned goods. Got it. I'll clean up our breakfast dishes. You go before everyone cleans out the grocery store. All right. He carried his dishes and coffee mug into the kitchen, then pulled her in for a warm hug and kissed her, already feeling possessive and needing her to know he was there for her. She kissed him back in a way that said she appreciated it, their mouths open to each other, their tongues sliding against each other's. He groaned when she pulled away. More later, she assured him. Then I'd better hurry. It took him only 10 minutes to get to the grocery store, and Serena was right. The place was packed. People, mostly locals, were stocking up. He smelled the panic, everyone in a rush to grab what they could. Wheeling a cart in front of him, he picked up a couple of camp lanterns, flashlights, candles, several packs of bottled spring water, several extra gallons of water, canned goods, other non-perishable food items, a radio, and a propane stove. Tanner smelled a male wolf had just been down the aisle where he was picking up some chips, and he didn't believe there would be a lot of wolves vacationing on the island. He rolled his cart around the corner and saw a man and a woman clinging to him. Covertly, Tanner snapped a quick photo of them to show to Serena, wanting to know if she had ever seen the woman before, and he sent it to his brothers and cousins. The guy had sandy, dishwater-colored hair. The woman, mousy brown hair. She pulled free from him and began wringing her hands, looking worried. He was laid back, smirking, his hand rubbing her back underneath her shirt. From the picture Serena had shown Tanner, that was Harold. I think we should leave, the woman said, most likely Velvet. She was about the same petite build as Serena. All flights have been canceled because of the storm. We'll be fine. I've been through 2 of these here already. No big deal. Harold pulled her in for a kiss. Tanner thought they'd known each other for a while. Or maybe the 2 of them felt something for each other that Harold hadn't felt for Serena and vice versa. Something that went deeper than just a physical attraction between wolves. Still, Harold hadn't needed to steal Serena's money or leave without telling her he'd found a she-wolf who meant everything to him, which made Tanner suspect Harold was a scam artist and had planned this out in advance, and that the woman meant something more to him than someone he just used to grab Serena's money. Tanner was glad Serena wasn't here to witness their display of affection. He stayed out of the wolves' way, grabbing what he needed, hoping they wouldn't notice his wolf scent. As wary as wolves were, he hoped they didn't catch sight of him halfway watching them. Though if they did, they'd probably believe he was just curious about them, because he was a wolf too. They finally checked out and left, not noticing Tanner, thankfully. Then he waited until their headlights turned on and they backed out of their parking space. Already the blue morning skies, filled with white fluffy clouds, had turned ominously dark gray, and spatters of raindrops began to fall, as Tanner hurried to load the groceries in the car, then returned the cart to the store. He received a call from Serena. "Headed back, just getting into the car," he said. "Okay, I was worried. It's fixing to let loose at any moment." I looked into the emergency shelters. We'd have to bring our passports, ID, money, non-perishable food for 3 days, and 3 gallons of water per person. They take children, the sick, and the elderly as priority. They don't have room for a lot of people, so I figure we'll just stick it out here. I already closed all the outdoor shutters. The winds were blowing him all over the road, and the rain was coming down in a torrent, so he was glad when he finally pulled into their parking space and cut the engine. "Okay, why don't you fill the bathtub with water? We can boil it if we need it. I picked up a small battery-operated radio and extra batteries in case the electricity goes out." "I've been filling the tub. I've got the TV on and am watching the Weather Channel. Good idea on the radio." "I'm here. I'll grab our stuff and be inside in a minute." She headed outside to help him. I never expected this. Neither of them had brought rain gear, so they were getting soaked as they hurried to carry the bags into the bungalow. But I should have. We're in Hurricane Alley. The program I was just watching said this island has been hit or brushed by a tropical storm or hurricane every year and a half or so. I checked the weather report before we came, just to see if we had any bad weather coming. It showed nothing. I guess they pop up without warning sometimes. Suddenly there's a tropical depression that worsens, and then if you're in its path, watch out. We won't have to take a shower. She set the wet plastic bags on the counter and hurried after him to get the rest of the stuff. He glanced back at her, considered her t-shirt plastered to her breasts, and smiled. She chuckled and helped him get the gallons of water into the bungalow. Once they were done, he locked the door and pulled her in for a hug. "I like the wet look on you." She smiled and rubbed her hand on his wet shirt, covering hard abs. "I like the look on you, too. What are we going to do while we wait out the storm?" "I found some board games in the cabinet underneath the TV. We can keep tuned into the weather report while we're playing some of the games." He set the flashlights on the table while she made them some tea and coffee. "Oh, the big set of dominoes. Ever play chicken foot dominoes?" "Nope. I'm game." Tanner showed her the photo of Harold and Velvet. "I took this of them in the store. Recognize them?" "That's definitely Harold. I've never seen the woman before." He was glad she didn't seem perturbed about the woman. They set up the dominoes, then sat down to play, the wind howling outside their shuttered windows. The news was updated periodically on the TV, the lights flickering. She said, placing her double domino next to his single domino, making a T. She glanced at the shuttered windows. If we lose electricity, we may have to play a different game. Though they had enhanced night vision as wolves. "We can? Tired of this one already?" "No, I'm winning." He laughed. "We just began." The strength of the wind whipped everything into a frenzy. The roof started vibrating violently. Tanner reached over, pulled Serena close, and kissed her cheek. "If it gets too bad, we can move under the stairwell. It has no windows and a narrow space that would offer the best protection." "We should move blankets and pillows in there now." "Let's do it, to be on the safe side." They headed up the stairs to get the bedding, and she entered her room, while he gathered the pillows and blankets from his. After they set up their makeshift shelter underneath the stairs, complete with bottles of water and a flashlight, they looked at it for a moment. Tanner wrapped his arms around her. "Are you ready for me to beat you at dominoes?" She rubbed his arms, thinking of running to Harold's cabana to see if they had gone somewhere else to ride out the storm. What if Harold and Velvet went to a shelter? Children, the sick, and the elderly have priority. Remember? Right. And he's an alpha wolf. And we're supposed to stay put during the storm. She sighed. All right, back to dominoes. The shutters rattled, and so did the walls and roof. It was eerie sounding and gave her a chill. They settled on the couch and half-watched the news as the weatherman reported the tropical storm was growing closer and picking up steam. And then they were kissing. She wasn't sure how it happened, but she'd blocked his next move, taking the spot where he wanted to go next with his domino, and he tackled her. She squealed, then laughed as he pinned her to the couch and began to kiss her. She gave in to the kiss, forgetting about the howling wind and rattling bungalow, about Harold and her money. This is what she'd needed in her life, and no money could buy what she was feeling for the wolf, the hot yearning, the wolfish need. I think I could fall for you. She smiled up at him. I want to make that happen. Tanner sounded so sure of himself, she thought he might just be right. Then the TV and overhead light flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. Time to go to our shelter, she said. Agreed. He got off her, grabbed the flashlight and the radio off the coffee table, and she slipped her arm through his. She and Tanner couldn't have sex or they'd be mated wolves, but that didn't mean they couldn't fool around. And she'd only do that with a wolf she really, really liked. So what do we do now? She asked as they moved into the narrow hall. This small space isn't very accommodating for games or much else. We just got up, so taking a nap seems kind of silly. She joined him on their blanket bed on the floor. There's only one thing I can think of. He smiled at her and cupped her face. When the lights go out. Tanner began to kiss her again, and the way the bungalow was rattling, she really did wonder if they were going to make it through this okay. But then he was on top of her, whispering, I'll protect you. And she knew he would do anything to make that happen. Serena never expected to be having afternoon delight with a hot wolf, hunkered down in a makeshift shelter with a tropical storm bearing down on their location. God, how she wanted this, the hot passion erupting between them, their bodies naked and rubbing against each other. Their kisses became more insistent as the winds became more violent. What if this was the last chance she'd ever have at making love to a wolf? And the first. But consummating the relationship would mean a mating. Still, they stripped off their clothes, and then she concentrated on every aspect of what they were doing. His hand massaging her breast, the sexy sea salt smell of his skin, the way his heart beat as rapidly as hers. He was hard, from his arousal to his toned muscles, but his mouth was soft against hers, nipping and kissing, then pressuring until his tongue came into play with hers. Their tongues teased and stroked each other's. Then his hand moved between her legs, and he began to stroke her clit. Her hands grasped his shoulders as she clung to sanity, her breath short. She was barely breathing as he rocked her world. But then he rubbed his engorged cock against her mons, the aching need compelling her to grab his hips and pull him harder against her. She shouldn't want him thrusting between her legs, but she sure as hell did. Her belly tightened, her blood on fire. He slid a finger inside her. The climax was so close she could taste it, and then she let go and cried out with wild pleasure, right before he closed his mouth over hers again. He rubbed his cock against her belly, her hands gliding up his arms. Do you want me to? Shh. So she moved against him, her hips rising, pushing against him, until he groaned, and she felt him spill his seed on her belly. Sorry, he whispered, kissing her forehead. Don't be. That was amazing. and she knew it wouldn't end there. The storm raged on for hours, and finally sounded like it was beginning to die down a little. Serena and Tanner cleaned up, then dressed and went into the kitchen to make tuna sandwiches, adding chips and pickles and bottled water for lunch. They listened to the radio reporting that the storm was moving onward, but the winds and rain continued to pelt the bungalow until later that night. And then it was calm, everything quieting. The storm had moved out to sea. The electricity suddenly came back on, and they went outside to see the damage. The waves were still huge, perfect for surfing. A few palm fronds were scattered about, and red tiles missing on some roofs, but no major damage that they could see. "Looks like we made it safely through that one."
"If we can weather a storm like that, we should be able to manage anything."
Tanner pulled her in close, resting his head on the top of hers, his arms wrapped around her waist as they looked out to sea. "Do you want to see how their cabana fared?"
"Yeah, sure. Let's go."
They headed down the beach toward the cabanas, and everything there looked fine, too. "I wonder if the docks and boats are all right," she whispered.
"We'll have to check the news and see what was damaged on the island. They might not report it until daylight tomorrow."
They returned to the bungalow, and she was glad the storm was over and that at least where they were, it hadn't been too bad. She didn't know what they would do if the excursions Harold and Velvet were going to take were canceled for the duration of their stay here.
"At this point, I don't see any reason for us to have separate bedrooms, do you?"
Tanner asked. She snagged his hand and hauled him up the stairs.
"Wait, our pillows and blankets are still under the stairs."
They retrieved the bedding, then he chased her up the stairs. At the top, she hesitated. "Let's use your room." He looked like one satisfied wolf. She figured she looked like one, too. Early the next morning, Tanner checked Harold's email, wanting to know if the excursions were rescheduled or not, while Serena was taking a shower. Wearing shorts and a t-shirt, her hair still wet, she joined him, and he kissed her as if they were already a couple.
"You are the perfect wolf to wake up next to in the morning, and ride out a storm with, too."
"I only screamed once."
He laughed. "I jumped, too, when I heard that big bang."
She saw he had his laptop out and was checking emails. "What's the verdict?"
"A few trees were down. Some vehicles flipped in the high winds. Some roofs were badly damaged. But the docks and boats on that side of the island are fine, and the trips were rescheduled. Harold received confirmation emails for this afternoon and tonight."
Yes! He was hoping they'd get this done and maybe skip over to one of the sister islands, as long as they hadn't sustained a lot of damage.
"Flights have commenced also, but the guys were delayed because of the flights getting backed up yesterday."
"We'll be okay."
Tanner sure the hell hoped so. He made it through a tropical storm on a small island with the she-wolf, and he sure as hell didn't want to lose her now.
Chapter 6. As the looming hour approached, Serena fought the nervousness she was experiencing, trying not to show it outwardly, but Tanner could smell it on her. After hastily eating lunch, her stomach in knots, she spread her legs and arms so Tanner could spray the hunter concealer all over her. Then she did the same to Tanner.
"Ready?" he asked.
"Yeah. Let's do this." She thought he looked like he'd hoped she might have changed her mind. She wasn't giving this up for anything. They drove over in the rental car and parked nearby.
"I'll knock on the door to ensure they really have gone on the Stingray snorkeling trip. If no one answers, I'll use the lockpick and you can join me."
"When he's on trips, he always hides his laptop under the sofa."
"All right. See you in a minute."
Tanner gave her a hug and kiss, and then he walked to the door with purpose. The cabanas were separated by vegetation, and he didn't hear anyone about. He knocked on the door, and when no one answered, he texted Serena. He pulled out his lockpick. As soon as he opened the door, Serena hurried to join him. "So far, so good," he said. But anything could go wrong. She quickly checked underneath the floral couch, but it sat so high it probably didn't look like a safe place for Harold to hide his laptop. "Not here," she whispered. Checking the bedroom. He wouldn't have taken it with him, not snorkeling, so it's got to be here somewhere. She looked in the kitchen. Not in here. He looked in the 2 bedrooms, smelled that both Harold and Velvet were staying together, which was no surprise there, but smelled they'd had sex here, or sexual activity. The safe in one of the closets is too small for a laptop, unless it's really small. She joined him. I can't imagine he would have locked it in the rental car. She eyed the safe. You're right. The safe is too small for his laptop. Unless he bought a new one for traveling. I can't figure him out. He always had plenty of money. Why would he have stolen mine? Some people never have enough. Harold's clothes were neatly hung up in the closet, Velvet's piled on a chair, but Tanner noticed the suitcase behind his shoes. In there, maybe? Serena grabbed the mostly empty black bag and set it on the bed. An airline security-approved lock protected it. She used her own key that would work on it, and the lock clicked open. After she unzipped the bag, she found a leather case, his laptop. She pulled his laptop out and set it on the desk in the bedroom. Tanner appeared as relieved as she was that it was there. Now, if she could only get into his computer. "I'll watch for any sign of them returning," Tanner said. "Okay, good. I'm into his computer." "Anything yet?" He's so predictable. He has all his bank account links set up on his toolbar for one-click access. I'm trying the variations of his passwords to see if I can... Holy cow! You got into one? Yeah, and boy has he got the money. I wonder how much of it he earned and how much of it he stole. Over $2.5 million. Why would he need my $160,000? Like I said, some people never have enough. It could be he has an addiction to stealing, too. Gets a thrill out of the game. Why don't you grab your money, and let's go. Are you done yet? Almost. Once she was done, she packed the laptop back into his suitcase, zipped and locked it, then tucked it behind his shoes in the closet. She took one of his tennis shoes and shook it out. Then another. "What are you looking for?" Tanner asked, glancing over his shoulder at her. "Looking for his credit card." She found it and stuck it in her pocket. He'll find it missing at some point and have to call it in to cancel it. Then he can't use it until they send him another. Exactly. He doesn't have another card and he never carries cash. Tanner smiled at her. Are you done? Yep. Did you get your money? He asked, hurrying her out of the cabana. They locked the door after them. Plus, a little extra to pay for the expense of us flying out here and the cost of the accommodations. That way, it won't look like it was me just taking back my money. It would throw him off track. I changed his passwords on the accounts, too. He'll have to prove he owns them to be able to change them himself. Tanner smiled at her. I had an idea, but was waiting until we learned if we could manage this. Yeah? She asked as they returned to the rental car and got in. We're already here. We can't get a flight out to Colorado right away either. If we can get one, why don't we take one of those 30-minute flights to one of the smaller islands? Cayman Brac or Little Cayman? They're quieter, but perfect for swimming, snorkeling, and running. Then we won't have to worry about running into Harold or his girlfriend. They haven't made any reservations to fly over there or stay there, have they? No. He always has receipts for all his activities sent to his emails, and nothing's popped up. I like the idea.
Okay, I'll make reservations. First, I need to call and make sure that my brothers and cousins don't come here.
When they arrived home, Tanner called Devlin and put it on speaker so Serena could listen in.
Serena's got her money, but we can't get a flight out for a couple of days.
She had no trouble getting it back at all? Devlin sounded surprised.
She accessed his bank accounts. We're flying out to one of the smaller islands to stay out of the way until we can get a flight home, just so we don't cross paths. You think you won't need your brothers? Or our cousins for backup? We should be good.
Devlin didn't say anything for a moment. Then he said,
I'm sending them anyway.
A few days on the beach, watching your backs, and then you can all return home.
Tanner wanted to groan out loud. All his brothers and cousins were bachelor wolves, and he knew, though they would be eager to watch out for him and Serena, they would also be vying for her attention. She might have wanted to experiment with Tanner, but it didn't mean she had decided to mate him. Yet. But Devlin was right. Better to be safe than sorry, though Serena and he could leave about the time the others arrived. Maybe they'd hang around a little longer then.
All right. Everything else going all right?
Tanner thought his cousin meant about how he was getting along with Serena.
We're doing great. I need to make reservations for the other island. We'll let you know how things are going a little later. Okay, stay safe.
When they ended the call, Tanner made reservations for a flight and accommodations to Cayman Brac.
200 feet of sandy beachfront, 4-bedroom, 3.5-bath villa. That will be enough room for the 4 guys, you and me. We can enjoy the botanical gardens, rum point, blowholes, restaurants, and, of course, all the swimming we'd like.
Tanner wished the guys could stay somewhere else, but he knew they wouldn't. How could they protect them if they were at some other location? Though Tanner really didn't believe they needed protection. Sounds great. I'm going up to pack. When are we leaving?
As soon as we get packed. We'll head on over to the airport.
Do you have a pair of scissors?
For a credit card?
Tanner smiled at her.
He should never have messed with you. Here, I thought you were going to need me.
You never know when a little muscle can turn the tide. After they packed up the car, they headed for the airport, turned in the rental car, and waited for their plane. Tanner wrapped his arm around her shoulders as they sat next to each other in the airport.
I wonder how long it will take him to notice some of his money is gone. As much as he had, maybe he won't notice right away.
He probably will notice. He's tight with his money.
Do you feel better about everything now?
I do. Payback can cause some major heartburn. For him. I wonder if now that he's not as wealthy as before, his girlfriend will want to stick with him.
I believe they might be mated, Tanner said.
I agree.
160 plus some change is only a drop in the bucket if Harold has that much money. Too bad we couldn't have made more of a statement.
Tanner rubbed her back. If I'd known that he'd swindled others like me, I would love to give the money back. But without knowing that for certain, I won't be a thief like him.
He swindled the wrong she-wolf.
An hour and a half later, they landed on Cayman Brac, grabbed their bags, rented a car, and headed to the villa. Serena loved the other island and would have enjoyed exploring some of the fun things they had to do there, but now that they'd finished the business she'd come for, she didn't want a chance running into Harold or his new girlfriend, and she was ready to have some fun.
Did you want to keep the pretense that we're just friends?
Tanner asked as they entered the sunny villa. You mean as far as the bedrooms go? Nah. Not unless you're worried about what the other guys will think about us rooming together.
He laughed. I would hope they would think they have no chance with a beautiful she-wolf.
They don't. This is really nice. Not that the other place wasn't also. But it's nice to know we're here to just have fun now. Do you want to go swimming?
I'd love to. Then for lunch, I'm taking you to a restaurant. Seafood sound good?
In the islands, absolutely. They have caves here we could explore too. Right now, the ocean is calling to me. Tanner finished removing his clothes and pulled on his board shorts. She pulled on her bikini bottoms, then pulled off her bra. But before she could fasten the bikini top, Tanner was doing it for her. "Are you worried he might figure out I did it and track us here?" she asked.
Not here. If he believes we flew out of here, I'm sure he'll assume you went home with a wolf. He'll probably be looking for you on Grand Cayman for a while, though. They have some flights back to the States, even if they didn't have the one we needed. So we could have been on any one of those. Did you ever tell him where you were from originally?
He grabbed a couple of beach towels and set them on loungers on the back patio. No, I never talked to anyone about it. They headed out into the tropical warmth, a sea breeze carrying the scent of fish, brine, seaweed, and salt water.
If he finds us, I'll take care of him. As to whether he'd figure out you had a hand in this, maybe, since you had his email password. And he might realize you could have seen his bank passwords in the drawer.
True. She dashed for the water. She smiled back at Tanner as he chased after her. The sand is so white and so soft underfoot. She dug her feet into the warm sand, then reached the water's edge. He swept her up in his arms and ran into the stirred-up surf, the waves cresting still higher than when they went swimming the first night.
Are you serious about not seeing any of the other wolves when we return?
After you stayed with me when I was in the woods, carried me to the house when I was injured, brought me here and helped me to break into his place, protected me during a tropical storm, let me beat you at dominoes, and now this?
If you put it that way.
He smiled down at her, still holding her in his arms, braving the impact of the waves as they rolled against his legs. But it's a lot more than that. I've never felt this way for another man. A wolf. With you, it goes a lot deeper. I love you, and I didn't think I'd ever feel that way for someone.
I fell in love with you the moment you showed up and I began to follow you as a wolf. I was ready to claim you for my own from the beginning. Wolves sense when they found their mate, and I knew I had to convince you in any way I could that I was yours. I love you right back, Serena.
He leaned down to kiss her, but just as his mouth touched hers, a rogue wave crashed into them, sweeping them off their feet, and they were pulled under. He was out of the water first, grabbing her hand and pulling her from the water. She laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him back. The waves tugged back and forth at them, but they only broke free of the kiss when they were ready. Then they swam out beyond the breakers and floated together, loving sharing this time on the island before she met the rest of the pack and learned what her role would be. She would no longer be on her own, but a contributing member of the pack. I could create a small library, if you don't already have one, she suddenly said. He smiled and kissed her cheek.
I was thinking about returning to the villa and mating. You're thinking of going to work.
She chuckled. Sorry. I know it's important to contribute to a pack.
A library would be welcome.
After walking along the beach while holding hands, she said, I want to come here again sometime. Not just to this island, but to Grand Cayman, to take the excursions Harold is going on with his mate.
Anytime.
She wrapped her arm around his waist as they headed to the villa. What do you want to do for the rest of the day?
I'm taking you to the seafood restaurant for dinner, but before that, we need to finish some other business.
You're eager to be a mated wolf, I take it.
Hell yeah.
She loved the way he wanted her, as if nothing could please him more. And she wanted him just as much, A new beginning, a return to her lands, and becoming close to her twin sister again. They rinsed off outside under the shower and then dried off quickly. Then he opened the door, scooped her up, and carried her over the threshold. He paused to shut the door with his hip, and she reached down and locked it. Then he headed for their bedroom. "Oh, heavens, put me down," she said as he reached the stairs. He just leaned down, kissed her, and carried her up the stairs. Tanner figured his brothers would ask him how he managed to convince Serena he was the right wolf for her. Loving the she-wolf came easy. Protecting her could be a challenge, but he would always be there for her no matter what. He set her on the floor before helping her out of her bikini. She reciprocated, pulling off his board shorts. Then he joined her in the bed, cupping her face and kissing her mouth, her hands wrapping around his waist and pulling him closer.
"I've waited for you all my life."
She smiled. "I feel the same for you." Then they were kissing again, his hands molding to her breasts, feeling her nipples tighten. He rubbed his hard cock against her belly, a way of sharing his scent with her and carrying her scent with him. She was his, and he was hers. "You are one hot wolf," she breathed against his chest before she licked his nipple, sending shivers of pleasure to his core. She pulled gently on his nipple with her lips, then moved to the other. She was breathing harder, her pheromones heating and triggering his own. "Beautiful," he whispered as he trailed kisses down to her breast and licked one nipple, then tugged gently on it with his mouth, just as she had done to him. She moaned softly, running her hands over his biceps. He moved his mouth over her left breast to the right one and licked the nipple, his hand cupping the left, his thumb rubbing the nipple. He couldn't believe how lucky he was. He reached between them and began to stroke her, kissing her belly. He rubbed harder, more vigorously. She clutched at his arms, her face tight with concentration. He could see when the climax was about to hit, smell her sexy arousal, loved hearing her cry out with pleasure. He began to kiss her mouth, and then she reached for his hips, grabbing hold, and pulled him closer. "Do it," she said. He slipped his cock into her, and once he was seated fully, he began to thrust. She was hot, wet, and tight, perfect for him. He hoped she felt he was just as perfect for her as she gyrated her hips and he thrust harder. He paused to kiss her throat, her chin, her mouth, wanting desperately to prolong this. Then he drove his cock in deeply. Striving to make it last, he rubbed against her, but he couldn't hold off any longer and groaned with release. She thrust her pelvis at him as he finished. Then, still joined with her, he pulled back enough to coax another climax out of her. She clutched at his hair, tightening, then let go. "Oh, my God." He smiled, slipped out of her, and pulled her into his arms.
"I love you, Serena."
"I love you right back, you beautiful, big wolf." They were enjoying the afterglow of making love, of being mated wolves, when Serena's phone rang. Thinking Bella was calling, she rolled over to grab her phone off the bedside table and saw it was Harold. Her heartbeat quickened. "Harold," she whispered, as if she had answered the call already and he could hear her.
"You want me to talk to him, or just hang up?"
She let out her breath. "I could block his calls, but I think it's important to hear what he has to say." She sat up, answered the phone, and put it on speaker.
"When I find you, you'll give me every cent back, or you're dead."
Then he hung up on her. Chapter 7. Tanner was livid. No one threatened a pack member, let alone his very own mate, and got away with it. Harold might have just been mouthing off about deadly retribution, but Tanner assumed he wasn't. What made it so unbelievable was that Serena had only taken back what was hers. The wolf had the chance to live, maybe a few $1,000s poorer, but at least he had his life. Not now. Serena wasn't going to have to worry about looking over her shoulder all the time. Living in a pack, she'd most likely be perfectly safe, but all the bastard would need was one chance to get at her. "I'm sorry," Serena said. "Don't be. How much do you want to bet that he would have been just as much of a bastard if you'd taken only a fraction of your own money? You were able to access his accounts and make him feel vulnerable, yet you were gracious enough not to take his money too." She frowned. "Right. Just like he violated my trust and my privacy by accessing my accounts." "Correct. But I suspect he doesn't see it that way. He can do it to you, but no one gets away with doing it to him." She let out her breath. "Okay, so we return to Colorado?" "No. I suspect if he doesn't learn where we've gone, he'll be waiting at the airport, watching for us. We'll wait for my brothers and cousins to get here, and make further plans then." "He didn't say he was going to kill you also. Do you think he believes I'm alone?" Tanner pondered that for a moment. "I think you're right, which would make sense. How would you have found another wolf so quickly when you weren't seeing any and didn't know any in the area? He would have known about it. Everything happened so quickly, he most likely wouldn't suspect you'd be here with a male who would protect you with his life." "I'm sorry I got you into this." "This has all worked out for the best. I got you." Tanner grabbed his phone and called Devlin. "We might have trouble. Harold discovered the money's missing and threatened to kill Serena. We're at a villa in Cayman Brack, and from the sound of it, he thinks she acted alone." "Damn it. Okay, the guys are on their way. Vaughn and Brock got on a flight flying standby. They'll be in tomorrow morning. Your brothers are still waiting for a flight. Vaughn and Brock will help you put the guy out of his misery if it comes to it." "Okay, thanks. You keep your heads low. Don't take any risks. We're going to be here. We're eating at a seafood restaurant, but otherwise, we're staying here." Tanner gave him the location of the villa. Serena had quickly gotten on her cell phone, and he wondered what she was doing. Devlin responded, "All right, I'll let your brothers know what's going on. The other guys are on their flight, and we won't be able to reach them for a few hours. Anything else?" "No. I'll call you if we learn anything further." When he ended the call, Serena put her cell down on the bedside table. "Harold doesn't have any reservations for anything. Not for a flight out here, either." "He must know you used his computer to get into his bank accounts. Maybe he remembers you accessed his email for him before." "Then he changed his email account and made up a new one, so any reservations would go to that instead of just changing his password. That way he'd give us a false sense of security if he reserved a flight out here. Now we won't know about it." "That's a good bet. We won't be able to monitor what he's up to. But he can't monitor us either. Brock and Vaughn are on their way. They should be here by tomorrow. Fisher and Sean are stuck at the airport. They're still trying to get a flight out." "Is Devlin mad about it?"
"Hell yeah. No one threatens his pack members and gets away with it."
Tanner pulled her into his arms, and they snuggled together. "I mean, that I got us in this predicament?"
"No. He respects you for what you did. Let's rest for a while, then go to eat."
They fell asleep for a while, then woke to go to the restaurant. Serena so wanted to do this, but she was upset about Harold. She was trying not to show it, but she worried he might discover she was here and try to kill both Tanner and her. She felt they needed to stay put and just wait for the guys to arrive.
"We're going out to eat," Tanner said, pulling her from the bed. "We'll deal with him if he shows up." Tanner set up triggers that would reveal if anyone had come into the villa. Sand left at the back door so that if anyone entered that way, they'd have to walk through it. Harold couldn't jump far enough to avoid it, and if it was disturbed, they'd know. At the front door, he secured a strand of Serena's red hair at the bottom of the door with a little brown sugar and water solution. If anyone opened the door, it would pull loose. They packed their laptops and her camera in the car and kept all their important documents with them. All they left were their suitcases and clothes. Nothing they'd miss if Harold decided to take them. They were off to the restaurant after that, ordering lobster tails and shrimp, her favorite food. In the islands, they were really fresh and tasty. "I think we need to take turns on guard duty tonight, don't you? Until your cousins get here?" She pulled another piece of lobster meat from its shell and dipped it in lemon butter sauce. "I think it's a good idea, but we're staying together." He drank from his fruity rum drink. "In the living room? We could set up the sofa bed." "That's what we'll do." This was the nicest dinner I've ever had. The nicest company, too. He leaned over and kissed her. "It's been great. Ready to go back to the villa?" "I am." She could tell he was tense, too, not enjoying the meal as much as they would have liked, not when they had to worry about Harold. Tanner paid the bill, and they returned to the villa. But he checked the front door, found her hair was still in place, indicating no one had been through the door, and she checked the back door. The sand hadn't been touched. No smell of Harold or the she-wolf either. They wouldn't have hunter concealment here, so Tanner was confident if they arrived, he'd smell them. "Looks good. No problems yet, and we might not have any. Let's make up that sofa bed. We need to finish off this day right." They quickly made the bed and fell into it, tearing off each other's clothes, half-dressed and kissing. What a way to end their first day of mated bliss. Tanner wanted Serena to pull first watch so he didn't have to wake her in the middle of the night. He assumed if Harold found where they were located, he would try to approach them in the middle of the night, figuring they'd be asleep. He had his gun nearby, but when he took out the wolf, he didn't want to show he'd shot the man. Better to have a wolf kill him. No one would be able to explain that. Serena had shifted to be able to take him on if he showed up. Tanner told her if Harold did, he wanted her to come get him. They had no way of knowing if Harold's mate would take part in a fight or not. An hour later, he heard Serena growl low. Tanner was out of bed in a flash, shifting and joining her. He nuzzled her with his cheek against hers, and she turned and licked his face. Then he heard movement outside the villa. Something moving quietly. He stayed where he heard the movement while Serena headed to the back door. The sounds moved away. They waited for a good half hour, then Serena shifted. "We need to see if it was them." Tanner shifted. "We can't leave the villa. We're safer here. If they break in, we have the advantage. Besides, he won't want to kill you right away, if that was him out there. He'll have to force you to give up your money first. Why don't you try to sleep for now? I'll shift again and keep watch." "All right. If someone comes again, tell me and I'll shift." "Believe me, I will. If it is them, he might be regrouping, realizing you're not alone. Not when a male wolf has left his scent here also." "I hadn't thought of that. You're probably right." She shifted again and climbed on the sofa bed. He smiled at her for shifting back into her wolf form, and while she curled up to sleep, he checked out the whole of the villa inside,
listening for any indication someone might be trying to find a way in. He heard the wind and waves, but nothing else. As soon as it was light out, he'd checked to see if the wolves had left their scent behind. As soon as she heard a kitchen window break, Serena was off the sofa bed in a flash, not running for the kitchen as a wolf, but heading in the opposite direction to the front of the villa. She suspected the window was a diversion. She was right. Harold used his lockpick on the front door, but a chain lock prevented him from opening it. He used bolt cutters to cut the lock and then barged inside as a naked human. She lunged for him before he could shift, knowing she couldn't take on the heavier male wolf once he shifted. But Tanner slammed into him first, biting him hard in the arm, forcing him to drop the bolt cutters. Harold shifted, growled, and struggled to get the aggressive wolf off him, snapping his jaws, unable to get to his feet. He'd made the tactical mistake of entering the house before he shifted, of thinking whoever was with her wasn't as powerful as him. His arrogance could be his downfall. She only hoped. She was half watching the two wolves fight, though Tanner was winning the battle, and keeping a lookout for Harold's mate in case she tried to come in the back way. Maybe she wasn't as alpha as her mate. Then Serena heard something crunching on glass, and she prayed Tanner would take care of Harold quickly while she raced off to stop Velvet from helping Harold. The gray she-wolf was bigger than Serena, but what the gray had over her in size, Serena had in pure aggressive adrenaline. Like Tanner, she didn't hesitate to take the wolf on. Serena might not have fought with wolves for some time. She imagined neither did this she-wolf. But Serena had killed a couple of real wolves who hadn't liked that she'd crossed their territory. What could she have done? As much as she'd hated to kill the wolves, it was either that or be killed herself. Thankfully, the two grays hadn't ganged up on her, so she fought one and then the other. So one gray she-wolf wouldn't be an issue. She still heard growling in the front room when she tore into Velvet. The woman growled just as loudly back, which made Serena even angrier. She hadn't wanted Tanner to hear her fighting with a wolf. He needed to concentrate on his own fight and not worry about her. The wolf came so close to her throat, Serena nearly panicked. She had to quit thinking about Tanner and concentrate on the menace before her. She lunged forward, snapping her jaws, tearing at the wolf. She didn't want to kill her, but if she left Serena no choice, she would do what she had to do. She tasted Velvet's blood, and the wolf squeaked and dodged away from her. Serena waited to see if the wolf would quit. It was quiet in the other room, and she glanced behind her to see Tanner standing there, panting, watching what the gray she-wolf would do. A male gray and a smaller red female were too much for the gray she-wolf to handle. She jumped out through the kitchen window and tore off down the beach. She wouldn't report this to the police. She couldn't. Serena licked her mate's face, and they both shifted. He took her in his arms and hugged her tight. "Do you think she'll return?" Serena asked. "She would be crazy to. I'm going to take a swim." "I'll go with you." "I'd rather you—" She raised her brows at him. He let out his breath. "Go with me, and we'll take your ex-roommate swimming." She thought of them bleeding. Tanner had suffered some bite marks, and the she-wolf had managed to claw Serena, but neither were badly wounded. Harold was bloodied too, and all she could think of was that sharks feed at night, and they all would be bleeding in the water. "There's a boat rental place not far from here. I'll get a boat and we'll take the body out," Tanner said, changing his mind. "They have to be closed for now." "Exactly. Will you be all right?" "Yes. I doubt Velvet will stick around to see what we do next. While you're gone, I'll be a wolf." Serena shifted as Tanner left, and it took him so long, she didn't think he'd ever return with the boat. Finally, he returned and brought a fishing net too, and carried Harold's human body out to the boat.
You can stay here.
I'll help you. Wolves helped their mates out, always. They went out as far as they could, where divers wouldn't be diving to see the coral reefs, and after weighing him down, they heaved Harold into the ocean. Once they were done, Tanner dropped Serena off at the villa beach. He'd been torn between taking her with him just in case Velvet visited again, and dropping her at the villa in case he got caught returning the borrowed boat. Serena had worried about the same thing, anxious that the she-wolf might come back. She'd shifted to wait and watch for her. When Tanner finally returned, they locked the front door and would call management in the morning about the vandalism to the window and security chain at the door, which meant they had to keep up the guard watch until then in case Velvet snuck back. But she didn't. The next morning, Tanner called Devlin with an update on what had happened.
We don't need my brother's help if they can't get a flight out. They got one earlier this morning. They're afraid they'll miss out on a chance to get to know Serena.
Tanner pulled Serena into his arms and said,
It's too late for that, unless they mean in a brotherly way.
Devlin laughed.
Is this news I can share with the pack?
Serena smiled and nodded.
It sure is. It's a done deal. Hey, I've got an incoming call. Get back with you in a bit.
Tanner took the call from Vaughn.
Are you arriving soon? At the airport on Grand Cayman now. We're boarding the flight for Grand Brac, but we passed a woman, a gray wolf, with bags in hand, headed for a flight leaving for the States. She had light brown hair and looked just like the picture you sent to us of the two of them when they were at the grocery store. Okay, that's Harold's mate, and he's dead.
Hell, don't tell me we flew all the way out here just to miss out on all the action.
You can help us celebrate the mating.
And that's just what they did. Tanner's brothers joined them several hours later, and while all of them sat on loungers on the beach, rum drinks in hand, they watched the sunset go down over the aqua waters.
Next time a new she-wolf shows up, I want to be the one doing the protecting, Brock said, sipping from his rum and cola.
Tanner smiled.
The seal wolves always think they should get the girl.
Serena snuggled up to Tanner. Not this time. An army ranger won out. Are you ready for bed?
All the guys looked at Tanner and laughed. With the pretty she-wolf of my dreams?
Tanner swept her up in his arms and headed for the house.
You don't ever have to ask.
Epilogue. Devlin didn't trust that Velvet wouldn't try to steal from another wolf, so Brock and Vaughn located her to see what she was up to after she'd left Grand Cayman Island. Ironically, she hadn't married the wolf, and he'd never given her access to his accounts, so she was penniless, which meant all that money was still sitting in a Grand Cayman account. She'd run off with another wolf and was living in Virginia, and it seemed that was the end of the story for her. Serena couldn't wait for Bella to have her babies, though Bella hadn't wanted to know their sexes, so Serena was waiting for the babies to be born before she bought anything for them. They got together all the time, whenever Tanner was at work, or when she wasn't working hard to set up her lending library. She and Tanner had set up housekeeping in her family's home and hoped to have their own children one day, while Heath was building a home behind the clinic. Fisher and Sean were building a place of their own, though all of the brothers often came over for pizza parties once a week at Serena and Tanner's home. Serena enjoyed being part of a wolf pack again. It was way too many years for us to be apart, she told Bella, hugging her lightly, not wanting to squish the babies. Every day, I can't believe our good fortune to have you home again. Serena couldn't have been happier to be home with her sister again, and to see her as a pack leader with her loving mate. And Tanner had been the greatest, as if he'd been her red-hot lover for an eternity. She loved him for it. Tanner was reminded daily that he had stolen the red wolf from his brothers just because he was the eldest. But he knew that no matter how it happened, in the end, he and Serena had been meant to be together. And no one could have been more right for the vivacious and protective alpha red wolf he would cherish always. This concludes the novella Night of the Wolf by Terry Spear. Narrated by Mackenzie Cartwright, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Heart of the Wolf, copyright 2008, 2018, by Terry Spear. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sourcebooks Incorporated and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.